Good morning and welcome to Sarah Oval in Mildura. We'll give it a second crack as part of this double header to wrap up the Global Spirited Cricket Festival Tri-Series Tournament. New Zealand winning the toss with a delayed start of 11 a.m. this morning, electing to field. And Australian Abe off to a pretty decent start with Paul Wirebird hitting the open.
How good today, and you'll be sharing the responsibilities of what we hope will be, I'm not sure, because in effect, we know what's going to happen tomorrow,
yeah.
But I just wonder if there are any ducks and drakes, or will we see the Australian A team do a bit of, what are we going to do? We're going to swap our batting order around? Don't know. What do you think?
Well, so far so good. I think we've seen Mensforth and Wirebird open up in the past couple of games, so you feel like they're going to go all in for the victory and to take a little confidence going into the final against their compatriots tomorrow.
Yeah, good call. And we should also be aware of the fact that because of a late start, we'll explain why. Nothing dramatic, nothing drastic, but you need to know because cricket is a game of stats. We're all aware of that. We know exactly what's going on at the score at none for 4 in the first over. Now, your local knowledge to the 4 now, Pat. The Sarah Oval, beautiful day, sun shining, but we had an hour where we had to just wait and see what was happening.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra moisture around the square. I think the actual wicket itself was okay, but just those surrounds were a little bit damp. I know that the curator was out just giving it a bit of a hosing after the play late yesterday afternoon, so whether a little bit of that water has been retained in the surface, but all going well. The sun, which has got a fair bit of sting about it today, Pete, has dried things up reasonably well, so a later start at 11, but we are allowed to play through until 6, so as far as we know, we'll get through the 4:45 over fixture as it would have been originally.
I wonder about the mindset of the Australian A team because it looks like Australia A and Australia will play in the final, and you wonder about whether or not they're pondering anything out of the ordinary for today's game in the middle of Sarah Oval.
As we wait for the new bowler to come in from the club room's end here at Sarah Oval as we look down to the ground there. Would be Richard Petrie took the first over, and that's the number 40, Scotty Mason it is. He just hadn't quite turned around enough for me to get his number. As he's starting with a nice tight line outside the off stump, has the keeper standing up, so that puts pressure on the batsman to remain in their crease.
A lot happened in the first over yesterday, not as much today.
No, you're right. So let's just have a look at that field. There's a man out at deep backward square. Richard Petrie short on the 45 on the onside. There's also a mid-wicket and a mid-on. On the offside, short third. Deepish point, short extra cover, a cover field and a mid-off as well. Nice crack off of Mensforth's bat there as he forces behind the wicket. Get through for a couple. I guess as far as the A team are concerned, Pete, this will be a real chance for maybe some of the guys in this top order that might not have got going so far in the tournament yet to get some form, some confidence going in.
This is competition where, of course, you lose tomorrow and that's it. Doesn't matter how many you haven't lost so far in the competition. We have been visited overnight. Now, I'm not too sure as to how we're going to cope with the fact that a bird became very, very friendly. Yes. And on the window in front of us, the bird has decided that he's left, or she's left, a mark, which is substantial. What are you going to do about that? You're the local, Pat.
Substantial, yes. Well, I don't know, Peter. I was actually calling for the hose a little earlier this morning to maybe give us a bit of a wash down of the windscreen, but nothing forthcoming yet. Anthony Telfer, always a man for all occasions. So, we get through the end of the second over. So it's no wicket for 6. Wirebird is 4, Mensforth is 2.
Now, Pat, we don't want to go into too much detail about your illness, but you were missed yesterday.
Thank you.
The good thing about it is you've taken a bit of medication, and was it just a raspy throat or a bit of a chest infection or what?
I've had a bit of everything, to be fair, Walshy. It's certainly had the thick head, a few migraines kicking in, very nasally. I've had the chesty whooping cough. So it's been a interesting period over the past 3 or 4 days, but I certainly feel a little bit better today, albeit that I have got the sore back from lying on the couch all day yesterday.
Oh, you poor thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
so it's going well. But anyway, we just had a note passed through from a good friend in the commentary box here that NZ can still make the final with a big win today. And it's going to come down to net run rate, as we mentioned. So the calculators might be out a little bit later on this afternoon to see what could be permissible for the final tomorrow at the MSC. Petrie angling down the leg side, wide call by the umpire.
We had the run rates that were given to us yesterday, and the Australians, of course, they've won all their games so far and they're in the final, at 0.52. The Australian A team 0.29, and New Zealand team was minus 1.2 or 1.2. So you wouldn't think that they were able to do something out of the ordinary. You never know.
No.
We don't want to pour any cold water on their parade, but it would be remarkable if they could do something out of the ordinary.
Love the fact, friend Richard Horner's got the positive approach to this game, though, which is good to see.
Yeah, I've got
never say the Kiwis, Pete.
No,
we know that.
I've got a bit on Richard. He doesn't know I'm going to use this, but I will.
Oh, okay.
And so he's now looking across and thinking, what have I done that's going to deserve to be discussed on radio? Well, we'll tell you in a minute, Richard. We will.
Henceforth is leaning back and timing the ball beautifully down towards the backward point boundary. Petrie just a little bit short of a length outside the off. And Mensforth has got himself going nicely now. 6 from 7. Score is none for 12.
Now, Richard, who's been doing a wonderful job for the New Zealanders in terms of scoring, and we've got a beauty too. Mark Horsfall is going along merrily, and the Australians also with Jason Cook and Jamie Pitt as manager and assistant manager. It's a big team for both teams, and it's good to see. Good to see. And what we also do, Pat, is we get a chance to have a chat to the information sharers, and on this occasion for New Zealand, Richard Horner, who's been walking around with a stuffed kiwi for most of the last few days. And if anyone's walking around and hugging a stuffed kiwi, I think they've got issues.
Okay.
Major issues, because it does appear as if there's some form of relationship brewing.
Right. I think you're looking far too much into it, Peter, but anyway.
Well,
you've made...
there's no denial coming from Richard, and where's he put the kiwi? Oh, it's gone down with the flag down below, which is a good thing.
Sunning up in the warm confines here at Sarah Oval this morning.
So a sunburned kiwi now is with us also at the Sarah Oval. Shame on you, Richard, for not putting some slip, slop, slap on. Anyway. And I have to throw this in now because information sharing, and if you don't get rid of it early on, Neville Kratzman, a wonderful man, the father of Mark and Andrew, and he had a chat to us, and we were just thrilled at the information that he shared about his boys. And last night he wandered over to where I was picked up by my lovely partner Rosalie, and we had a good chat. And I said, well, you're here now. And he said, yeah, it took 18 hours to come down from Queensland, stop, start. But my wife didn't come. And I thought, well, I could go into an area now where I don't feel comfortable because what's happened between he and his wife, and I didn't want that to happen.
Yep.
And he said, no, my wife, of course, you know, she was a very good basketballer, and I didn't know that, knowing the fact that Neville was 71. And he said, no, she's training really hard at the other sport that she likes so much.
Which is, Peter?
Tap dancing.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
And I thought to myself, how do you mark or gauge tap dancing? Do you have music, all that? And I didn't get a chance to speak to Neville about that, but I know that Neville's wife, and I don't even know her name, but she's listening out to the coverage, and I hope she's enjoying herself, and she can just tap away to her heart's content whilst her husband and the two boys are having a good time.
Absolutely. As we move into the fourth over, score none for 13. Men's fourth is 7. Wybird is 5. Mason left arm over the wicket. Just looking to tighten things up just outside the off stump.
It was good too to have a look at the squads last night and to see that they're spread far and wide, the Australians. We've got 3 from South Australia, 3 from New South Wales, 1 from Tassie, Queensland, the ACT, Western Australia and Victoria. Gee, it's a good cross-section, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
It's wonderful, wonderful.
Mason again, just angling across the right-hander, through to the keeper.
And we're allowed to, Pat, send Cheerios. Well, I think we are, because Anthony Telfer's not here to chastise us, so we will anyway. But the Cheerios and warm Cheerios go out to the Murphys, Mark Murphy and Simon Murphy, who celebrated their 50th birthdays. And I'm reliably informed that Richard Horner, the scorer, offered to give them a stuffed kiwi for their birthday gift. Now, how good's that?
That's impressive.
What
isn't
a guy!
Yeah. Maybe he needs to go into business there. There's something looming on the outer. As we see a full-length delivery from Mason. Mensforth just going across his crease, looking to turn it into the on. Big appeal, but turned down by the umpire. Kiwis would love an early scalp too.
They would.
Pete?
And yesterday was extraordinary because the two lads were into their 50th or into their 51st year, and they had their birthday celebrations last night. And in the celebrations, good on them, but there was some disappointment because we had a problem area. Yesterday, first ball, we had a wicket for one of the Murphys, which was good, and he strained a groin.
Yeah, it's disappointing, no doubt, because he was off to a great start with the ball and playing in his first ever ODI.
Yep.
Not quite the way he would have liked to have played out, but I'm sure he'll get back and revisit the Aussies again as we move forward with Vets cricket. We go back to Richard Petrie once again, coming in from the San Mateo Avenue end here. Sarah Oval. Probably a pick of the day pick of the days weather-wise so far, Pete. So nice and warm, light winds. Wind has been a bit of an issue for us over this Tri-Series tournament, but not much to speak of today.
It's a glorious day. Actually, it's warm. It's very warm. High 20s. And just talking about the two Murphys and the thrill of reaching that half century, the 50-50, and playing with their country. And having a talk to Mark yesterday, and hopefully we'll catch up with Simon, but it's the start of a new life, really.
Yeah.
Cricketing life.
Yep. We've certainly gleaned over the last 4 or 5 days just a new chapter, isn't it, that you get these opportunities once you get into the veteran stage.
Very true.
As Wybird is swinging down towards the backward square boundary, that will go all the way.
Good shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, Wybird certainly looking to be positive, and he's been that way pretty much right from the start of the tournament. Just hasn't gone on and made that big score. Maybe today he's going to be his day. Moves to 9 from 9 deliveries. As we have a look at that replay as he just swings the ball with good timing down to that vacant backward square boundary. Score is none for 18 in this, the 5th over. So boundaries becoming free-flowing in this opening session this morning, Pete.
Yes, they are. And we did see yesterday, and I was so excited, Pat, we saw a big 6 from Tony Clark. And it looked like Tony had just leant forward, but his timing was absolutely superb, and the ball whistled away into the distance. And it was headed for the Mildura Harness Racing trotting track down there. It was a big blow, but it looked as if the timing was exquisite. For a big 6, I like that. Now, I've got a very good question to ask you, because we're getting a bit of traffic from those who are messaging in.
Yep.
Now, if anyone's watching on Wi-Fi, which is a good thing, how do they get access to us if they want to message through a Cheerio or whatever?
Well, I believe you need to subscribe to the Sock TV Global
sock. I've got a
YouTube.
sock that Telf gave me. Is that anything to do with that?
There's connection there, but probably not quite exactly what you're looking for.
Oh, just enabling those that are keen who might be watching to touch base with us and send a message. They might like to say hello to Simon or Simon's twin brother. We don't know who's older, Mark or Simon, but it's good to see, and that's one of the wonderful world of communication that's available now. Now, I think we've got information sharing, have we?
Yes, well, Jim Morrison is
Jim.
a keen contributor, and he's pulled me up. In actual fact, it wasn't Simon Murphy's first international because he played the 040s World Cup earlier this year.
Okay.
So thanks.
I thought you were going to give us the contact for messages then, but that didn't happen. Okay, all right. No, okay. A good start, though, isn't it? Nothing out of the ordinary, but none for
Around
19
4
or
and over.
5.
Yep.
So here's one for you, knowing your knowledge and, of course, the information sharing again. What would the Australian team be doing today?
It's interesting. We haven't seen a lot of the crossover of the boys coming down and having a look at games while they've not been in action. So, I don't know, maybe down by the riverside.
Mm-hmm.
Out for a bit of a late brunch. Just getting things ready. Maybe the pool at the Commodore might be a popular haunt this afternoon as the warmth of the sun continues.
Well, I've just had a message through, I think it is aisle 7 at Target, stopped to flick a message through, listening on Wi-Fi.
Okay.
How good's that?
That's very good.
Very good. Yeah, okay. Shopping is, well, there's plenty of shops to hunt around and buy those bargains and potter here and potter there. It's a good place if you haven't been here before.
Mm-hmm.
Good place to look and find something. Get the bank card out and away you go.
Quick adjustment to the field here. Looks like the New Zealand team are going to move a man out to long on. Also have another one out at deep square. As Wybird takes strike once again. Trying to work that around the corner.
I would have liked to have seen so far in the tournament more of Richard Petrie out at the crease to get some runs, and hopefully today will be one of those days, or the last day.
It's his
maybe.
last chance, to really cash in. Once again, tight lines from Mason. Been a pretty decent opening set so far into his third over, none for 2.
We should make mention of the fact that if anyone's just joining our coverage and they're thinking, gee, they're slow, well, we had an hour before we actually started the game because we had some issues that have been sorted out, which is good. And there's a wicket. A big swing and a miss. The ball missed the bat but scrunched into the stump. So the first wicket falling, and it's 1 for 19 now in the 6th over with Wybird out clean bowled, and a good breakthrough.
Yeah, again, just not able to go on with it after making a really strong start. And Mason picks up the first wicket, and good friend Richard Horner is making light of the ink. He's given us some more information here. Scott Mason has a remarkable 10 hat-tricks in his career. 10 hat-tricks, can you believe that? That's good going.
It is, yep.
So the early breakthrough for New Zealand. And it will be Mark Kratzmann who will go back to his customary role in that top order. He's been one of the standout contributors so far for the A-team.
He has, yes. The Kratzmans have been a pain in the backside for the New Zealand team. If you look at Andrew Kratzmann, 84 and 45 not out yesterday, and Mark Kratzmann, 48 and 88, pushing hard towards the 100 mark. But of course the runs in the bank yesterday weren't enough for any possibility of getting the ton. The chase was on for just over 120 odd, but that's a good wicket and well deserved for the New Zealanders, who have been tonked a couple of times for boundaries, but they're on song now and they get that wicket, which would make them feel pretty good.
Both the Kratzmans, you feel, will be in line for a team of the tournament status based on their wares over the last 4 or 5 days. I think there will be a team of the Tri-Series, which will be announced at the presentation evening tomorrow night.
Who's the best of the two? You knew I was going to ask you
that.
Yeah,
I knew you were, and I unfortunately probably haven't got the answer for you, Pete. They do play contrasting styles. Of course, one's a left-hander, one's a right-hander, but both very good in their own way.
Well, I'll bring Neville into the equation again after this ball. And Kratzmann pushes away on the offside. I said to Neville last night, well, we've got the two brothers, one's playing today and the other one's not playing today, so he'd be here watching. No. I said, okay. Are you sure you want more time to think about that answer? No. There was no malice in it at all, but he just said, no, he doesn't want to come and watch the cricket all the time. He's playing us every second day. But I just wonder what it would be like watching your brother. It's like the Murphy brothers.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Pete. I'm sure best wishes are always there, watching on from the sidelines. Mason just angling that one down the leg side as
Yep.
Kratzmann knocks it into the wicket square. It's the end of 6 overs, 1 for 19. Men's fourth is 7. Kratzmann yet to score. Mason has bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. Very tidy start.
Good start too. And one further snippet, then I'll leave Neville alone because he's down below and he's a good man. And he said, "Oh yeah," he said, "one of the sons loves to go shooting." And I said, "Shooting?" He said, "Well, hunting. It's best if I say hunting because when we get to the end of a journey like Mildura, etc., he might disappear into the bush, but he takes a bow and arrow."
Bow and arrow.
Yes.
Classic.
It's like, yeah,
Bit of a lost
Cowboys
art
and
form.
Indians.
Yeah, lost art form, really, when you think about it.
I know. And of course, there's such a link when you talk about players like Matthew Hayden up in Queensland, and he used to go fishing, well, probably still does, but
Yeah.
yeah, and where we're staying at a place called Gol, there's always someone on the river first thing in the morning having a fish, looking to not capture the elusive carp, but maybe get a Murray cod if you like. I've never caught a Murray cod, have you?
No, I haven't. Lots of carp, but not
Yep.
not too many cod over the journey as we get some more details coming in from Jim Mason with that previous wicket from Scott Mason. He became the second New Zealander to take 80 wickets in all O50s matches, has 80 at 24.23, only Andrew Nuttall, 82, is ahead of him. But
Right.
the way Scott's going, he's closing in on that target, isn't he?
He is. And Richard Horner, who lives the life of a scorer. And you have to really, don't you? You
Yeah.
need to be able to have all this information that needs to be addressed and passed on almost immediately. Mark Horswell is a scorer for the Australian A over 50s. And it's an art form. You can't go for a wander and say, "Oh, look, I need to go away for 5 minutes." Excuse me, you're going nowhere. Sit down and
fully
start
committed.
dotting with your coloured pens.
As we see Darren Sears into the attack now from that San Mateo Avenue end, but men's fourth continues with another strong blow down the ground. We'll catch that one on replay. Gets it through the extra cover region. Looking comfortable at the crease. Men's fourth would have played a bit of his cricket locally here at this venue.
Yes, he looks as if he's enjoying himself out there. Wonder what the message was to be delivered by the pugnacious Richard Gabb, who loves to play cricket at the highest level and loves to have a W beside his name for every game, and that, of course, is a win.
Yeah.
So he'd be ready to go, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's exciting to watch. He's always busy out there in the middle. And he'll be liking this platform his top order are putting together here. That run rate around 3.7 at the moment. Of course, a low-scoring day yesterday, Walshy, so a bit hard to gauge
Yep.
what would have been a par score. Today, a different day, of course. Would have thought 200's got to be somewhere in the mindset. As Kratzmann is pushing forward and defending out towards short cover.
It was a strange day for lots of reasons yesterday because only a total of 121, I'll pause. And at one stage, the score was 5 for 56. And you thought, well, 5 for 56, possibilities, but Clark and Kratzmann were ready to get themselves organised, and they did so, and the chase was theirs.
Bit of extra flight that time from Sears, but Kratzmann is up to the challenge as he pushes down the ground for a single. That will be 7 completed overs. And Australia A are 1 for 25. Kratzmann 1, men's fourth 12. Wybird was the first man out this morning, bowled by Scott Mason for 10.
Now, I have to tell my Richard Hadley story. Very short and sharp. He was over as a commentator at the Adelaide Oval when New Zealand were playing, and I went through the normal process of trying to work out whether or not I could get an interview, and Brian Waddle was extremely helpful, wonderful man, very good broadcaster. And I approached Richard Hadley, and when he left the commentary box, everybody knew who he was, and they all wanted autographs, which was fine. And he said, "No, well, look, there's no reasons for us to talk I'm happy to do an interview, but let's go back to where I'm staying at the hotel, which was only 10 minutes away from the Adelaide Oval. So I went with him to the hotel and we sat down for half an hour. And I was just amazed. Amazed at the man giving of his time. We chatted away, and then I said, look, thank you so much. It's been an absolute delight. And he said, well, I'm heading back to the Adelaide Oval, and we walked back together. And just the way that the Hadley connection, the Walter Hadley with the cricket bat signed by him and Richard signing it, and just thinking, I'm in the presence of one of the best bowlers in the world that's ever been seen. And perhaps, was he the best New Zealand quickie bowler?
Have to be right up there, wouldn't he? I think if you look at the stats over the years, wouldn't be too many better.
No. I used to like watching Danny Morrison bowl. He was pretty quick. And then, of course, unfortunately, we lost Martin Crowe. But Jeff Crowe, so much did he have as an involvement with cricket as an official, but also as a player. And we saw a fair bit of him too. So they had some good players, all right. They did. Can you remember the underarm ball?
I don't think we could ever forget that, Peter.
Well, I thought I'd throw it to you and then be quiet for a while.
Yeah. When you think of Richard, of course, I mean, he played through an era where, as a country, they didn't enjoy a lot of success.
No, that's true.
Which was unfortunate. But, his exploits and efforts with bat and ball were great to watch from afar.
And I used to love the spinning of Daniel Vittori and the wily Jeremy Coney, who was always on the move. He was a very clever and enterprising cricketer who was out there, and no dull moments in his life. No, it was all good.
Captained his country, of course.
He
was
did.
a great slipsfieldsman as well, the big fella.
Yep. One of my really, really exciting tours was over in New Zealand, just going away for a holiday and then going to the museum and having a look at the big statue of Martin Crowe and the writings of what he had done for New Zealand cricket, and thinking, I saw him play, saw him play, and you saw him walk out nonchalant, get to the crease, and then it was as if, this is my background, this is my playroom, I'll do what I need to do, and he pretty much did quite often.
Yeah. So we return now to Darren Sears. And not a lot of support from behind the wicket, but Darren was pretty keen on that one as it struck the pad. Umpire unmoved at that San Mateo Avenue end.
Now, is there any significance? Now, pardon me for asking those questions, but when you mentioned the end, is there any significance with the name of the end?
Just the fact that San Mateo Avenue
okay.
Or actually runs across that way. I guess it's 11th Street as it heads down that way, as it looks like. We've had another breakthrough here for the Kiwis. Ball is caught there by Scott Mason, who's well and truly into the game. And it will be second wicket of this opening session. Just when looked like there's nicely Jed Mensfield on his way. 12 Court Mason bowled Sears, so 2-5. So a bit of a similar pattern as we saw yesterday, Pete. Regular wickets falling in the opening power play.
Yes, they'd be happy. They'd be happy with that, getting together and being chatted to. They'd be thrilled at picking up those 2 wickets. And look, we've had some traffic from those messaging and saying, look, don't write New Zealand off yet, because if they have a win and they win by a lot and their run rate's up, etc., etc. Well, that's a possibility. We know that. But it's important for them because they haven't got a W in their column, and they'd like to be able to finish this tri-series with a win.
They sure would, as Ashley Hardy's the new man to the crease. He's been another consistent performer for the A team. Likes to keep the score moving.
There's some big raps about him too, about not only is he a good batsman, but in the field
he's a dynamo, isn't he?
Yeah, apparently so. I'm trying to remember the bits and pieces that I've seen him in action, Ashley, and we'll have a good look this time, because we might get more of a chance to just see how slick he is.
These two came together for a great stand back in Game 3 at Chafee Park, Mildura. Kratzmann ended with 88, Hardy 54. So it's the man out in the deep on the onside, which is Mason, stationed at backward square. Also got a sweeper out. He was originally on the cover boundary. They'll just push him around a little bit, square it. So Hardy gets over the top of that and defends nicely. Looks to be another wicket where it's going to take a little time to get settled.
Any lot of consternation about when you win the toss, sending the opposition in?
Well, it seems to be something that the Kiwis are more than happy to do. Like to be able to chase and know what they're going for in the second session. On the flip side of the coin, it's always that runs on the board mentality as well, isn't it? So
true.
One just standing up on the wicket a little bit there as Hardy allows it to go through to the keeper. So scores 2 for 25. Kratzmann has 1, Hardy yet to score. And Sears has really slipped into a nice line of length. Coming on to replace Richard Petrie, so that's the end of 9. It's 2 for 25. Run rate currently at 2.78.
Now, my screen's doing weird things, so perhaps for the benefit of those who might have just joined us, could you just give us the details as to the two batsmen out, if you don't mind, please, Pat?
Can do that. Paul Wyberg was out bowled Mason for 10, and Mensforth caught Mason bowled Sears for 12.
Very good. Very impressive then. You knew that straight away, and I'm deeply impressed.
It's easy when the scorecard's just over to the wide left.
Well, we've got... This is a good trivia question here, but... because we're not too sure as to how you can give the answer. What appliance have we got in the commentary box, which is a little bit of a surprise here in Mildura? What appliance have we got? Mm-hmm.
I'm just scouring the desk in front of us as we speak.
Yes. Yes, I must say too, this is a helpful hint. This appliance wasn't brought to the ground by me, but was dropped off by a very good friend of mine because the thoughts were we might need this appliance because of the weather.
Well, I'm just now looking at a little black fan on
Right,
the screen.
you've done it.
That might be, that will come in very handy later in the afternoon session.
Look, if you're in the system and you're not too far away from the Sarah Oval, the slip-slop slap, I'm dead serious about that because if you're sitting out in the sun and you've got a fairly substantial snorkel that needs to be covered, well, go for it because it is hot.
Yeah, it's certainly been one of the warmer days. Probably we go back to day number 1 in Wentworth where it was around 27 degrees, but we had a bit of wind to deal with that day. The wind's disappeared a little in this opening session. There's another probing length delivery there from Mason as Kratzmann's able to work a gap, backward a point for a single.
Just watching Kratzmann going through for that single, there was no need to rush, but is he okay? They looked as if they're just a little bit of a limp.
Yeah, I guess just the wear and tear of a constant campaign over the last 5 or 6 days.
Yeah. And that's the key issue that you bring up too, Pat, with your knowledge, and that is man management or body management to make sure that you're okay for turning it around as soon as the day is finished, an ice bath or whatever, and getting ready for the next day.
I know there's been plenty of talk out of the Commodore Hotel. The boys have enjoyed the icy confines of the swimming pool. Mm-hmm. As that one goes down the leg side, will be signalled wide by the umpire.
Is that Jeff Charlesworth out there again today?
Yes, indeed.
He wasn't there yesterday, but I'm happy to say that he's there, which is good. The umpire from, well, playing days and now officiating days. Loves his cricket too, doesn't he?
Sure does. This time it's Hardy looking to open up through the offside. Can't find the gap. Kiwis have got a well-protected offside on the ring. And it's short cover, short third man. Backward point, cover in mid-off. So Hardy is edging away to that man at short third, and that is the end of the 10th over. 2 for 29, Australia Ray. New Zealand winning the toss, electing to field. Kratzmann is 4, Hardy yet to score. Mason 5 overs, 1 for 6.
That's tidy bowling, exactly what would be required. The skipper would be thinking, yep, that's what we need. With Wybird out for 10, bowled by Mason, and Mensforth caught by Mason off the bowling of Sears for 12, 1 for 19 and 2 for 25. It's now 2 for 29 with Kratzmann on 4 and Hardy yet to score. So you'd expect this would be a partnership where they'd like to be around for quite a while now.
No doubt about that. We can see Kelvin Scott, starting to warm up, so maybe he may be coming to the attack shortly for the New Zealand team. As we just wait on Kratzmann here at the club room's end of Sarah Oval. That one almost squeezing through there as Kratzmann just shuffled forward.
Isn't it amazing when we look, and you've seen a lot of cricket in your day, Pat, when the batsman's ready, and in this situation, Kratzmann has his bat lifted from the terra firma. Now he settles in again. They've all got those little idiosyncrasies that would not fit in with one player, yes, next player, no, and they've all got the little bits and pieces, haven't they?
Kratzmann turning the ball around the corner, but Kiwis have a man there on the 45. And it's Matt Everest who's having a run out in the outfield today doing the work. One of the mainstays for the bat with the Kiwis yesterday, Matt.
He was. Well, very true.
What we have seen from Kratzmann Walshy in this competition, that he's really been a slow build, hasn't he? He's got himself organised and settled at the crease and picks his moment to elevate the run rate.
It's a good test for them today too, to be out there for a long period of time. Of course, there's so much sport that's on. The Brownlow medal's on tonight. Patrick Cripps is the favourite, although I think the guy who might poll the most number of votes won't be able to win because he was suspended, and that's Isaac Heaney. But you just don't know, do you?
No. It can be a bit of a lottery. Really, you sit home and watch the votes being called out.
Yes, it's a week where there's specials and all the people that have played in the game at the highest level want to say something, so there's no shortage of it, is there? And are you into Melbourne Storm in the rugby league?
I'm a Raiders man, but I'll, considering that Canberra aren't there, I'll be keen to see how the Storm can progress.
Yep.
As Kratzmann will find some space there, just backward a square for another single. It's the end of 11, 2 for 30. Kratzmann is 5. Hardy still yet to score. Sears has bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. Mason 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6. So these two in tandem have really done a nice job just putting a little bit of a tail on that run rate after it was an enterprising start from Wybird and Mensforth early.
Just noticing too to our left, is there a bit of secret men's business going on there with 2 Australians who occupy positions of authority as officials? There's a bit of chin wagging going on. Can you pick up what they're saying? You might have to ask them.
I'm a little bit adrift, unfortunately, Walsh. You can't quite...
No, I'm just wondering if there's anything to report. I always love it when someone comes up and speaks and then tries to disappear without any information that we need to know about that, sir.
Just doing some information for Tel for his reports.
Oh, doing information for Telf for his reports. Thank you very much for passing that on, but you can pass on our message back to Telf to say he should be doing it himself. Thank you.
I think he uses AI, Walshy.
Yes.
Oh, isn't that good though? Like the information that is shared, sometimes the information isn't shared on a voluntary basis, but it's handy for us to know.
Yep.
True.
Kelvin Scott into the attack. Starting out around the wicket to the left-handed Kratzman. One a little upish to the offside.
I've only had the pleasure of speaking to Mark and speaking to Andrew, but not at the same time like doing interviews with the two of them. And I don't know whether there's a significant similarity in personalities between the two of them. I've only had a chat, of course, to Neville regarding the two boys, but the pride there is so existent for what they've done in their sport. And it appears as if it goes right through the family.
Mm. Kratzman's forcing through on the offside. Just managed to get past the man at short extra cover. Picks up the single.
You know, the days of going and watching the cricket and not having information like numbers on their backs and names on their backs, how did we cope?
It's a good question, isn't it? Yeah.
We used to walk into the Adelaide Oval or even the Bellerive Oval in Hobart. And when the Australians played Sri Lanka in their first test at the Bellerive Oval in Hobart, first test in Tasmania, these Sri Lankans ran onto the ground and I thought, well, who are they?
Yeah.
Who are they? And thank goodness Aravinda de Silva was one of the smallest players and Ravi Radnaika was one of the tallest players, so at least we had some idea. But this is where it's at now. Information, someone driving past in a car, turning left off Deakin Avenue into 11th Avenue, coming down to the Sarah Oval, and they might not have any idea as to what's going on, and they look and they see a number and they see a name, and
yep.
I just think that's so, so important, and it's happening at all sports.
So we complete 12th over here, this opening session. Australia are 2 for 31. Batting first after being sent in by New Zealand.
The Kratzman 6 off 26.
Been very watchful, hasn't
he? Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
I think you can see there's certainly something big on offer here if he can see it through. Bat some time here.
There's a fish shop around the corner too in case we get hungry. Although the salad rolls have been good.
They've been very, very nice, haven't they?
Yep. Yeah, I managed to spill, I think it was about 1 kilo of mayonnaise all over myself yesterday. I was pretty happy about that. I think it was a personal best.
Kratzman again just tucking up around a backward square for another single. Even though the field, Pete, looked like they're reasonably close in on the ring there, there's still runs to be had there.
Yeah, I'm going to, at some stage today, find out if, and I'm not pushing this point, but it just seems to me that Mark isn't running 100% freely. It's normal, I'm being told. Okay. It's Mark Horswell who is the scorer. But he just looked as if he was favouring one of the legs. And I don't suppose, as we've already had a busted Achilles tendon and we've had a dicky groin, so we've had a few injuries. Let's hope that no further injuries as the players get through now to the end of this tri-series. And then, of course, we've got a fair bit happening over the weekend and into next week.
Yeah, T20 mode we'll move into. Hardy is taking that one around the corner. Didn't quite make full connection. In fact, didn't strike the bat, according to the umpire. It's come off the pad, so leg boy added to the tally, 2 for 33.
Now here's some information to be shared by me to you, Pat. These two batsmen have accumulated 7 runs in 37 deliveries.
Slow going, you'd say.
Yeah. I know there's only a couple down, I know that, and they're building a partnership, but it's good tidy bowling. And full credit to the New Zealanders, who are working pretty hard at their game, as Adil Samani, the captain, doing some work by adjusting the field on the offside.
Kratzmann getting full connection with this time as he heads out towards the wicket boundary. And that will advance the score along to 2 for 37.
He might have been listening to our call.
Yeah, maybe. He goes to 11. Hardy yet to score. So we can watch the replay once again.
A couple of food trucks parked over there, and they've gone off now in different directions, having a quick early lunch. Good place to be, to just cruise in here and sit down and watch what's happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you think about it, Pat, you've watched a lot of sport, you've called a lot of sport. For people who are in the Mildura area, this is Australia playing, and again, Australia playing tomorrow. How often can you say that you've seen an Australian team playing at this level in cricket, as we see another swat away on the onside, another boundary, or is it? There's some running, and we're waiting to see whether the ball has reached the boundary. It has. But you're seeing Australia play, so come here and say hello.
Yeah, I think you'd have to cast your mind back. We had the Cricket Under-19 World Cup here many, many years ago. And we were talking earlier in the tournament, Peter, about the Cavaliers and World Series days playing some of their games over on Turf 1 there at the trotting track. But, yeah, it is a rarity, I think, in these parts to see certainly Australia and New Zealand going head-to-head.
And the rivalry between the two countries, it's friendly in certain ways because we know we have some fun when we get beaten by them all the time in rugby league, or rugby union, I should say. But it's a good rivalry.
Yeah, I think the two countries are very similarly aligned, aren't they? And there's a good selection of expats that have made the move across the ditch and live in Australia.
You know, I talked about Richard Hadley earlier on, but my favourite New Zealand player, without question, was Danny Morrison. Bowled quickly, loved his cricket, did a lot of work on radio too, and articulated extremely well, and so much respect for him from so many other players.
It's Tom Hardy's going to beat the man at short cover. Pick up a single. Bowled a really nippy outswinger, Danny, didn't he?
He did.
Good swinger of the ball.
He did. And there's a milestone. I shouldn't say that, I'm being a bit sarcastic. Ashley Hardy is off the mark.
Well, he's been, unusually quiet because he's certainly got going pretty much straight away at the crease so far in the tournament. But again, I think it's a similar thing to Kratzmann where they can see there is some runs on offer here. As Kratzmann pushes back to the bowler.
Yep. It's been a big few days for Cal Little, who was the curator, and he'd love the possibilities that fall into his lap of getting these pitches into spectacular condition. They need to be in that sort of condition, and as well as the players enjoying coming here, so too would Cal. I'm not sure what his dog's name is, but his dog has a bit to say too, doesn't he?
He's right-hand man, I think you'd have to say.
No, curators deserve every conceivable pat on the back for what they do.
Kratzmann just leaning back and not quite finding that gap there through point. You feel Walsh, it's starting to become a little bit easier now for Mark, isn't it? He's getting a bit more time over the ball.
Yes, he's laid the foundations now, a couple of boundaries recently, and it's 15 now of 34 deliveries. And Hardy at the opposite end, 1 of 17 after wickets fell at 19 with Weiberg out for 10 and Mensforth out for 12. It was 2 for 25. So this partnership now taking the score from 25 to 42, which is 17 runs. So starting to become just a little bit ominous, although I think I'm getting ahead of myself. It's only 17 runs.
Full length delivery there from Kelvin Scott. As Kratzmann Knocks it down towards mid-off, end of the over. 14 gone, 2 for 42. Mike Kratzman is 15. Ash Hardy is 1. Wickets to fall this morning. Wybird bowled Mason for 10. Men's fourth court, Mason bowled Sears for 12.
And Pat, you'll be with us, of course, for the busy week that follows. Now, for those that are not quite sure where they're at, can you give us a bit of a heads up as to what happens when this final is on tomorrow? Then we've got presentation of trophies, etc., etc. But then when can we expect the draftees to come forth and get themselves involved?
Yeah, well, the action will get underway on the AFL Grand Final public holiday Friday. Have a couple of days of downtime, which seem to be well timed, Walshy, because it looks like we are going to get a decent drop of rain Wednesday, which might just freshen up some of our outfields around town. We'd expect more players to start coming in to the district in the next 24 to 48 hours. I know Richard Horner was saying there's a few Kiwis who aren't in this tournament that will be a part of the T20s who will be arriving shortly. So there's going to be a lot of people in the region, I think, over the weekend. It's going to be busy times.
Be a lot of colour where the shops are because all of the uniforms are looking quite resplendent, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yep.
Where's yours? Have you got one?
Not yet. I think I might have to hit up the great man for my outfit.
Oh, I wouldn't be going for Telf. It's taken me 6 months to get a pair of socks and one of them's got a hole in it. So how do you think I'm going? Although, I got a Kiwi badge yesterday and it's on my cap.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I got one of those too. They're good, aren't they?
Oh, they're wonderful. I think I stuck it in my head instead of just going through the cap. So,
so it looks like Mark Murphy will take up the attack now from that 11th Street Sam Matteo end. And Hardy watchful there as he pushes it back into the wicket. Murphy's been a wicket taker, hasn't he, over the past couple of games?
Yeah, he has.
Runs for the Australians there coming out into the cover region.
It's interesting the expectations that we have when we're talking up Ashley Hardy, and he's taking his time. 2 off 14, 2 for 43 is the score, 30.4 overs remaining. But he wants to be there and to stay there for the duration, I reckon, as many minutes as possible to face as many deliveries as possible to get himself ready for the final.
So there's some extra protection coming over onto the offside here for Murphy. Samani, the skipper, has got himself stationed in that short cover region. So Murphy gives that one a little extra flight. It's pushed down towards mid-off for no run. Murphy looking to hustle through here. And that's a nice shot there from Kratzman. Good control with the top hand. Has found the gap through the covers. Get through for 2. And that will take the tally along to 2 for 45 as we get close to our first drinks session of the day. I think the players will be looking forward to that too, Walshy. It's a little warmer here at Sarah Oval this morning.
Well done too to those who've organised a slurp, because there's plenty of cold water downstairs in the ice, and we have of course some salad rolls that the players look after. That's during the break in innings, and so the rehydration is the absolute key, says he who doesn't drink enough water.
Kratzman again finding some room outside the off, picks up another single. So 15 overs gone, 2 for 46. Kratzman is 18, Hardy is 2. Murphy none for 4 from his first over. And Walshy, we might take an opportunity to have a brief spell while the drinks come onto the field. And we'll be back with a live action shortly.
Yeah, do some bungee jumping, will you please? And then leap out and then wipe that bird you-know-what off the window, and I'll be pleased. You can do that?
Leave it with me, Walshy. We'll be back shortly. So we're back live after our first drinks break of the morning. Kelvin Scott continuing, 2 for 46. More information being passed over, Walshy, which we love to see.
We do. Richard Horner, who I think gets mileage out of this because I think he's paid in Kiwi dollars for...
The amount of stats that he can
That's
overlay. I
That's
like
it.
it, yeah.
And we're also reliably informed that unless you've got a birthday when you're over in Australia from New Zealand, you're not going to get a Cheerio. So Kelvin Scott's birthday today, he's 56, so happy birthday to you, Kelvin. And you join, of course, the Murphy brothers, Simon Murphy and Mark Murphy, who were both 50 yesterday. And we're not too sure as to whether they were able to celebrate because Simon unfortunately hurt his groin. Anyway, let's not get into the medical side of things, but I'm not too sure what the setup is to get your groin better. I'm looking at you, Pat, for some sort of assistance, and you're giving me nothing.
I'm just trying to organise a link for someone to just text me he's got the wrong information to be watching the live stream. I'll get back onto that. Groins, yeah, no, I've had some issues with those over the years, but...
Have you now?
I think rest is the key.
Yes, well, that's... yeah, okay, well, it's still yours, but anyway. No, but look, the guy that... look, you always have sympathy, and I'd never had the pleasure of meeting Owen Gilchrist. Never had the pleasure, and then saw him a couple of days ago. I think I might have been at Merbean, and he was sitting there and he had the moonboot on, and I was aware of the fact that he'd had some issues and he'd broken or busted or done some significant damage to his Achilles. And I went over and had a chat to him, and it was just when the playing of the national anthem, and he wasn't up there, and he said, "Oh no, well look, I'm not part of the team now." I said, "Of course you are. Of course you're part of the team." He said, "Oh look, I'm feeling pretty flat," and he was. But then he was good enough to come and talk to us on the radio and explain about what had happened, about medically he was sorted out immediately and was told that these sorts of injuries are going to cost him something away from the sport that he loves for a period of time. But then when he went back to Queensland, he'd be sorted out. And then the more feedback I got from other team members was, look, he's going to be really missed a lot because he's a good batsman, opening batsman, and a wicket keeper.
Absolutely.
And a really nice guy, and he's got the moonboot on, and he was there again yesterday, and I went over and said hello, and yeah, it was good to be able to pass that on because it's a family affair and it is the spirit of cricket, and we want to be able to bring you all of the stories, and that was one of them where we hope it's going to be a good result after he goes through what is now going to be some patience in his rehabilitation.
And some time too, Peter, those injuries that do take a little while to come good from.
You know, I know I'm digressing, but Oscar McInerney, who's the big ruckman for Brisbane, when he gets whacked and then you see him leaving the ground in on a stretcher going to hospital, well, his season's finished. It's just bad luck, isn't it?
It's the nature of sport, I guess, Pete. Any given time, something could happen to you, I guess.
Yeah. True enough. Now, what are we going to get? What sort of a total now with the score of 2 for 47 and we are in the 17th over?
Well, I'm still thinking around that 200-ish mark. I mean, the ground is running pretty quickly. As we can see, Kratzmann just giving himself some room there to launch that one through mid-wicket once again. I well see the Kiwis just add a little extra protection on that onside boundary because Kratzmann is starting to get himself moving nicely now.
Yes, he just leans into that shot and he collected it so smoothly.
He has that low centre of gravity where he can get down low and over the top of the ball and control it over onto the onside. So he's gone to 22 now from his 45 deliveries, 2 for 51. Just tickled around the corner for a single. Interesting that they've still got that strong ring on the offside. Kratzmann is certainly taking profit from the gaps in that leg side field at the moment.
We mentioned earlier on too about, let's have a look, South Australia having 3 players in the squad, New South Wales 3, Tasmania 1, Queensland 1, 2, 3, ACT 1, Western Australia 1 and Victoria 1. And the reason I'm mentioning that is the completion of the over now. We've gone 17 overs, 2 for 52. Getting used to batting with someone that you don't know a lot about, or also when you're bowling and the field setting, etc. It's not just a matter of throwing the cards on the table and picking up here, there and everywhere, but it's the chemistry. I know you use that a lot, but chemistry of getting to know your teammates and what their strengths and weaknesses are, and making sure that you can gel quickly.
Yeah. A lot of these players have been a part of this setup and group for a little period of time now, so let's wait for Scott again. Kratzmann is hitting towards short cover. Aside from the games played, Peter, obviously these tournaments, there's the camaraderie of the off-field too, where you can get to know each other that little bit more.
We were mentioning yesterday, it was fascinating, Pat, that there is an indoors veterans cricket competition. Indoors.
Yeah. Well, indoor cricket was a big thing through the 80s and 90s. And both the War Boys, I think, represented not only their state but potentially Australia at that level. As Kratzmann will get that one down towards short third man for a single. Yeah, not quite sure the indoor game is quite at the peak of its powers as it might have been 10, 20 years ago, but it still is certainly played around the country. And there's a real skill set involved there. We haven't seen a lot of outdoor cricketers necessarily that have crossed over, because it is such a different game.
It is. Look, I've played the game at the very low level, but taking catches off nets and doing all those sorts of things, and it was good for me to be able to use more excuses then for performing poorly, because it's a game where you've got to use different skills.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you watch it at the highest level, you come away from it thinking those guys have got some talent.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
True. 2 for 53 in the 18th over. Kratzmann 23 and Hardy 3 out today. Wybird bowled Mason for 10 and Mensforth Court Mason bowled Sears for 12. Wickets falling at 19 and 25. And now it's 2 for 53. Sun is shining and it's a beautiful day.
This time Hardy gets one in his wheelhouse, full and on the pads. We'll go all the way down to the long on boundary for 4. First real sign of intent for Mash so far in this innings. That'll certainly boost his confidence as he goes to 7. Kratzmann 23, 2 for 57 at the end of 18.
He's faced 20 deliveries and that by far his most handsome shot so far.
Probably his first real opportunity to sweat on a little bit of extra length there, because they've bowled to him pretty decently so far in this morning session.
Yep. And the one thing that I've noticed, and you've got a sharper eye than me, but the number of times that after each over the batsmen are stretching, making sure that they're trying to get themselves organised for every muscle that they're using. And similarly, that's what's happening with Hardy at the moment. He's just doing a bit of pushing and shoving and getting himself ready.
Kratzmann is hitting down the ground, unable to pick up a run. Once again, Kratzmann can't beat the man at long on.
Now, I've got a curly one for you here, Pat, because at the end of the tournament, which is tomorrow with the grand final, we have the side that's in the system as there was almost the possibility of a catch then. The ball hit back down the ground in the air by Kratzmann, but they were able to get through for the single.
Looked to be a leading edge, I reckon. He was trying to turn that to the on and just got off balance a little and went straight down over the top of the umpire. Fell safely in the end, so he picks up the single.
Who wins the player of the tournament?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, isn't it? You think if Mark Kratzmann can build a really decent tally again here today, he'd have to be right in the mix for me.
48 and 88. He's got a couple of big scores. Andrew, 84 and 45 not out.
Yeah, they might share the trophy between the two of them.
Yep.
So Hardy will swing that run around backward a square. Will pick up a couple. Kratzmann's just got to hustle his way through to complete the second. Hardy is 9, Kratzmann 24, 2 for 60. I'm not sure who sits on the board to cast that decision, Peter. It'd be an interesting decision to make, I think.
It would
We've
be
seen
difficult,
some
yeah.
really good performances across the Tri-Series tournament so far.
And here we are suggesting that it's going to be a batsman. It mightn't be a batsman. It might be Brad Perdue. Is it the correct pronunciation?
Yep.
4 for 21. That wasn't bad.
Simon
And-
Waddington as well.
Oh, Simon Waddington. What a star he was yesterday to come up and sit down. He reminded me of someone like out of the real McCoys. He just gentle, laid back, had a bit of a chat, to no airs and graces. I'm thinking you better go now because you might have to put the pads on your fiver. Well, he was happy to join in and talk about a catch here and a catch there, and he just loves his cricket, whether he's bowling quick or slow.
Yeah.
Does them both, doesn't he?
Talented all-rounder, really.
Is he what? Yeah. Yep. And I think you hit the nail on the head with your knowledge, Pat. All-rounder. You're just not too sure what he can do, but everything he does pretty well.
Yeah. He's had some handy runs through the tournament and taken some of the best catches we've seen over the past week or so as well.
Yep, that's true.
So it looks like we might have a special guest coming in shortly as Peter Walsh will just take a spell. I think Clint Kebley will pop up shortly and have a chat to us. As the ball's taken around the corner. No addition to the tally, 2 for 61. This looks like Clint is in position to join us. Clint Kebley, thanks for coming upstairs today.
Good morning.
Beautiful sunny day in Mildura, almost a bit too warm.
Yeah, we decided to walk down to the ground today, actually.
Just a leisurely stroll.
Correct, about 20 minutes down the road.
Yeah, nice. So how long have you seen the last 20 minutes or so since you've been here? Or?
Yeah, just been having a chat downstairs, and the Aussie boys are working the ball around nicely with a couple of boundaries here and there.
You guys, of course, were in action here yesterday. How did you find the surface?
Difficult.
Tough to get going?
Very difficult.
Yeah.
Couple... it was good to get a win in the end of the day. So.
Kelvin Scott bowling to Hardy. He's looking to really start to get things moving along. These two look to really set the platform here, don't they? If they can bat for a good period of time, then certainly a tally around that 200-ish mark is achievable, isn't it?
I'd say at least, the 180 to 200 is where we need to be. You've got two different batsmen out there at the moment, and the left and the right certainly helps.
Adjusting the field and obviously the bowler's line and length. Scott has been operating both over and around the wicket. Once again, he's tightening up just outside the off as it's pushed into the wicket square there by Hardy. Into the 20th, 2 for 62, Kratzman 25, Hardy is 9. Wickets to fall this morning, Wyberg bowled Mason for 10 and Mensforth caught Mason bowled Sears for 12. Talking to Clint Kebley from the Australian team. Now, Clint, of course, you've made the move up the order with the unfortunate injury to Owen Gilchrist, so you've been batting a bit more up the top. You're normally a number 3 bat. How have you found that?
Certainly, it's been challenging, but enjoyed it at the same time. Done a little bit of opening in grade cricket for my local club, Toombul, in the one-dayers. Bat 5 for Queensland, but enjoyed the opportunity to bat up the top with Macy.
Yeah, ball comes on a little bit quicker with the newer ball. The field are up a bit more so you can go over the top if you like to get on with the job.
Certainly like to get things moving, and I suppose yesterday the aim was there to come out with some intent and put some pressure back on the Kiwis.
The opening day you had a little bit of a groin niggle, but everything seems to be going okay on that front.
Yeah, it was a calf cramping of more.
Yep.
And I put it down to not having enough liquid on board. So it
was warm that first day, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the prep wasn't quite right for me in that we flew out early morning the day before.
Yep.
Had a couple of hours at the airport, and then a 4-hour bus ride, and not enough liquid on board.
We're only just talking to Welshie before. I think the two of us are offenders in that category as well. I think we all go without water a bit from time to time.
Yeah.
But it is an important factor when you're playing a long period, over a week or so of constant cricket. You need to keep the fluids up, don't you?
Certainly, and I soon changed that and got the liquids on board that afternoon.
Yep.
And been okay since. So looking forward to tomorrow to go again.
Yeah, grand final tomorrow. As we wait on Murphy. Hardy is advancing, hits out to the man there on long on boundary, picks up another single, 2 for 64. You're talking about your career at Toombul. That's pretty much where you play most of your cricket back home?
I started in Victoria, actually.
Is that right?
So we came out from South Africa back in 1975.
Yeah,
and,
right.
lived in Victoria most of my life.
Okay.
So grew up down the Mornington Peninsula.
Yep, so more hard wicket cricket there, I guess?
Yeah, and then moved into with Frankston.
Yep.
So Frankston started as a sub-district club back in the day, and a real family sub-district club.
Yep.
And then moved into Frankston Peninsula as a district club in the early 90s.
Yep.
I was lucky enough to play first grade there for a year, and then moved on to Hawthorn.
Based out of Waverley then, were they?
Correct, yeah. So I got married and moved closer to town from a work point of view as well, and ended up playing at Hawthorn. And eventually ended up back in Queensland with work.
Yeah, okay. It's funny how work just takes you around the countryside sometimes, doesn't it?
And got into veterans cricket at around 48 with Toombul through their 40s and then into their 50s from there. Captain 4th grade for the last 5 years for Toombul, and now just a selector and a coach down there.
Yep. It's great, the pathways for the vets. Now that we've got the 40s, the 50s, 60s and 70s, it's just the progression. You can just keep on playing through. And what that does, it obviously aligns the bodies, I guess. You don't want to be, say, playing 50s when you've or 40s, say, when you've got the older boys that you're coming up against. So you can just keep the skill sets pretty even right through those age categories. Yeah,
I'm 55 early next year, so I've a good 4 years. And obviously enjoying the chances with the Australian squad at the moment, and got back from the UK in July, and then obviously now in Mildura, and then we've got nationals in November with the Queensland, trying to defend that Div 1 title.
Now, tell us, has the baggage arrived back from the old dart yet? I know there's a few issues coming up to Mildura. You're waiting on some kit?
No, it hasn't. So apparently the first week in October it's due back. So we had a situation. My wife Michelle travelled with us to the UK, and we decided to, while we were there, to do a bit of travelling, and we're on a tour, and there wasn't any room for the actual kit bag.
Right, so you had to put it back on the boat.
I put it on the boat, and I thought it would be, sort of 7-8 weeks, and it's going to end up being about 90 days.
Wow.
I think there was a few issues with customs.
Yep. The balls are taken down towards the mid-off boundary here. Hardy's back for 2. And I think it might just have enough legs to get there. As the umpire signals 4. So Hardy 14, 2 for 68 in the 21st over. Kratzman is 26. Talking to Aussie batsman Clint Kebley. And this is the beauty with obviously being able to tour countries, and obviously ongoing into next year. Should you make the Australian setup, you go to Sri Lanka, you get those cultural experiences that you probably would never have dreamed of.
No, exactly. Veterans cricket's given us that opportunity to establish friends, not only locally, but within Australia and now internationally.
Yep.
It's a fantastic opportunity to play against other countries and experience the way they go about it. Certainly the English are very professional in the way they go about it. They're very fortunate to have their county set up, and it's like they're playing against each state every week.
Yeah, bit of a luxury really, isn't it?
It is, and the competition's great. Whereas we get to play obviously once a year against our states. But Brisbane's got a very good setup as far as the 50s are concerned, with their different divisions, and you can play at any sort of level.
I guess the beauty up north is As far as the Sunny Coast and Gold Coast are concerned, they have those earlier seasons that play through that back end of winter, so you can almost get the double run through there. If you then go into the Brisbane scene that starts that little bit later in the season.
Yeah, well, we're really fortunate in that we can play all year round.
Yeah.
So our over 50s is played through winter.
Right. Conditions are fine.
Yeah, Wicket's a little bit slower.
Yeah.
But we play every second week, and we enjoy our cricket all year round.
Yeah.
Really fortunate that we're able to do that.
We couldn't do that in Melbourne, that's for sure.
I can remember playing in Melbourne. You're lucky to get on in October.
Yeah.
And then the wickets are pretty green and sticky, whereas our grade, we're finished our T20 comp already.
Okay.
Started in August, so our ones and twos playing a T20, and then
So we see Kratzmann getting into position beautifully again as he just swivels and turns that one down. Might not quite get the line down there, I reckon, at fine leg. Decent hustle coming in there from John Gary, I think it was down there. He's managed to retrieve it, but they'll get through for 3. So 2 for 71, Kratzmann 27, Hardy 16. Only 2, actually. Okay, so I think they were pretty confident it was going to get to the boundary there, Clint. They just backed off a little.
Yeah.
It looked like it was going well, didn't it?
This ground's run really well from an outfield point of view. You got some good value yesterday when you pierced the field.
Yep.
The ball ran to the fence, which was nice.
Nicely bowled there by Homan, just outside the off stump as Kratzmann just overbalances. And that is the end of the 22nd over. So 2 for 73, Kratzmann 29, Hardy is 16. Tomorrow we move to the Mildura Senior College, which I think you'll find too is a nicely cut grass sort of facility, which you'll get good value. It's one of those grounds, it's not big, it has a little bit in it for the bowler, but certainly there's runs to be had as well, so it sets up a treat, I reckon, for a grand final.
Really looking forward to it tomorrow. I was actually catching up, noticed Ben bowl that last over.
Yep.
He's one of the new guys on the scene. I think his daughter's actually moved to the Gold Coast.
Okay, yeah.
So Ben was pretty keen to maybe have a trundle in the winter next year.
Yeah, well, a welcome addition, no doubt.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. As Murphy continues, he's into his 5th over, 1 for 14. We have seen pace off be a big factor in this tournament so far as well. I mean, the slow bowlers have really dictated the terms at times.
Yeah, the slow bowlers can certainly make hard work of it for you as a batsman. It means you've got to actually hit the ball.
So Hardy looks to try and find the gap there, but once again, John Gary been busy in the field for the Grey Caps.
Moves quite well. I think he was involved in the run out with with Macy and I earlier in the tournament.
Yep. Of course, one of the top order stars for the bat for the Kiwis. Got a 40-odd in his first outing, but hasn't quite got things going yet. Hopefully later on today we'll get to see more from John. So you talked about the Nationals. We move forward there to Newcastle, which is a nice part of the world, and there's some pretty good grounds to play on there.
No, really looking forward to that in November. So we're going to drive down.
Take it all in.
Take it in there. Yeah, we'll probably take a day to drive down, stop at Port Macquarie on the way for the night,
Yep.
have a meal, etc. And that gives Michelle some flexibility when we're there. I think her parents are pretty keen to come down. They miss Melbourne.
Yep.
So they're quite keen followers, and they'll follow us around the country.
It's great to have the support, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I'm lucky enough. My mum and dad, bit of a grown nomad. And they travel to Queensland every year to come up and see us,
Yep.
and then they travel slowly back down to Melbourne. And this year they decided to, they had an 80th to go to and a few other things, so they decided to detour into Mildura and watch the Tri-Series first of all, and then the T20 next week as well.
So you're sticking around for that?
Yeah, so I'm vice captain of the Saxon Kings.
Okay.
Had a chat to Andrew Sharp this morning, the captain, who I toured with in the UK. So we'll get together before that kicks off. And there's a few. Stephen Mace is with us. Guy Randall's with us.
Got a bit of a squad together there?
Yeah, a couple of old Australians. Gavin Brown.
Oh, yeah.
So really looking forward to that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be colourful. Some of those kits have come up an absolute dream, haven't they?
Yeah. So I've got the Saxons hat on today.
Nice. So Hardy's opening up through the offside. Now, once you get through this Mildura Festivale, you'll have a little bit of... We go back to play a bit of club cricket before Newcastle. We'll have a bit of a break.
Well, I'll certainly be involved in club cricket.
Yep.
Our lower grades play two-grade cricket. There is a one-day comp just before Christmas. So the aim will be to maybe play a couple of games here and there before November. Certainly having a hit,
Yep.
whether it be Thursday afternoon or on a weekend with some friends.
2 for 75, 50 partnership now. Kratzman on 28, Hardy 18.
These two had a good partnership the other day, actually.
Yeah.
Again. So they obviously bat well together and rotate nicely, the left and the right hand.
As that one's going to get through the man at short cover. They'll pick up a single. How have you found the two times when you've crossed over and played the A-boys? Is it a bit of a unique sort of feeling? Or?
Yeah, it's always some feeling.
Yeah, yeah.
I know a teammate of mine, Chris Lanigan, got me out last game.
Yep, he's been bowling beautifully over the last couple of games, hasn't he?
Yeah, he got me to nick off the glove and watched the replay the other night, and he sort of was quite vocal past me.
Yes, yes, we did see that.
That's all good fun.
Yes.
We're pretty close, Lanners and I. We play for the same Brisbane club, and we've played some over 40s together as well.
Yep.
We don't live too far away from each other, so we train a bit together. It's all good fun.
Yeah, that's the key factor, isn't it? Fun.
It was a good enough ball to get me out. So
yeah, that's right.
I had a couple of things to say to him when I hit him to the fence as well. So
comes around, goes around, as
Correct.
they say, Clint. Yeah. As we complete 24, might keep you for one more and let you get back downstairs. 2 for 78. Kratzman is 30. Hardy is 20. And as we said a little earlier, we feel that 200 would certainly be in the mindset of the A-boys. Maybe even a little bit of drift of that. In those first couple of days, we saw scores of around 220, which were certainly more than competitive.
yeah, certainly on both occasions we made the 223 and 227. I think the outfields were a little bit slower on those days.
Probably worth 250 on a ground like this.
Yeah, certainly the outfield, you get a little bit more benefit for your shots here, and they might go to the fence instead of running through. So, maybe that 220 mark again becomes the target, and then New Zealand need to chase from there.
Go back with Mark Murphy to his 6th over. Full length. Ball is flat batted, almost tennis style there by Kratzman. Trying to get it towards the long on boundary. Nice bit of work by the Grey Caps out in the deep. Restricting it to 2. 2 for 80. Saying to Walshy earlier, there will be a team of the tournament selected when we get our presentations done after the grand final tomorrow, and there's been some really good performances right across the board.
Yeah, certainly everyone. There's been contributions across the board. Clarkey mentioned that last night in our aftermatch, that there's people that are chipping in all facets, whether that's with the ball, with the bat,
Yep.
in the field. You have more contributions from all your players within your side, and if that's more than the other team, then the chances of winning are higher.
It takes a bit of pressure off too, doesn't it? When you know that there's always going to be someone there that's going to put their hand up and get the job done. 2 for 81. This is the 25th over. Quicker delivery from Murphy. Bowled into the pitch. Well handled by Kratzman.
Yeah, Mark had a good Nationals last year. He got 100 in the Nationals last year, so I'm sure he'll be part of the mix when that side's finally selected.
As he is heaving out into the onside. I think he's cleared the pickets out there. Umpire will signal a maximum. So he's got it going really nicely at the moment. 2 for 87. Goes to 38. From 69 deliveries. Partnership is now 62 from 98. So these boys back into it once again.
Yeah, they're going along nicely now. Just picked it up a little bit. they're going at 3.5. It's ideal at this stage. Push it to 4 and try to get to that 5 by the end of it is where I'm sure they're looking at.
Wickets in the shed too, obviously always a bonus. Richard Gabb to come, who will obviously get out there and turn the strike over as well. It's Murphy, the quicker delivery. Kratzman pushes back to the bowler, and that's the end of 25. 2 for 87, Kratzman 38, and Ash Hardy 20. Clint Keblake, thanks for coming up and having a chat, and all the best for the big game tomorrow, of course, and moving further ahead to the Nationals in Newcastle.
Thanks for having me. Enjoyed it.
Clint Keblake from the Australians, the boys strolling down from the Commodore to enjoy the festivities here this morning at Sarah Oval, and he will be one of the key men tomorrow at the top of the list for the Aussies when we move to the Mildura Senior College. As Walshy looks to rejoin the fray. Approaching 12:30 local time, of course, a later start this morning with a little bit of extra moisture on the wicket square, so we'll probably play through till almost 2 o'clock, I reckon. Welcome back, Pete.
Thank you, Pat. It's good to stand at the back of the box and have a listen to those that play the game at the highest level and are willing to be able to talk about any issue whatsoever, and not giving away trade secrets, but talking about the things that we love, and that is about vets cricket.
Yeah, interesting that Clint started out playing in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Mornington Peninsula, and then moving to Hawthorn in that premier cricket scene before making the trek up to Queensland.
Now, I've got to be a little bit incestuous here. I've got to share my story so I can get rid of it and move on.
Okay.
But it's an AFL story that I've told you off air. And the grand final on the weekend, of course, is going to be between the Brisbane Lions, who used to be Fitzroy, and then, of course, they were the Brisbane Bears, and then the Brisbane Lions. And they're playing against South Melbourne, who used to be South Melbourne, and then, of course, became the Sydney Swans, etc., etc. So, in effect, some people are clinging to the business of saying that there are 2 Victorian teams that are playing in the grand final. Well, in effect, they were at one stage.
Or draw a long bow, I guess you
Absolutely.
can call it that way.
Well, in my role as a broadcaster, the one thing I did, and I love doing, and it's like being a scorer, is I kept a record of every game that I ever broadcast. And the first game that I ever broadcast in the AFL, or VFL as it was then, was back in 1978. And it was at the Junction Oval, and the game was between Fitzroy and South Melbourne. So
How uncanny.
it's just extraordinary. And I
Yeah.
had the book out last night, and I travel with books like that. I don't know why, but it was just so many memories. And then you see the people who were being interviewed by all of the television networks, etc., who barracked for Fitzroy and stayed with Fitzroy, looked as if at one stage they were going to be able to not stay in the system. And the Sydney Swans, who used to go to Sydney and play mostly Sunday games.
They did, didn't they?
And I'm very good friends with Mark Browning, who used to play football for Hobart in Tasmania and coach them to a premiership. And the other one was, of course,
We've got a
as
wicket
we
there,
look
Walshy.
like there's a wicket. Now, you talk about the wicket and then I'll continue to waffle along, but that's a good breakthrough.
Yeah, Kratzman just reaching outside the off stump, and beautifully done there by Bird Hornet. Got the bails off in a flash, and unfortunately Mark had just left his crease, so he will have to depart with his score on 38, and the score now is 3 for 90, 26 overs. So much needed breakthrough for the Kiwis.
Absolutely. And look, I'll hurry through the rest of that score because the setup was with Mark Browning. He went from Sydney and he played for Hobart and coached them to a premiership. And the other guru was, of course, Chris Fagan, who was a wonderful friend. And Chris played for Devonport and played in the premiership for Devonport in the Tasmanian Football League. He was involved with the Tassie Devils, not the basketball team, but the Tassie team that played in junior competition. And he, of course, is in charge of Brisbane. So it's... you talk about the last time the 2 interstate teams played in a final. Well, yeah, that was true because the West Coast Eagles played the Sydney Swans. But this is going back to before the turn of the century when these two played in the grand final. It's a long time ago.
Some history there, isn't there? Yeah.
Yeah. So good luck to all and sundry. So I won't talk about football anymore, but I needed to get that out because it meant a lot to me. And Gab is the new batsman at the crease, and the score is 3 for 90 after 26 overs. Peter Walsh and Pat Silcox. Pat, what about it? What is going to be the total?
Yeah, I was talking to Clint Kebley there before. We sort of felt that 200 certainly would be on the radar, and based maybe on how many wickets remain in that third and final power play, they want to get their run rate somewhere around that 5 runs per over mark. So, yeah, with these two at the crease, we know they're both very busy. They'll have to turn the strike over. Gab's been in great touch, and Hardy's made another solid start again here today. I'm thinking 200, 215. This outfield certainly has run a lot quicker than other venues we've been at during the week.
200, a hard score to get to. There haven't been too many scores over the double 100. And the side that's batting first has won nearly all of them, but a couple of hiccups in the last couple of days, but not sure. Gab going through his routine too of getting himself organised down below when he was waiting for the next wicket to fall, and he's a busy player, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yep, he'll enjoy getting going here. So we've got a bowling change. Scott McCarty's into the attack from that 11th Street, Sam Matteo Avenue end of the Sarah Oval. Clouds starting to disperse out to the extremities as that sting in the sun continues. Tops of 26 expected today.
I just went for a slow walk and slurped on a bit of water and felt like pouring a bottle on my head. It was quite warm out there.
Yeah, 23 at the moment. And it will be even warmer tomorrow. Walshy, 28.
28
grand
tomorrow.
Final, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, you don't get second chance. I mean, you might have not lost a game, as is the Australian team, but if you lose one, that could be the one.
Yeah, I reckon that'll be top of mind for them tomorrow as Gab gets going with a nice little shot around the corner.
And he's told to hurry, isn't he?
He's going to really hustle through. Ash Hardy. He's a very fit individual, Ashley. Not that Richard Gabb is a slow coach, but he was determined to come back and retain the strike.
I wonder if there were any words passed between the two of them when they were going back for that third, because Gabb really had to stretch out, didn't he?
He did. I think he was maybe hoping it was going to go all the way for 4.
Yeah. Now, just to help me with Kratzmann, he was out for, was it 38?
Yeah, he was stumped Horner bowled Homan.
So an important wicket. But a good knock again by Kratzmann, who continues his consistency. He got 48 and 80 out 2 scores. This period of time he was really opening up. Who's been the best of the bowlers? You tell me at the end of this ball. It's driven hard down the ground by Hardy for 1. And let's just see where the ball disappears to on the offside as they're coming back to complete a couple. And he's doing some stretching exercises after that. Who's been the best with the ball, do you reckon?
Scott Mason made a good start early. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6. Mark Murphy also 6 overs on the bounce for 24. As I did mention to Clint a few moments ago too, that the pace off again seemed to really bring that run rate back a little bit, didn't it, there at the commencement after the first drink session. He's backing across and pushing in towards the covers.
We don't see any raw pace because obviously getting over into the 50s bracket, but we see pretty steady bowling. Steady that those were given the ball first off and dropping onto a good line and length.
It's well timed again by Hardy and doesn't quite get through the field. So 27 overs gone, 3 for 96. Hardy is 26. Gabb is yet to score. Some of their partnerships there, 65 between Kratzmann and Hardy.
Good partnership, wasn't it?
Yeah, really got them heading north towards that tally of 200 or so.
And here's another stand from Stradbroke Island stat that he would love, and that is we've got McCarty and Hardy, who are both out there at the moment doing their different things, bowling and batting. And we've also got Simon Murphy and Mark Murphy who are about the place, and we should say that Kelvin Scott's celebrating a birthday, so all of that means absolutely nothing, but I'm just telling you that information sharing is what we're on about, as we're going to see another over. Let's work out, that's number 42 out there now.
Benny Homan.
And that's Ben Homan who is going to have a bowl.
Just trying to adjust his field there, out on the offside boundary.
Whilst you're watching, Pat, I'm looking at the skills of Ashley Hardy, who almost breaks his leg in two when he's doing that stretching, but he wants to be supple, he wants to be ready to go.
He's very agile, isn't he?
Is he what?
So I've got a man now, almost a deep backward point on the boundary. I think originally he was lining up in the covers there, but Gabba's hitting down the ground. He'll pick up a single.
I think, without question, those that have been asked to pass a comment on the life and times of Ashley Hardy have all been so positive about what he's doing out there, not just getting runs, but his fielding has been quite spectacular. And he's taking his time too. There's no rush in his world of batting at the moment. 26 off 51, so 1 off every 2 balls, but he's still there. That's the main thing.
If he can be there in that last power play,
Yep.
he could be really dangerous. Got himself nicely set. As this time he's trying to push away into the offside. Ball goes through to the keeper.
Now, I was going to do a count of the number of cars that have gone past this ground, but I gave up because there's too many.
Yeah.
It's a busy thoroughfare, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. Back to work Monday for a lot of people, as
Yep.
that one's taken around the corner off the edge. No one at short 45, so they will be able to get back for a couple. So Hardy may be a little fortunate there, but continues along to 28. Score is 3 for 99.
Now, information sharing, Pat, is there a harness racing meeting whilst the cricket's on?
You did ask me that the other day. Generally, they would have a Friday night meet.
Okay.
Have to have a look ahead, see what's on the calendar. But sometimes there is some midweek action as well.
I know there's a horse racing track here as well at Mildura. I've seen races here. I just happened to find the racing station on television, which is always a good thing.
Yeah.
Is there a greyhound track here as well?
No.
Not?
No.
Well, you'll organise something, won't you?
There's some good running again by the A team. Take the score up to 100. At the end of 28, 3 for 100 Australia Road. Batting after being inserted by the Kiwis. Hardy is 29, Gab is 1. And Mildura Cup Carnival is always a popular one here locally at it. I think Sandalong Park, the racetrack, as it used to be referred to back in the day. It was quite remarkable, though, whilst you were talking about the floods of a couple of years ago, that the whole centre itself was totally submerged and was out of action for almost 9 to 10 months.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Really?
it was just, unfortunately, it was in a pocket of land where the water, once the floods had been up and gone, it just refused to go away.
Yes. Well, we were staying at the Gol Caravan Park, and right in front of the cabin that we were staying in is the river. And there were little, no, I shouldn't say little, there were youngsters, teenagers who were having a lot of fun and fishing, and I couldn't work out what was on the tree. Halfway up the tree it looked like a sign, so I got the binoculars out, and it was where the floods got up to on the tree when that was back in, what was it, 2022, 21? Or
22, I reckon, yeah.
It would have flooded the whole lot, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. You go around and see those level marks
Yes.
at certain locations in the district.
Oh, it's extraordinary. We live in a beautiful country. We love what we're doing now. We're involved in cricket, of course, and you see the remnants of the flood, and then in the next news grab, you see bushfires in New South Wales.
Yeah, yep.
Very strange. I shouldn't say strange. Very, well, hard to predict what's around the corner. And what's around the corner here is more runs in the 29th over, 3 for 102, with Hardy on 29 off 57, Gab off 2, off 3, he's got 2 runs, with Weiberg out for 10, Mensforth out for 12, and Kratzmann out for 38.
Ball outside the off stump, just a little bit too much width there for Hardy's. He's looking to try and find that gap there through cover.
Bert Horner, the wicket keeper, wearing number 22. All of them emblazed in their proudly worn tops, and really enjoying what they're doing there, wearing their Kiwi power. And what I loved today too was, when I say loved, I enjoyed it immensely. They didn't play the music to the national anthem for the New Zealanders, but they encouraged all of the, and this is Anthony Telfer, who was doing a brilliant job in organising for the playing of the national anthems. All of the New Zealand players sang the song, and I watched and I thought, they know all the words,
yep,
and they sang as if they were enjoying.
They sure did, as Gab gets through for a cheeky single there on the offside. Yeah, well, I think earlier in the week in Melbourne we had a bit of a technical issue with the pre-recorded version, so the Grey Caps decided to take it upon themselves, and I think that's going to be has been the norm over the past couple of days.
See, they were good too. They really were.
Yep.
Yep.
So we're through 29 overs, 3 for 104. Hardy is 30, Gab is 3. McCarty none for 6 from his 2 overs. So 1 more to go, and we'll take another drink.
When do you reckon we've got lunch?
Well, 1:45 now. Because we started that hour later today, I'm thinking somewhere around 2 today.
2 o'clock, so an hour and 10 minutes to continue to think about food. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
Good. Well, let's look at the 3 batsmen that were out. All got starts. Weiberg got to double figures at 10. Mensforth got to double figures at 12, and Kratzmann moved to 38 in a hurry before being very well stumped by Hornet. So they've all got starts, and that's exactly what the skipper would want because of what's going to happen tomorrow.
So Ben Homan once again, bowling from club room's end here at Sarah Oval. 4 overs, no maiden, 1 for 20. Picked up the important breakthrough. Mark Kratzmann be keen to add to his collection here, and a wicket just before the drinks break will be right up the Grey Caps alley here, I reckon.
Let's see what can happen. First ball of a new over outside the off stump, not gloved cleanly, and it'll be flicked back to the bowler. The fieldsman getting a good look at what the outfield's like too. Pat spread far and wide now with an awareness that these two now starting to settle in. Around the wicket, and it's driven down the ground to short mid-wicket on the onside, and there's no run. I think the lads would be looking for a drink too, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I agree. I think also the focus here, Walshy, is the fact that these two are so quick between the wickets.
Yes.
There's a bit of concentration inside the ring too to try and cut off the runs.
I'd like a race between the players. We could put that on during the half-time break or the break tomorrow. Who'd be the quickest? Do you reckon Hardy'd be the one?
Well, he'd be right up there, I'd think.
Yeah. Gabs would be chasing, but I don't think he'd be making up much ground. With bat in hand and with the gloves and with the pads. I reckon I'd have $1 or 2 on Richard Horner, the scorer for New Zealand, who's just patting his stomach as if to say there's too many kilos tucked in underneath the Kiwi top. I love it when athletes get themselves all fired up and talk about the love and the passion of losing a few kilos, going into the new age bracket and dropping down 2 or 3 kilos. One of the guys that we spoke to yesterday had dropped from 89 to 85. That's a pretty big drop, isn't it?
It is.
Now, I heard something in the background then from our Who's dropped 17?
Scott McCarty's.
He's dropped 17k. Good grief. Scott McCarty, who wears number 28, might have dropped down to 26, 25, 24, 23. 17k, that's a lot, isn't it?
That is a good effort.
Yeah. Well, the fitness is what they can look after. That's the key, as that is the completion of the 30th over, 3 for 104, Hardy 30 and Gab on 3 as we're going to have a drinks break. And I can tell you as we are going to pause now and slurp on the drinks that will give us some rehydration. The score is 3-4. Let's have a look, and it's gone now. Where's the score? 3 for 104 with Hardy on 50 and Gab on 3, and drinks are on the ground, and we'll be back very shortly as we continue our cricket from the Sarah Oval.
No cameras, no complex calibration, just targeted, effective chemical application. Hardy Geo Select.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Moulding still offer our trusted rainwater tanks, along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks, where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.
Hope you're enjoying our coverage from the Sarah Oval. Peter Walsh and Pat Silcox. And what we're doing is we're providing you with what's happening in the last of the round robin fixtures, because tomorrow, final. 3 for 104, Hardy is 30, Gabb is 3, Weiberg out for 10, Mensforth out for 12, and Kratzmann Mark out for 38. Wickets falling at 19, 25, and 3 for 90. So now, as I'm joined by my good friend Pat Silcox, 3 for 104. What do you reckon? Is that about what they would have been looking for when they were given the chance to bat?
Yeah, look, I think the fact they've still got 7 wickets in hand, Walshy's an absolute bonus, and they've got 2 men here at the crease that can really...
A little bit of Ian Healy.
You said that the other day, I think, yeah.
Just a little bit.
I think, yeah.
Just a little bit. He's sort of on the move all the time. Sarah Oval in Mildura. 3 for 104. Gabb 3 off 10 and Hardy 30 off 60. And they're getting themselves organised now. There's a change in the field. There's a slip and we're going to have a short cover. Let's have a look. Or point. We're just waiting for the field to settle. To mid-off, wide of mid-off now. All on leg stump, swept around the corner. Nice shot. And the men in the field, I would have suggested, Pat would have enjoyed that drink that we had, because conditions here in the 20s at least, and it's quite warm.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Heading for a top in the mid-20s today. And even closer to 30 tomorrow. So finishing up in a blaze of glory, you might say, for this Tri-Series tournament, Walshy.
Yeah.
This time Hardy is leaning back and heading out towards deep cover. So you sense the urgency almost instantly from the drinks break. So the score's gone to 3 for 111. Hardy's 36, Gabb is 4.
Always a busy player, Gabb. Always over the bat and then looking and talking and moving and swirling and doing all that's necessary. He drags that ball down the ground deep to long on, and they go through for an easy single. They're about the same height, aren't they? They look from the two from where we are here. The two at the crease at the moment. Ashley Hardy's not a tall player, but he's a busy player. He's on the back foot, and he hammers the ball behind square on the offside, and there's no run. I wonder what they do to unwind at the end of the day.
That's a good question, Pete. Not sure whether they settle in to watch a little television or maybe some of their favourite music through their headphones.
Three for 112, 31 overs. They've got 45 to face. We had an hour delay, just a couple of sticky things out near the track. They were sorted. And Cal Little, the curator, getting himself into action. And we've got a game on, in a game where we will go right through until the end of the 45 overs when New Zealand bat. We don't know how long they will bat, but we'll wait and see.
As we mentioned earlier, Pete, I think the option is there to play through until 6 p.m. local time if required. Daylight certainly will be no dramas today. So it's Ben Homan once again, bowling this time to Gabb. Gabb timing that beautifully, not moving from his crease. Ball goes all the way to the boundary for 4.
He didn't want to run up and down and up and down and up and down. He thought if I hit it hard enough,
yeah.
straight enough, he gave that a whack, didn't he?
Yep. Sounded good off the blade from our vantage point. Thundered into the fence here just beneath us as well. So Gabb is 9, Hardy 36, 3 for 116 in the 32nd.
He's had a good week. He has done well, Pat, with scores of 53, 36, 51. He looks really at home at the moment. Looks like he's settled in well, and 9 off 14, a good platform for what is to follow.
Goes down towards long on. Mark Murphy will get to the ball. It's a good hustle again from Hardy. They'll get back for 2. 3 for 118.
Do they pick a captain of the series?
You'd think so. If you're picking a team of the tournament, there'd have to be a skipper. So will that be the team that wins the whole thing? Will that be the captain? It'd be interesting, won't it?
I don't know that one.
Good effort there coming through from the bowler Homan.
Just the champions and the batsman, bowler and player of the tournament.
Right, so Telf just informed me that there will be no team of the tournament, but there will be individual awards to be crowned as far as batting, bowling, fielding is concerned. Of course, the champion team.
Yes.
Who take out the grand final tomorrow.
That should be a hard one to pick out, the best fieldsman. We've had some... Now, obviously, says he now who thinks about who we had chatting in the box yesterday, and we had Simon Waddington, who's taken a couple of good catches, hasn't he?
He has. Yeah, I think he'd be well and truly in the mix for that award. Gab timing nicely. Bit handled there for Sears. So 32 gone, 3 for 121. Australia 8. Hardy is 37, Gab is 13. And the A-boys really looking to start to build a little momentum here.
Well, we made mention earlier on as to how slow Hardy was initially when he and Mark Kratzman were putting together their partnership. He scored 37 off 65 deliveries, but he looks like he's ready to change into another gear.
Yeah, this partnership already 31 from 36. They have been able to build from this position of their innings a couple of occasions during this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri Series.
And of course, their opposition tomorrow, they might be having a swim today. You never know. Just going quietly.
Yeah. We heard from Clint Keblade that a few of the boys decided to walk down from the Commodore where they're staying to take in some of this action.
Yep. Now, they could be timed out here because they're taking quite a while to get themselves organised.
Just adjusting fieldsman on the offside there.
13 overs to go, Pat, and it's 3 for 121. 200 a chance?
Yeah, I'm still liking 200, Pete. Gab's advancing and heading down towards long off. And after a hint of hesitation, they will get back for a second. And the skipper continues to turn that run rate over nicely, 15 from 18. And it's up to 3.82 now, so they would like to see themselves up around 4. And then give themselves a chance to launch in the last 5 or 6 overs to hit that 5 RPO mark. Runs coming at a bit of a premium now as the Australians are doing it pretty comfortably. Petrie Fields in the deep. Another couple. They've been going at about 8s since the resumption after drinks, Pete.
Very busy, and always running that first quickly just in case there's a chance of a second. And Ashley Hardy is saying, yep, let's come back. So Gabs is aware of the fact that he's out there with someone who wants to keep the game moving. And they're working well as a team there, those two, doing very well indeed, taking the score from 3 for 90 to now 3 for 125. That's 35 runs. Good partnership, building all the time.
Frustrated that time, Gab, as he got back and across. Couldn't find the gap there behind the wicket on the offside. So 4 runs from this over so far.
There's the boundaries on leg and offside well protected.
Nice gentle push back to the bowler. So Sears has just adjusted his line and length a little here.
Where's Adil Samani? What's he doing?
I know Richard Horner was suggesting he's wondering where the skipper will come into play with his leg spin at the drinks break. Looking to swing onto the onside. Doesn't make connection. Ball goes down towards short third man. And that's the end of 33. 3 for 126 Australia rate. Hardy 37, Gabbers 18.
There's the run certainly ticking over now. 19, 25 and 90, the 3 wickets that fell. And these 2 now. So the best thing about the performance by the Australian A team so far has been everybody's reached double figures. And the thing that would be more frustrating than anything is that Kratzman Mark is 38 was the top scorer and Ashley Hardy is 37. So these 2 would like to be about off. Sorry, one of them's gone, of course. That's Mark Kratzman, who was stumped off the bowling of Howman for 38. But Hardy's got to 37 off 65 and still gives the impression that he might start to explode.
Yep. Yeah, I tend to agree, Walshy. As it looks like Kelvin Scott's going to be reintroduced on New Zealand side. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. He's been one of their leading lights. Part of that bowling rotation is concerned. Very frugal, doesn't give a lot away. Address that offside. Now they've got a couple of men in short on the ring. There's also a man at short third man. And out on the point boundary. And also one down at long off as well. So looks like they might push another one now outside the ring on the offside.
And notice too, deep discussions between Adil Samani, the captain, who went across and had a decent chin wag with Kelvin Scott. Now he's gone back to forward of square on the onside. It's settled in now for the first ball of a new over.
Full pitcher, which Gab is unable to deal with. Brief shout there from some of the Kiwis in the ring.
Gee, you know, you look at the skipper, haven't they got a lot of things to sort out? Get their field placings. It might only be 2 or 3 metres this way or go back that way. It's like a traffic policeman at the children's crossing when they go across the road to go to school.
Yeah.
They've got to be absolutely centimetre perfect.
Again, Scott bowling at fuller length. Gab has shown the penchant that he likes to play off the back foot, so that's just taking that option away from him, really, when he wants to try and work the ball through the offside.
You reckon that Samani might be involved in this game very shortly because he's doing the clapping and now he's doing the directing, and whilst he's doing the directing, they'll take a single off the next ball, which is pushed down the ground, and good fielding in the deep, just the one. We mentioned yesterday, Pat, whilst you were convalescing, about how many Ks would those that are running around in the field, if we had a GPS available, because a few of them get around, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
327 in the 7.5 overs remaining. Good total brewing. That's swatted away to the man who we thought might be involved in this over, and he is. That's Samani, the captain, who does the cleaning up. Now, did I see someone talking to one of the Murphys? Was it you down there earlier on?
I don't know.
Might have been Telf, just to see how he was, the one who celebrated the birthday and then had, unfortunately, it looked like a small groin strain. So we'll have to see if we can get information on how he is too, because we're feeding the information through, and people that are keen to know and to pass on information, well, we need to let them know. Jim Morrison one, of course, and if there is an injury, we like to tell our listeners or our viewers.
Gab is back and across again. Can't beat the man at short cover. Into the 34th over. 3 for 128. Gab is 19. Hardy 38. Scott has none for 11 through 6.
There's 2 off that over. That was a better over, wasn't it?
Yeah, he has done a job for them through this Tri-Series tournament. Mason, probably another one they'll look to go to here in the back end of this second, into the third power play now, as it were.
Now, let's see what's going on here. There's an Australian player. That looks like Paul Wybird, who's gone out there. Did he take a drink out, or is he just changing some batting gloves?
Some gloves, I think, yeah.
Paul Wybird, who's forgotten to bring his jandals. Hope he doesn't stand on a bee when he's coming off the ground.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he's a bit brave. If there's a few bees around, there's a big bird that's got away from our window after it did what it wanted to do on the window and got 10 out of 10 for that mess.
Yeah.
What sort of bird do you reckon it was?
Oh.
A big one?
Yeah. Well, I think Telf was going down the pelican lines. Which is, yeah.
It's probably put on an art gallery and make money. Would you?
Yeah, fair chance.
Would you buy it?
No.
I could
I
think
haven't
of
got that
all
sort
the
of money,
names.
Walshy.
I can think of all the names that you could call it. But we won't do
Not
this.
fit for broadcast, probably.
No, this is a family program.
Yeah, that's right.
3 for 128, Hardy 38 and Gab 19. There is a big roll back with on the boundary, I think, from where I could see. First ball of a new over outside the off stump and cut into the ground behind point for no run. I'm fascinated by roundabouts in my boring life, and there are a couple of good ones here, and I'm never too sure when you get to the roundabout whether you should go like a cut cat or let everyone go through, because I don't know whether there's a rule for everyone or what.
I think by law that you are supposed to let everyone go through, aren't you? But that would then cause a bit of a bottleneck in the traffic flow. So
Yeah, you'd be backed up to Oyen if you did that,
well,
wouldn't
that's
you?
right. Give way to the right's always the safest option that I like to try and follow.
Yes. But I do like one thing in particular with the Mildura traffic, in that when there's someone at a pedestrian crossing, the people that are driving stop and let them go across. Down the ground, there's a hit and a high and wide out into the deep. Good strong, lusty blow by the man who wears number 1, that's Gab, and they get through for 1. But he got into that and hit it hard.
Got down the wicket just to give himself some room. 3 for 130, and this is the 35th over. Gab now to 20. Hardy closing in on a half century. As Sears will just angle down into the pads. Hardy will get it around the corner to fine leg. Nice bit of work in the deep there by Frew. 2 more for Hardy. He's 41. Score is 3 for 132.
Any change likely in the batting order? You think, of course, they'll be in the final tomorrow against Australia. Would there be any need to, given that their score now is a healthy 3 for 132?
Yeah, it's still the likes of Randall, Nish and Wyeth in that middle order to come through.
Yes, it's always those bits and pieces. You're never too sure of what's going through the minds of the skipper, who's out there batting, of course, at the moment. And he would be getting information. Maybe when the gloves went out, there might have been a bit of a chin wag as to who's padded up next.
Oh, that's nicely run. Wasn't much margin for error there, but Rishi Gab backed up beautifully. Hardy gives him some applause at the non-striker's end. It's 3 for 133.
It's a good partnership now. 43 runs now.
That one just bouncing a little more than Gab expected. Withdraws at the last moment. Into the 35th. 3 for 133. Hardy 42. Gab is 20. And Sears has bowled 7 overs. 1 for 34.
What do you think about who has been the best bowler so far today, Pat? With the figures don't always tell the story, but for those that were with the ball, who do you think was the one that captured your imagination?
I think it's hard to split Scott and Mason. I think both of those two have bowled very well. Mason maybe just has the figures by a tad. 1 for 6 from his 5. Kelvin Scott 6 overs, 1 made, none for 11.
And I thought for a brief moment that Abdul Samani might have been wanting the ball, but no, he's quite happy to give it back to Kelvin Scott.
He's starting to feel the longer and the deeper we get into this innings, Walshy, that he probably isn't going to play a role with the ball today. I mean, coming in the death throes of the third power play, not probably the ideal moment for the leg spinner to insert himself.
No, it was good to see a leg spinner bowling though. Good to see him flighting the ball, tossing it up, and with relish a few of the batters that we've seen play against him, advancing and fancying their chances, but always difficult to pick just what is going to happen with the leg spinner. And this is Kelvin Scott, who was about to start over number 36. 10 remaining, 3 for 133.
Hardy makes some room to get that one on the full, down the ground for a single.
We're going to see a small transition, aren't we, of new players arriving for what's going to happen towards the end of this week and over the weekend, and some players going home.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, the T20s will usher in. Cab swinging across the line. Drops into the offside though, and they'll pick up a bite. They're very proactive, aren't they? Looking to pick up energy.
Well, here in the back of the box, confirmation that we now have 7 leg byes so far in their dig.
Oh, I tell you what, the direct hit there from Samani, and Hardy was on his way.
Yep.
Almost gave himself up at the end, didn't he? Knew that he'd probably taken on a little bit too much there.
And with the fielding practice that takes place before any game, there's always that ping at the stumps and on the run. But of course, he was shooting just for the one stump. He was on the angle, so it would have been a very good hit if he had have been able to do that.
Gab lofting down towards long on. We'll get back for another 2. So 5 runs from this over already. Run rate approaching 4, 3.87. Partnership now 48 from 58 deliveries, so been at a bookend a couple of nice partnerships, the A team.
Yep.
Makes it look easy, doesn't he, Gab, as he again turning around the corner, and they'll get back for another 2.
Yes, he takes off with a bat in one hand, then changes to the other, and then runs like a cut cat and gets quickly from one end to the other, and in doing so continues to maintain this good strike rate, which is now 3 for 140 the total, with 1 ball remaining in this over.
Hello, Lewis. Anthony Talker. How are you?
And they'll take a single off the last ball of the over to make it 3 for 141. Partnership now is over 50. It's 51 with Hardy on 44 off 73. Gab 25 off 33. He's probably been the most fruitful with getting the runs off the number of deliveries, and a healthy position for the Australian team after being sent in at 3 for 141 with 9 overs remaining.
Yeah, he's watchful, but he's able to find the gaps, isn't he, Pete? He can get the ball to where he needs it and can turn that strike over. The left-right-hand combination, of course, makes it that little extra taxing for the fielders who have to move their positions. Bowlers need to readjust their lines and lengths.
It's really good to watch him in action because, Pat, when he's facing, it's like he's almost ready to take off for the first run when he plays the shot. He's on the move, and we'll just see if he does that now because he's very keen to turn the strike over as best he can as Scott will come in. And he's down the wicket and he swings it away on the onside out towards mid-wicket and there's no run. But he's not going to give you any reasons for second guessing. He'll jump down there and give it a tonk if he feels the need.
Yeah. He's back and across, gets cramped a little for room there. And Samani can lock that one down inside the ring on the onside. 3 for 141, 37th over. This time Gav is sweeping nicely, timed that very, very well as it gets out to the man at deep backward square in a hurry. Just the single, though. So Gab 26, Hardy 44, 3 for 142.
And I was getting a bit confused there because I thought, hang on, there's an extra player out there, but that's the umpire, Charlesworth.
Yes.
Who's got he's really got dark gear on. He should have other colours, I think. What do you reckon?
Yeah, maybe something to think of going forward.
Yeah, just a bit like pink or yellow or gold or brown and gold. That would even be better, wouldn't it? This ball is dragged down the ground on the onside for 1 and for 2. They're going to have to run quickly, and they will. Bounce back return is good. C is getting up over the stumps and taking it on the bounce, but we're getting back for the 2. And it's 3 for 144 now, with Gab on 26 off 36 and Hardy 4 shy of a half century. He's on 46.
Hardy advancing and hitting that beautifully through the covers, but there is a man out in the deep there for the Grey Caps, so just the one. I don't know, Walsh, you don't hit ones much better than that, do you?
No.
Jeez, he hit that well.
No, he does. Yeah. Just watching his routine too before he went out to bat, Pat, and he was just running backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, just as if he was going off for a quick single. No one was throwing a ball at him or anything, but just getting his muscles into the right tune and getting ready to go.
Gab heading down the ground once again. Protection at long on, so another single. So 37 done. 3 for 146, Hardy 47, Gab 27. And partnership now is worth 56 from 66 deliveries.
And a very quick story I wanted to tell on Justin Langer. Justin Langer was with the Australian team when they toured Pakistan. This is going back years ago. And he was virtually the permanent 12th man. But he used to go to the gym each morning. And I was down there and I was representing Australia as a journalist. And Justin Langer would take his bat out into the gardens at the Pearl Continental Hotel. No one had a ball, and he would call out. He'd say, right, Langer facing, pushes away towards short forward square, letting on there and through for a single. So he'd run one, put his bat down, walk back. Next ball short outside the off stump, dragged away for 4, but he might have to run them, and he'd do 100. He'd get the score to 100, and that was his regime. He didn't play a lot of Test cricket in the 3-Test series against the Pakistan team and the one-day series with South Africa joining. He was a fitness fanatic.
Yeah, looked after himself very well, didn't he, JL?
Did he what? Did he what? But no one bowling to him, no one there. No one had a ball. But he had the bat, but he made sure that he'd walked and made sure how far the pitch was, and he had to make sure every run was taken. Yeah, he set the standards all right.
Started out as a middle order bat, of course, for
Yeah.
WA, but made himself into one of the great Aussie openers in that partnership at the top with Matthew Hayden, of course.
Exactly. Yeah. You remember those, and he's been a wonderful cricketer for Australia, and of course off the scene, still involved, well, not so much in the game now, but he was very much a fitness fanatic too. I think into the martial arts, I'm pretty sure.
I think he's a black belt in something I'm pretty
like
certain,
that.
yeah.
Someone you don't argue with.
No, exactly right.
If you're on a bike and he wants to get on the bike, you say, well, there you are. It's all yours. It's all yours.
Scott Mason reintroduced, and that one almost getting through the defences there of Richard Gabb. Might have maybe just got an under edge. I'm just waiting to see what the umpire will signal. As again, Hardy is asking the question of his teammate. It's going to be byes, so didn't strike anything on the way through, but 3 byes as a result for Richard Gabb. 27 he is now from 39, 47 from 75 Ash Hardy, 3 for 149. So we were talking earlier that 200 was certainly a target they'd be looking for. And with 7.4 overs to go, run rate now almost at 4. Well, they may even get him above 200, maybe around that 215, 220 mark.
Yes, that's a pretty bold figure. But absolutely gettable.
Super.
50 for Hardy as he swings strongly down the ground. It was a dynamic effort by the grey caps out here. Is it McCarty? He's just out in front of us. Mark Murphy did very well. Almost managed to pull that one in. But Hardy now, second 50 of the tournament.
It's taken him a little time to get going, but now that he is going, you want him to stay out there. That was a brash and sense of arrogance. The shot hit so cleanly. This score now really starting to escalate to significant proportions.
He's scoring again down towards short third man. He does show the penchant, Walsh, to want to open himself up, give himself a bit of room outside the leg stump and hit through the offside.
It's well manicured, this venue here at the Sarah Oval. But four's now the order of the day, perhaps. Drags that one away behind square on the leg side, and they'll come back to complete an easy two. Good strong throw from the deep too. Sometimes we get a bit too carried away and we think, well, that didn't reach the wicketkeeper on the full. But these guys are over 50. They've run hard to get to the ball for a start. Then they turn and twist, and their aching bones, not all of them, are saying, just settle. And the big strong throw comes back anyway, so they're doing well.
Yeah, Richard Petrie, the man out there. Oh, good attempt in at short cover as Gabb flashes the ball in the air. Might have got a finger onto that one because the ball just pulls up inside the line. Gabb through for two. And at the end of 38, Australia A now 3 for 158 with Richard Gabb at 31. Ashley Hardy on 52. The partnership is now to 68 from 72 deliveries. And Mason, 6 overs now, 3 maidens, 1 for 15.
Yeah, Gabb's, he's okay, I think, yeah. Although he wants a drink, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to get a change of headwear too, potentially, maybe moving into a cap.
Yeah, Hardy's the player there who wanders around, and Gabb might say, hey, listen, you don't have to go like a cat. You're not Usain Bolt, you know. Just go quietly. I know this is good fun running between the wickets. I'm enjoying it immensely, but just settle. He wouldn't be saying that at all. He'd be playing the game that he wants to play by way of getting a half century. Let's have a look at what he's done in this tournament so far. He's been busy with 10, 54 and 25, and today a half century. 3 for 158. It's a pretty good score, isn't it? Getting up to proportions now where we haven't touched on over 200 very often in this 5th day of this competition.
Hardy strikes it down towards long off. Gabb is going to push through for a second. Just back to your point before, Walshy, it's interesting to observe from afar that those people that can run fast always seem to think that everyone can run at the same level and pace as they can.
Yeah.
It's not always quite the case, though, is it?
No, that's a very good call. Very good call.
That is a glorious shot over cover from Ash Hardy. Go all the way out to the boundary there towards the 11th Street side of Sarah Oval. And the A-team really getting things rolling in this, the 39th over. 6 from it so far. And Hardy 58. Gabb is 31. As we get another look at this, you can see the big gap there between the man at short extra cover and long off. And that's exactly where Hardy places it.
Well, 200 is certainly a possibility, and if that's the case, well, the 100 partnership is a big possibility. Last wicket falling at the score at 90.
Almost the return catch ball into the ground, back to the bowler, nicely fielded by Sears.
So 36 runs, 26 runs shy of the 100 partnership.
Doing nicely to reach that one with one hand off the bat there as it goes down towards the man at fine leg. So single to Hardy, 59. Gab is 31, 3 for 165. This is Darren Sears' final over. 8.4 overs, 1 for 46. So Skipper Simone will need to look at a change at that 11th Street San Mateo end of the ground shortly. As Gab looks to try and hit that one over towards the trotting track. Unable to find the blade. Darren Sears a bit of a belated appeal for the leg before. So he gets set now for his final delivery of this innings. As ball that's given a little extra flight is hit down the ground for a single by Gab. And that is the end of 39 overs. 3 for 166. Gab 32. Hardy is 59. And partnership continues to blossom. Now 76 from 78 deliveries, Walshy.
Considering that they were just taking their time early. Nothing out of the ordinary. The first wicket falling with the score at 19 when the wide bird was bowled by Mason. Then Mensforth was caught. Mason bowled Sears for 12, 2 for 25. And then Kratzmann was stumped by Hornet off the bowling of Howman for 38, 3 for 90. It seems like another day when that score was reached, but these two now haven't done anything out of the ordinary. They've just been sensible, hit the ball hard, hit the ball towards where there are big gaps in the field. And the scores have built now because the run rate is up over 4. It's 4.26 with 6 overs remaining and only 34 runs shy of the 200 mark and 24 runs shy of the 100 partnership. So we could have a bit of clapping that we might have to get used to very, very shortly, Pat.
Scott Mason right in the block hole there. Cab unable to get that one away. Of course, the bonus for the A team as well. There's wickets in the shed. 7 still remain. So you think these guys will start to really free things up with 5.5 overs remaining. Cab takes it out towards the deep mid-wicket fence. Petrie again with the arm in on the full. So end up being a little awkward there for Masons that come through right on the half volley.
And I'm being dead serious with this question that I'll ask you after this delivery because it's all to do with man management or body management.
It's a fantastic stroke from Gab as it's almost going to go all the way. Nice bit of work from Ben Homan out on the fence as Gab is going to turn and come back for a third. And his teammates celebrate down beneath us. As he goes to 37 now. Hardy is 59, 3 for 171.
Okay, this innings is almost complete. Gab's got a big one tomorrow. The rest of the day is a bit of R&R. Have a pool, have an ice bath, have whatever. But look after that body because the expectancy might be that you go out and do exactly the same tomorrow.
Yeah, of course he's going to have to take the gloves in the
Absolutely,
second session.
yes,
So there's still
yes.
a little bit ahead for Richard. Loves to be involved in the game, in the contest.
He's got to give his address to the players afterwards. There's another half an hour of his life gone that he will never get back. And I'm saying that with care because he loves to have a chat to his players.
Yeah. Hardy down the ground for another single. He moves to 60. Already with minimal risk, 6 runs from this over. Oh, there was a chance of a stumping down the leg side there. Keeper not quite getting back to his position. I thought it potentially may have been a wide, to be fair, but yeah, might have ended up going over the stumps, I think, in the end, as it turned out. Certainly giving himself some room. Another 4 ball as stroked down towards the man at long on. And so 40 now complete here at Sarah Oval. 3 for 173, Australia Ray. Batting first after being sent in by the Kiwis. Richard Gabb, 38. And time enough, if he's good enough to get his 50 here.
He has, yep. And I'll tell you what, he did send the message to Ash Hardy then, because they ran through for that first quickly. And Gabbs, in any way, he wasn't being rude or anything, but he didn't turn around and look because he thought, I'm not going back again for another one. I'll just stay where I am. So he leant on his bat, and that was all right, because the last thing you want is a run out, and the last thing you want now is to lose a wicket, because it's been so productive since that third wicket fell with the score at 90. Hardy, how many is he going to finish up getting? He's 60 not out, and Gabb is 38 not out. And we've got 5 overs to go, 27 shy of 200 and 17 shy of the 100 partnership. We haven't had too many 100 partnerships, so I've got to dig for my book, which I can't find, but still, I don't know whether we would have had a 100 partnership.
Maybe that early stand between Kratzman and Hardy earlier in the week might have been close to the 100. But you're
Well,
right.
we've got our scorers. We can't call on the stuffed Kiwi because the stuffed Kiwi is resting in the sunshine.
As Mark Murphy returns from the 11th Street end, as Gabb hustles through for the single.
Now, I did have a Stanley statistician from Stradbroke Island who has come up with yet another very good question, actually. He said, why do they name a lot of the streets in Mildura with numbers like 11th Street, 12th Street, 13th, 14th? Do you have an answer, please?
Well, I think you'll find in regional towns it's a bit of a thing, Walshy. I think whether it's just an easy way for town planners to lay down the foundation, just counting through the numbers. There's obviously a few other names that are born fruit from people of
course,
great creed in the community over the
yes,
years.
Of course. I think you've got yourself out of a hole there by
Thank you.
telling me something that I do believe, actually, too.
You can always baffle them with a bit of BS as well sometimes, Peter. Don't worry about that.
Well, the good thing is that if you're in 9th Street and then someone rings and says, look, go to 12th Street and turn left,
Yeah.
well, you've got a chance. That's it. But we would be on one of the busiest thoroughfares, surely, just off Deakin Avenue, because a lot of traffic.
Yeah, 11th Street sort of pushes out towards Nichols Point and Irimple, heading out towards Redcliffe. So we'll see. Well, 1:30. I was thinking it was probably around lunchtime that might have lent towards the fact that, well, it's so congested out there, but it's probably post-lunchtime locally.
Yep.
There's a lot of cars on the road. This back to work Monday. There's, again, another couple for Gabb. So he goes to 40. 3 for 177.
It's a big week too for all and sundry with the football finals and, of course, the Brownlow medal tonight. Grand finals on Saturday. Rugby League heading up with 2 weeks to go before their season finishes. A lot of country league footballers enjoying the spoils and some not so, finishing on top and then losing, like was the case with Norwood in the Sandful being beaten by Glenelg, who go 2 in a row. And all of the year, and I saw Chris Scott at a press conference yesterday just talking about the disappointment of playing well, but unfortunately, when it was time for them to play a bit better, they didn't, and disappointment there.
As Gabb misses out on a full ball, so too does the keeper, who couldn't quite bring it in there, Bird Horner.
He'd be disappointed with that.
Had a really good look at that, didn't he? One of those situations where you probably already have the moment unfold in your mind before it happens. As Gabb is skying out to the man at deep mid-wicket, and I think it might have cleared him and gone over the top. Looks like it might have just bounced inside the line though, so another 4 for Australia Ray. And disappointing for the Kiwis there, as it looked like Kelvin Scott was in a pretty decent position there. Just ran himself under the flight of fraction, didn't he?
Where's Simon Waddington when you need him on the other side?
He could have done with some tips there. He's just off the camera there to the right-hand side. We can't pick that up, but I think he was concerned about where he was positioned on the line there, so he was trying to come infield a little. Quicker from Murphy, but Gabb is up to the challenge, and we said he's got time for his 50 if he's good enough, or he's going to race towards a half-century here. 48 from 53 now, and at the end of 41, it is 3 for 185, and the partnership is now 95 from 90 deliveries.
Yes, they've batted boldly, both of them. Gab really batting well, and so too is Hardy, who took his time quietly at the start, but now they've worked in partnership and took the score from 3 for 90 to be 3 for 185. Hardy 61 and Gab is on 48. Now let's just have a look at who's doing what. Hardy's going to take the next over. Gab's going quietly. Not. He's been doing a lot of running. He's been fartlicking all the way through the morning session and into the afternoon, just short and sharp bursts. And he's at the non-striker's end now. And we're going to see what are we up to? 4 overs remaining with the score at 3 for 185.
So Scott Mason into his 8th over, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22. Again, between he and Kelvin Scott, really held this bowling rotation together. It's Hardy again. It's a full of length delivery. Takes it down towards the man at long off for the single. It's almost like Hardy's happy just to hand it over to Gab at the moment, because he's the man that's really hitting the go button.
48, gee, he's going to be warmly applauded when he gets the runs to bring up his half century, because he's the man who makes the decisions, and he's gone out there with the bat and been really in top form.
This time, he's gone for 1 too many to the onside, and great reward there for Scotty Mason as Richard Gab has to depart for 48, bowled by Mason. And that brings to an end a partnership that was almost worth 100 there. That set the tone for the A team, as we can see Hardy and Gab embrace as he makes his way back towards the pavilion. But a mighty effort from the A team skipper.
Yes, well done. Well done, as he now will remove his gloves and get a warm round of applause. Putting the team first, all he wanted to do was to try and hit the ball down the ground and perhaps pick up a couple, but he finishes out, bowled by Mason, for 48. Niche, the newcomer, and Mason has 2 for 23, bowling his 8th over, so his figures are good. And 4 for 186, and we were looking for that 100 partnership, which fell just 4 shy of the 100, Pat.
Yep. It was a mighty effort, as you can hear below. His teammates giving him a warm round of applause. Richard Gab, he has been very impressive across this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series tournament.
Simon Niche is the newcomer to the crease, with Hardy not out 62. And Niche, a tall man, getting ready for a bit of action there with just on 3.4 overs to be bowled. The score 4 for 186. And 200 will not just be threatened, you would think it would be surpassed.
Niche will be keen here to turn the strike over and let Ash Hardy be the focus, who's played a bit of the sheet anchor role in the last 25-30 minutes. Striking confidently into the offside, picks up the single.
We'll have a break for lunch for 2 hours. No, we won't take that long. But of course then the chase for the Kiwis, and it'll be the last time we see them play on this global trip. Hardy's down the ground to the next ball and drives square on the offside. Hit that with plenty of power. A couple of runs only. The throw back just a little bit wayward from the deep, but a couple of runs to Hardy, who goes to 64 off 85. So we haven't got the actual data for the number of runs, say the second half of that innings of 64, but he started slowly, but hasn't he motored along now?
Yep. Built things really nicely. This time he's going to swing around the corner. Keeper will be into the action there as he picks it up at short fine. Leg by, signal by the umpire. The score is 4 for 190 now, almost the end of 42. If you joined us a little bit late in the coverage today, 11 a.m. start this morning with a little bit of extra moisture around the wicket square, so we're pushing through a little bit later in this first session. Sweetly timed by Niche as he gets over it and pushes it out to the point region. Another single, 4 for 191. 42 gone, 3 remain. Hardy 64, Niche is 2, and Mason has 2 for 27 from his 8.
Players not enduring the sunshine, but a certain amount of enjoying without question, but it is a little bit on the warm side. And I wonder too, it's probably not fair to ask Richard Horner, the scorer, about what's happening, but with the New Zealanders, would they be heading off now? Would they stay and watch the final tomorrow? I hope they do. And there are some that are coming in for the continuation of this wonderful cricket carnival. And I just hope they're all about too when we have the presentations tomorrow night.
A real sign from Richard there about the prospect of the boys hanging around to watch the final if they're not in the action tomorrow.
Yeah. Round of golf is what I've heard from the background. Okay. I'm sure they'll find something to do. We'll send them around to your unit and that'll sort you out, Richard. As the next ball of the next over is pushed away on the offside and they'll go through for a single. We're into the, let's see, 43rd over, and it's 4 for 192 with Hardy 64 and Niche 3. Last man out was Gabbs, who was bowled by Mason, going to hoik the ball down the ground on the onside. He was bowled for 48.
Murphy sticks his hand up apologetically as he just throws that one down the leg side, so that'll be an extra one he'll need to consume here. 4 for 193. As again, it's Hardy leaning into that one on the onside. They'll look to hustle through. The bowler's end is where it's going. It's a pretty decent throw. Umpire took a little while to get into decent position there, but Niche was up to the challenge. But gee, that was a mighty throw back towards the bowler.
Like a rifle. It just went whoosh. Didn't it come back in a hurry? That was outstanding cricketing fielding from Robbie Frew. And that was a very strong and powerful and accurate throw.
Quicker again from Murphy. Hardy's over the top of it though as he hits it out towards the deep cover boundary. Get back for 2.
I'm just noticing too with the umpire standing back quite a bit.
At square leg?
No.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, with normally up over the stumps, but he would be, what, 5 or 6 metres back, you reckon? Yep. And that ball's worked away on the offside behind square. They'll run 1 and they'll come back to complete 2. Just jogging back. Number 28 you can see on the screen there. That's Scott McHardy. And it's 199 for 4 with Hardy on 70 and Niche on 3. And we are 2 balls shy of finishing the 43rd over.
Another quicker ball from Murphy. Popped out towards the offside. Back to your point about the umpire, Walsh, it might be a case that Murphy gets super tight and close into the stumps when he bowls and doesn't want to clip the umpire on the way through.
Maybe he does want to clip the umpire. No, I'm only joking. No, they get themselves into a position of authority and do it beautifully.
Niche is turning that one around the corner as Australia moved to 201 for 4 at the end of 43. Hardy is 71, Niche is 4. Murphy has bowled 8 overs, no maiden none for 45.
We'll be wrapping it up when the lunch break takes place and then seeing what the New Zealanders can do in their chase. The Australians getting ready to take on the Australian A team in the final of this series. New Zealand, well, let's not say that they can't win this game, but they haven't been able to chase down a big score, haven't had a win yet. Maybe they'll finish on a high note. Let's hope so. With 4 for 201, Wybird made 10, Mansfield made 12, Kratzman 38, and Gabb was out for 48, with Hardy the top scorer on 71 off 90 deliveries, and Niche is on 4. 2 to go.
Mason again, tying Niche up as they will get through for a leg bye.
Often fascinates me because cricket is such a different game. My dad took me to a game of cricket very early days, and I couldn't work out why people were yelling out, "Ah!" And it was appealing. And you're at the cricket and you're thinking, what's going on? I'll tell you what's going on now. That's a whack and a half.
Great shot from Hardy. Again, opening up the offside. And brings up another boundary. So 75 now from 91. So you get a chance to have a look at this one on the MV Play replay. It's such a free approach as he waits for the bowler to deliver. And got a really good control over that shot as the Kiwis have just brought some fielders up on the ring there on the offside. So gave him the chance to cash in.
We don't see anybody else out there either,
No,
do we?
that's
Where
right.
have the New Zealanders gone?
4 for 206 in the 44th over. Down the ground again. See his position there at the long off boundary.
There is one possibility, and that is, of course, the highest score so far in the tournament is Mark Kratzman, who got 88. Hardy 76, and we've got 9 balls to go, and he's not facing now, but he's going to face now. Is he a chance to get past 88?
Well, a couple of good blows like that last one, and he'll be right in the mix, Pete.
2 balls in this over, and 1 over to go, and Hardy's 76 and Nisha's 5, and it's 4 for 208.
Hits that one upshly out towards the long on boundary, just the single, but he's along now to 77. Saw scores of 220 plus in the opening 2 days of the Tri-Series tournament. As Niche has made himself look a little bit unfortunate there as he goes to ground, can't make connection the way he would have liked. So into the over, 44 gone, 1 remaining, 4 for 209.
Yeah, and you have to be careful there because Niche, as soon as he got up, he grabbed hold of his right leg. He's now just dropped the bat on the ground. I'm not saying that it's significant damage, don't get me wrong, but he certainly now is going through a series of exercises. He's
So
wandered back, but he's limping a bit, isn't he?
It's a position that you probably don't find yourself in that often, where he felt the end of that shot. He will, of course, have a role to play with the ball later on in the second session.
Well, Nish is on 5, and he certainly is a little bit aggrieved by that. First ball of the last over, played away on the onside for a single. And now he gets to the end that he's batting at. I'm not sure whether it's such a good idea to stay out there, to be honest. 4 for 110 in the last over.
Ball goes out towards the man at mid-wicket. Pick up another single. So Murphy looking to get through his 9th and final over. None for 47 so far. Pick of the bowlers this first session. Mason, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 34 as ball's taken down towards long on again by Hardy. Another single. So 3 from it so far with 3 remaining. 4 for 212. Highest score so far through the Tri-Series was on day 2. 6 for 227. That sounded really good off the bat of Niche as he takes it downtown for a boundary. Even though he might not quite be feeling 100%, he was able to focus in and make great connection right there. Advanced and hit straight down the line 4 for 216. 7 from this final over. 2 balls remain. Down the ground again. This time it will be cut off by the man at long off for a single. So 1 to go. 4 for 217. Let's see what Ash Hardy can finish up with here. He's edgily slashing one there down towards short third man. We'll see him finish on 80. Leash was 11 not out from 10 deliveries, and Australia Ray have finished at 4 for 218 at the end of their 45 overs.
Pretty competitive, 4 for 218. Quickly through the scorecard before we take a break for lunch. We had Wybird out for 10, Mansforth out for 12, Kratzman made 38, Gab made 48, and we saw, let's have a look, Hardy not out 79, not out 80 I should say, and Mish was not out 11, 4 for 218. Now, you've got the short bowling figures for me. That would help me a lot, Pat, because my screen isn't speaking to me as much as I would like.
All right, we might get their summary come up shortly, but I can let you know that Scott Mason was the pick of the bunch with 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 34. Other wicket takers, Darren Sears, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 47. And Homan also 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. So wickets were hard to come by for the Grey Caps in this opening session today. As we hear great applause for Ashley Hardy as he comes for the ground and has been one of the key contributors for the A-team so far across this Tri-Series tournament. And you get the sense of feeling, Peter Walsh, that he will be another important player tomorrow in the final at the Mildura Senior College.
Absolutely, and we will find out the damage to Simon Nish, who walked past. He was wobbling a fraction.
He was, yeah.
And of course that injury to him just before the start of 1 overall, a little bit to go, so we'll wait and see. But that's how we see it. It's lunch in the last of these games because tomorrow the final's on, but we saw Australia getting to 4 for 218 on behalf of Pat Silcox and all of the gathering of the troops here in the press commentary spot. Peter Walsh signing off, and we'll be back for the start of play in the afternoon chase here from the spectacular Sarah Oval in Mildura.
So we're just about ready to get underway with our second session here at Sarah Oval in Mildura this afternoon, as the Kiwis set off in chase of that target of 219. Pat Silcox alongside of Peter Walsh, who's stripped down into the shorts, Walshy. It's certainly warmed up across the day, hasn't it?
Well, I have to be a bit careful as to who I'm giving the congratulatory note to, but I will say that someone who's significantly a part of my life, my partner, went and bought me a pair of shorts and spent an hour and a half in the shop. So anyway, we won't go into detail, but I will say it's a magnificent weather at the moment.
Yeah, breeze hasn't really been a factor so far today, has it? Which is
no.
Good for cricket.
And I was trying to glean as much information as I could about hobbling Simon Niche, and it does appear as if, and you probably know more than me, I asked a few questions and I got some bland responses, but no one's hiding the truth. The fact is he might have just got a niggle, and the niggle is being attended to, and I'm of the awareness, and you'd be more au fait than me, Pat, that he can bowl left and he can bowl quick and fast and left and right hand, so he might be playing a part, but they might have to just improvise and look after his body.
Yeah, a bit of hamstring awareness was the vibe that I got downstairs during the luncheon break. But he did indicate he rolled his arm over a bit of a faux delivery on the ground to suggest that things will be okay. So, but as you said, maybe the slow left armers might be the order of the day tomorrow as opposed to the seam up. Kiwis have got their account underway with Richard Petrie picking up the opening run of the innings.
Isn't it amazing? You just sort of say, oh yeah, well look, I'll bowl with my other arm. Wow, really? Is that what you're going to do? And we're not supposed to be surprised, because in this day and age, people can do that.
So the Aussies have started out with slip and a gully, man out in the point region. Scary is confidently driving down to mid-off. They've got to cover a short extra. So a man at mid-off. Mid-on, Brad Purdue's at mid-wicket, and we've got Chris Lanigan down beneath us here in the broadcast position at fine leg. So very traditional startings field from skipper Richard Gabb. That one's just squirted out the back there from Gary, not quite where is he was expecting it to go. Picks up the single. And that's the end of the first over. The score is 0-for-2.
All right, what's the mindset now? We've got a score of 218 in the bank, 4 for 218. A very impressive score. Now, from the New Zealand point of view, they can't make the final. The Australians will play Australia A. And the Australian A team, we've got a couple of people that might be a little bit on the injured side. Simon Niche is one that it looks as if there might be a bit of a tickle in one of the hamstrings, but that's being sorted. But let's forget about what the Australians are on about. What about the New Zealanders now, for quite a few of them, Pat, who will be finishing up their campaign after this game?
Well, you'd think they'd like to go out with a bang, wouldn't they, Walshy? Well, they'd love to get a win. Nothing surer than that. I think Richard Horner gave us the equation that they need to get these runs in about 4 overs if they are to get through a net run rate, which is most unlikely, but still be a nice way to finish off this Tri-Series campaign for the boys.
Yes, it would. They haven't been able to score big. That's been the problem. Well, they haven't had anyone who's been able to score big, and I'd like to see Petrie get amongst it because he's someone to watch. Let's have a look at what's happening now. We'll just get our things sorted. The Australians in the field. Chris Lanigan. He's doing the bowling at the moment. Petrie is 1 off 3 deliveries and Gary is 1 off 4. It's 0-for-2. And this ball down the leg side, the attempt to drag away, doesn't get cleanly taken by Gabb. He'd have a few, well, I shouldn't say sore spots because he's used to running up and down, but when he was in the partnership and the partnership was building, and it started to build with a frenetic pace, and Ashley Hardy was in a hurry. Gee, they were running those quick, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. Lanigan is full and outside the off stump. We did see the pitch roll during the luncheon break, which I think raised a few eyebrows from the players, but curator Kel Little felt that it needed a little bit of extra prep going into this second session, so I just flattened off the top a little here. The new ball.
Okay. Well, I've got a follow-up question for that. Whose decision is that? Do the captains have to come forward and be given the go as to, righto, this is what the plan is, this is from the curator? How does that all work?
I think traditionally the captains would have some input, but I don't think that was the situation about half an hour ago. I think Kel was clear of mind to say that's what needed to be done, and he was just going to go ahead and get the job done.
All right, well, we'll just stay with that for a minute. Was it because it could have been dangerous if it hadn't been rolled?
Oh,
Or?
I'm not sure, Peter. Not sure, but looks like it's playing pretty true here at the moment. So much like the great Kevin Mitchell up at the Gabba all those years ago, he always knew the conditions and the surroundings best.
Yeah. Yes, we've had some extraordinary curators. And one of my best stories about curators is Les Burdett from the Adelaide Oval, when you'd always have a cold one after the test match had finished. That was the test match which used to be around the Australia Day weekend. And he'd say, come back and see me after we've had a lobster. Because we always used to get lobsters for him from Robe and take them up.
Yep.
And give the crab claw meat to the Channel 9 commentators. And we had a ball. And Les Burdett, he was just, I think over 40 years as a curator, an absolute star. Now, John Garry is 1 run ahead of Richard Petrie for the most over 50s runs for New Zealand. He's 1 run in front, and they're both out there at the moment.
It's a battle within the battle a little bit, isn't it, really? Internally.
They'd know that, wouldn't they?
Oh, you get
They
the
do.
feeling they'd...
Yeah, the discussions took place. Thank you, Richard Horner, who has got money on this, so I just don't know what the story is. He might have to put a pink dot into a red hole, or a green or blue or what. We'll wait and see.
Petrie pushing forward, taking on the pad. Struck outside the line.
But of course, what we're looking at now is we're looking at the end of a short and sharp series for the New Zealanders, a lot of them on the way back. And from an Australian point of view, Australia A and Australia displaying their wares tomorrow. And that'll be good. Exciting game too. Look, I don't reckon you can pick it with as much conviction, because we saw today Hardy and Gabb and throw in together Mark Kratzmann. There's some reasonable runs in that 3.
They've been the cornerstones of the A-team's batting order, haven't they, through the tournament?
They have, absolutely.
Petrie is just under-edging the ball. So it runs down towards the third man boundary, and I think it might just get there too. So first boundary for the Grey Caps in this second session. Petrie is 5, Garry is 1. It's none for 6 midway through this, the third over.
Now, you'll have to help me with this one, Pete, because I got a question from one of those, it was a support staff as I wandered through during the lunch break. Why are they Grey Caps?
Richard Horner is going to suggest that once the cap is actually off itself, that there's a lot of grey to be seen.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
I've always known them as Black Caps, of course.
Yes.
So we'll call them ball caps if you take your cap again off, Richard. You know, and I was presented with a badge, an Australian badge, and this was last night, and yeah, wonderful. Those sorts of memories will stay forever, as will the game that we're watching at the moment, none for 6, as we start the run chase continuing with Garry and Petrie at the crease 1 and 5 respectively. Did you have something to eat for lunch?
This is another note incoming for you. The Grey Caps versus the Saggy Greens.
Oh, well, there's a bit of sledging going on here.
Yes, not sure whether the Aussie boys will be far with that.
All right. Oh, God. Sledging's good. Sledging's good. You know, with Australia and New Zealand, even Prime Ministers got involved when we bowled the underarm, or the along the ground one. It was a political animal that took off. It was quite extraordinary. And some of our commentary team, who aren't with us anymore, unfortunately, were very strong and bold about what we saw, and I think we all were. Anyway, it's done and dusted now. That's a good shot down the ground. Oh, Petrie goes whack off the front foot. and tonks the ball down the ground for 4 wide of the mid-off position, and that was hit with a fair amount of dexterity and aplomb. Well bowled and well batted too, hitting that for 4.
He showed signs through this tournament that when he's up and about, he's going to be a hard man to stop. It's just a matter of taking it through and building a real big score. He's got himself mobile nicely here at the start of the second session. 9 from 9. None for 10 off 3. Once again, Chris Lanigan is really doing a good job keeping the runs down. His RPO tally, I think, for this tournament would be almost the lowest of any bowler.
Really? Yeah.
He's been very impressive.
Yes, you've got to be a real guru and a follower of cricket because, you know, some games go for 20 overs, others for 45, others for 50. Others have to be bowled a certain number in a test match per day. And we haven't even spoken in depth about the old Duckworth-Lewis.
Oh, yes.
When that crops up, there goes half a day in your life that you'll never get back, and you'll be able to discuss what's going on in the world of the Duckworth-Lewis. And if you go off, how long are you off for, and how many overs do you have to bowl to catch up? It happened quite a bit, but still, it's the rules that we play by in the game we love so much.
Ball outside the off stump, passing through to the keeper. You can see the number 14 in front of screen there. That is Jamie Pitt, who's substituting for Simon Niche in this Australian A assault to pick up the second victory of this Tri-Series tournament. Jamie played one of the games in Melbourne earlier in the week. I think he was the man that fell foul to that Waddington one-hander out on the bench, out on the boundary at a Chafee. As Gary is turning nicely off the pads out towards mid-wicket boundary. Purdue's in pursuit. They'll look to come back for a third, but Purdue's got a decent arm. Petrie sent back, so just the 2 for Gary. None for 12.
I'll be most interested in the bowling of the man that you mentioned just briefly, Purdue. 4 for 21, he's best with the ball. And once you get a scent, he said yesterday on the chat, he said, I would have loved for Pfeiffer. I'll have to get a handful, but still he's not far away from that. Let's see.
Gary is leaving. Ball goes through to the keeper. Robbie Frew is set to follow at number 3, and he also has looked good at the crease when he's been there. And again, shaping the ball outside the off stump of John Gary. Goes through to the keeper once again.
Robbie Frew got 21 yesterday. Everest 24 not out. The total needed to be a bit better than it was, and it didn't get that far, if you know what I'm talking about. And as Shane Crawford used to say, and was well remembered for, that's what I'm talking about.
Lanigan gets through at the end of his second over, none for 2. It's none for 12 here at Sarah Oval in Mildura. 4 overs gone. There's New Zealand to get on the board here. This final preliminary game of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festival Tri-Series tournament. Their target is 219. The rate required is tick over 5. They're currently going at 3s.
Now there's what's happening here? Gab's coming off. He's taken a glove off and he's talking to the umpire. And whilst that's happening, a question for you, Pat, without notice. Quite a few people coming up and saying, I'm enjoying Pat's commentary. Where does Pat work? I said he works in Mildura. So give us a bit of a heads up now. You're radio man and
Yes.
have been for a period of time.
Yeah, I've held down the morning slot across both the Hit and Triple M brands here locally for quite a period of time. I think I started back in 2008.
When Hawthorn won the flag, incidentally.
Yes, Stewie G's day to shine, of course. But yeah, and then in that time I've also called local footy. Done a bit with the Big V basketball over the last half a dozen seasons as well. So
And so if people want to listen to you on the radio, When do they listen
Well,
to
they
you?
normally get me between 9 and midday,
9 and
Monday
midday.
to Friday. But of
Well,
course,
they're
I've,
reasonable hours.
yeah, absolutely. Of course, I've just taken a little bit of a sojourn, so I could be sitting next to you here in the broadcast position, Waltry. But we'll be back on deck, I think, the day after the final T20. Which will
So
be
you're on leave
October.
without pay, are you?
No, that's all accounted for. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, that's good. Radio, the real world. The real world. Talking to those and bringing friendships into your life, even though you probably never meet half the people, but you're talking to them and not talking at them.
That's right.
Very good. Well, I started my radio career back in 3BA in Ballarat and then 3CV in Maryborough, and you just met so many people via the microphone, but then when you were out at functions raising money for charities that you were supporting, you really got involved and loved it. And like me, I hadn't had the pleasure of meeting you beforehand, and we have a chat, we talk behind the microphone for a few days, and it's all good. All good doing what we love best, and that is promoting sport.
So that's Mitch Woods into his third over. Full length is taken down towards the fine leg boundary. No one out on the fence, so Lanigan, who was up on the 45, will turn and get behind that one and get through for 3.
How about Gab, the keeper there? He's thrown one glove off. He's charged after the ball. He's run about 30 metres away from where the stumps are, pardon me, that he was attending. This doesn't stop, does he?
Can't keep him out of the game, can you? Loves to be involved.
Now, you had enough courage to mention how many they'd need to have scored in 4 overs.
Well, that was by virtue of some stats that were put together by Richard Horner for us. But
Okay.
yeah, I think that time may have elapsed now.
Yep.
But
Yep.
I think it's just a case of getting the W as far as New Zealand are concerned.
Yep. Yes, they'd like to finish with the W. And I wonder, I mean, we're talking about something that's been given some good publicity with Anthony Telfer being able to get access to those that are keen enough to be sponsors. And that's what it's all about. And of course the next few years are being sorted as well, so it takes the pressure off, doesn't it, if you know that you've got some dollars and cents to look after what's happening in the future.
Yeah, a bit of a learning curve, I guess, in year one. We can look to go bigger and better as time rolls on. It's Woods once again, just angling away outside the off stump, through to the keeper, end of 5. Score is none for 15 with Petrie on 12 and Gary on 3.
Got this fella that wants to say hello again. Apparently he's good mates with Peter Walsh, and he's going to come in and talk the Kiwi up for a win. It's the man with the gummy groin who took a wicket with his first ball.
Birthday boy. Yeah, I'm good. Now, Simon Murphy and Mark Murphy are twins. They both turned 50 yesterday. Simon called in and said hello, and I was thrilled to be able to congratulate you on blowing out 50 candles. But your day unfolded in a way in which it was quite forgettable, but I'm not saying that in a derogatory way because it just happened. Now, firstly, did you get a chance to have a few quiet ones last night?
I just had one yesterday, a bit of recovery last night, so lots
One
of icing.
yesterday. What, it went all day or?
One big one.
All right, tell us about the day itself, because we'll be concentrating on calling the cricket. None for 15, Petrie on 12 and Gary on 3. That is after 5 overs. The target is 218. Now, when we spoke to you yesterday, it was all about, yep, you're playing and it's all good. So tell us what happened when you're out there.
I just sort of the opener sort of whacked it back, and I've sort of got my sprig caught a little bit as I've sort of gone to reach with my left, and it just got caught and it sort of opened out the groin. So it was pretty bad at the time, but it turns out it's not so bad. Bit of a pretty little tear right in the centre of the muscle. So maybe 2 or 3 weeks without bowling and then into it.
Have you had a groin injury before?
No, first one.
So did you know what the injury was?
Oh, I just felt it
Yep.
through the inside of the leg there. Yes, I was a bit obviously there's some big games coming up
Yes.
over the next few months. So, yeah, got there in the end, got it checked out. Not so bad, but yeah, obviously when it first happens, you sort of you think the worst, don't you?
Now, this is a very ticklish interview that I have to now conduct, so please, I'll be careful with you.
Yes.
How do you
Gentle.
treat a groin injury?
First 48 hours, it's all about ice. So at the moment, I'm sort of doing icing 20 minutes every hour.
What, in the full ice bath?
No, just like I've got here.
Oh,
So I've
okay.
just got the pack
Well, explain
on.
that
Very
to our
specific.
listeners.
So it's just an ice pack, and then it's got a Velcro, so it just straps around where the injury area is, and it just concentrates on that spot there.
So is there blood issues there?
Well, with all tears, there's a bit
Yeah,
of blood
yeah.
there, so you don't do any anti-inflammatories or anything like that, because that obviously helps. It'll bleed more, so it's really just ice, rest and ice.
So you got access to medical people straight away?
Yeah, so we've got a physio in-house. Luckily, our keeper batsman, Matt Everest.
Yes,
He's a physio. He was actually a physio for the Black Caps for...
Oh, okay.
Jumped in for a year and a half, I think, when one of his colleagues went away to do something else. So he's been away with the big boys, the Black Caps, and does a great job. And always looking after all the guys, and very knowledgeable guy. And
Right.
yeah,
right.
has everything we need as well, which is great. We've also had Jess, a local lass who used to play first class, I think, women's cricket.
Okay.
And she's been doing all the massaging and whatnot as well. So the boys have been really looked after here, I must say.
So you know that you're injured, that's happened. You have to get off straight away, get off the ground?
Went straight. Well, yeah. Being who I am, I thought, have another ball and see how it goes.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Maddie and Dill just said, no, let's get off and let's get some ice on it straight away. And then just did that throughout the day, throughout our bowling innings, obviously, and then had a good check-up once I got back to the hotel.
Okay. Is there anybody that you could talk to that has had some sort of a similar injury to get an idea as to how they were going to go about getting sorted?
Yeah, well, I've spoken to Peaches. Obviously, he had one
Yes.
as well, so they can be quite niggly. I think I got a bit lucky because you can get them up quite high, and it's around the ligament areas and things like that. So mine's really quite central, and it's just sort of a small tear, really. So very localised, I suppose, is what Maddie said. So we
Yep.
can get it, like I say, ice her up, and then we'll start stretching from sort of this time tomorrow.
And you talked about the word stretching. Was it because you overstretched just to cause the damage?
Yeah, I think it's just because I got that sprig caught, and then because I'm trying to catch something behind me, so
Yes.
that everything sort of that stopped and other stuff opened out. So it's a bit of a freak one, really, to be honest. Disappointing. Got a wicket first ball, and
I know.
then we're off the field after two more.
So you leave the field. What's it like then, dealing with such an injury? And so much, and we just enjoyed the interview that you had earlier in the day. You were talking about you just had a massive smile on your face, and it was all good stuff. How did you cope then when you have to go and sit down and watch the day unfold?
Well, yeah, you can sit there and say you're all right, but I was pretty broken up about it because you don't know how serious it is, obviously, as well, or how long you're going to be out for. But you sort of concentrate on what's in front as well, the game. So, you've got to get out there and support and things like that. And then, like I said, once we got back and Maddie said, look, we might be okay here, which was pretty relieving. But, yeah, it's pretty sombering. Because you work hard to get here.
Of course you do. What did your brother say to you first off?
Oh, he might think there's a spot open for him for the next game.
Oh, I'm sure that.
No, he's always been supportive. That was part of the feeling, I suppose, because we hadn't played an international game together before, and that was our first one. It was our birthday, pretty special time. So, yeah, started off pretty good with the first ball, and then I suppose that's the highs and lows of cricket. But he got out there and he supported me, did well. The result didn't go our way, but we're certainly heading in the right direction.
All right, well, continue to talk. Simon Murphy's our special guest. We've got Mark Murphy, of course, both of them turning 50 yesterday. And the game that's underway at the moment, Australia, they got to 4 for 218. We had a superb performance by Ashley Hardy, who got into the high 70s. As a matter of fact, he got to 80 not out. And Gab, the captain, got to 48. And an injury, Simon Niche, right on the finish of the overs, just a little bit of a tweak in the hamstring. It didn't seem to be all that much, but Simon, enough.
Yeah, and a big loss for them in the bowling lineup. I thought he was particularly impressive the first game. Bowls quite a heavy ball, left armour as well, which you don't see too many of. Unlucky for him, obviously, but it sort of helps our innings out as well. It's another weapon that we don't have to sort of think about.
True. Who's the best team out of Australia A in Australia?
Okay, I'm going to say...
You can say whatever you want.
Well, I want to say that I feel the Australian A bowling attack is particularly good, and the Australians' batting lineup is particularly good. So if they could get a mix of those two, they're a pretty big force in world cricket.
So who would you go for tomorrow?
They're just going to play us anyway. I'll go New Zealand.
Well, the next question's about New Zealand. Mm-hmm. Who from the New Zealand over 50s team would be good enough to play in the best Australian team?
I think there's several. I don't think there's a heck of a lot of difference talent-wise out there. I think what we've found this trip, us particularly coming out of a pre-season not being on turf, was quite, it's really sort of stuck in our minds. If we could have got a couple games on turf before coming over.
Yep.
I think mentally wise, the Aussies have certainly outperformed us in big moments.
Yep.
Which we haven't sort of fought back with or tried to sort of rescue that momentum and reach it back, get our way. And I think probably we've been a little bit timid with the bat.
Okay.
Yep.
We've got Simon Murch chatting this, and we'll give you an update in the score, of course. It's Australia made 4 for 218, Australia A. And at the moment now, after 7 overs, the score is no wicket for 22, with Petrie on 16 and Gary on 6. Now, Simon, what about for you now? What can you look forward to? The injury now is going to curtail any strong and vigorous athleticism. What happens in your life now for the next week or two?
Yeah, so obviously get back and got my boys at home, and we've got to start, get back working. Injury-wise, yeah, we're only looking at 2 or 3 weeks, so we start in 2 weeks, I think, club stuff. So I can certainly be batting by then. Bowling-wise, probably another couple of weeks after that, but I'll be certainly, in the next week or so, it's just all about stretching, getting some strength back, just getting everything mobile, around the hip flexors, lower back, just that core area, just getting that more and more strengthened, which obviously in moving forward will prevent those sort of injuries.
What do you do for work?
At the moment, I sort of do a bit of sales and I do a bit on the tools. So we do sort of build tiny homes. So do 25, 30 hours on the tools, and then the rest selling and marketing.
And that won't be a problem with the injury that you've got. You just have to be a bit careful as to the movements.
Yeah, I'll certainly sort of keep an eye on things, but I'll sort of strap it before I head away each morning, and then. It's not something that, I can walk without pain now, which I couldn't do yesterday, which is, you sort of put that down to just getting, with the ice, keeping that inflammation down. So just keeping an eye on things and, just sort of gearing up to try and, it's really the start of a season for us. So it does put me back a couple, 3 weeks, but nothing too major.
Have you locked in for plenty of cricket to come up?
Yep, so I play club stuff obviously every Saturday in New Zealand. Then we've got games in between, sometimes during the week out at the Willows and things like that, or a Sunday game. So there's lots locked in at the moment. New Zealand-wise, I think there's an A and a B side coming over to Newcastle.
Yep.
Where several guys from New Zealand can obviously come over, and I think 2 or 3 in each team's allowed to be a New Zealand rep, so there's a few of those like Peaches and guys like Adil and guys like that are going as well. That's sort of that last sort of tournament we've got before we name the squad for Sri Lanka.
Well, it's not far away, is it?
Yeah, so I think mid-November, something around there we're naming the squad.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've also got another birthday today. It was Kelvin Scott's birthday. He's 56.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now what we want you to do now is, and I'm going to ask some personal questions, but I'm being very careful. The score at the moment is none for 22 in the 8th over, with Petrie on 16 and Gary on 6. The target is 218. Now tell us about the birthday. Tell us about yourself and Mark. The game is finished. You've left the venue. What have you done then? What has taken pride of place in your life after you finished the cricket yesterday?
We went into the wonderfully cold pool at the Commodore Hotel, which is freezing, but probably exactly what we needed. So a few of the lads had a couple of beers, obviously showered up, and then all 3 teams last night, which was wonderful, went to the Gateway, which is one of the sponsors.
Yep.
So at the Gateway, we all had meals together. Watched
That's
a bit
good,
of
isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. So we were all mingling, all 3 teams. Watched the Aussie girls play the New Zealand girls.
You'd be happy.
Yeah. They played well.
Yeah, they did.
Played very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's good to see because they've had a rough time. But they're young and they're developing, and the Aussies really are the mecca of women's cricket. So to get a win like that and play like they did is pretty fantastic.
Did you sing your birthday song yourself?
The No, I listen when they do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So there was a birthday song sung, and very
Was it the
generously,
normal words that I sang?
I'm not sure it was that normal, but
Okay.
well, yeah. A birthday cake was involved.
All right. What sort
And,
of cake?
I think it was called a New York cheesecake style thing.
No, not big on that. No, sponges about as much as I do.
Yeah, I'm about a sponge with a bit of raspberry. That's
Yeah,
me.
that's
so
good.
that was a bit fancy for me. Anyway, I cut it up for everyone. So,
Oh, good. Now, how many
and we shared
people
that
there?
round.
All the teams.
All the teams. So I would have thought 50 or 60 people.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, and a wonderful place, the Gateway. A fantastic event. They've got 3 or 4 different areas. We're sort of in that outdoor area, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, presents. Tell the truth. What did you get, and what was the best one?
Well, we got one thing. It was
Now, remembering that you and your twin brother, so you had to have double presents.
No, it was just one present. It was shared, so it was
That's
a
interesting. I wonder what
very
that could
well
be.
used bottle of Caribbean spiced rum,
Oh.
which maybe, I don't know, maybe a third of it, oh, not even a third, maybe a fourth left, and taped to that was a balloon saying "Happy Birthday, Dickheads."
Right. Did you drink out of the bottle or out of a glass?
No, because I'm allergic to spices, so I couldn't have it anyway.
So you got a good present. What about your brother?
No, he got to hold it.
Oh, wow. That
Yeah.
was big of you, wasn't it?
Wow, I couldn't have it, so he held it. We got a photo with it,
Yeah.
which has been sent around various sort of social media sites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about the spirit of cricket, and we've got Simon Murphy, who you must have gone through so many different mood swings yesterday with playing on your birthday, getting a wicket, and then an injury that curtails your furtive career for a few weeks anyway. It's all about sport, isn't it?
Yep, 100%. It's and it was the emotions are intense, but that's what we play sport for as well. You know, you get the highs and the lows, and it's how you react to them and things like that. And shit, there was a couple of times you say very down about it, but then you get some good news. It's not so bad, and then you go, right, okay, let's get a plan together, and away we go.
You've got a good group, but the team itself from the New Zealanders, they're good to be able to support you and come across and say a few things, not patronising things, but get across a message that they do really care.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you get when you're away with sports teams, especially in another country. You find you've sort of got a wee brotherhood there because it's just sort of you against everyone else.
Yep.
You know, I think we've got 22 or 23 travelling all together, you know, with wives and girlfriends and managers and whatnot. And it is a group atmosphere. You know, we had a nice few drinks the other night, and you need to do that as well because we've got some young guys or new guys and younger guys that have come in. Guys like Potty Mason, who's been playing for a long time, gets his chance, you know, and he's done well. So it was about getting around everyone and having a few beers and a laugh and a joke and things like that as well. So it's social, it's sporty, it's been an amazing experience. Mildura, great place, beautiful weather.
Did you make a speech yourself?
No.
You didn't say anything.
Well, I said thank you.
Wow, that was big of you.
Well, I'm
Did it
very
take a while to learn that?
No, that was taught at a very early age.
And did your brother make a speech?
No, my brother wasn't. He wasn't even there when the cakes.
That's a big effort. So it's really you're bonding with your brother on so many occasions.
I don't know what's happening, but he wasn't there for the team photo and he wasn't there for his birthday cake, so I don't know where he disappears
So
to.
he could be getting ready to accept the Best Team Man award or something like that.
He must be up there.
What about Australia? You've mentioned Mildura, but
Yeah.
have you had many reasons with your cricketers that brought you here, or as work brought you here, or as holidays brought you here before?
A mixture of, my sister's been here for 20 odd years. She's based out sort of Menai, Sydney way. She's a physio, so we've been there for that. Work's brought me over a few times. Cricket, like 3 hours on a plane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't like your snakes and stuff, but apart from that, I love the weather. I love the outdoorness of everything. You know.
Yeah. But what about the concept of veterans cricket now? It rolls off the tongue now when Mr. Kratzman, Neville Kratzman, he's 71. He's the father of the 2 boys that are doing so well. He's still playing. And his wife, can you believe this? She didn't come down to Mildura from Queensland because she's getting ready for being involved as a finalist in the tap dancing contest in Queensland.
How good's that?
And it's sport.
Yeah. And I think you find a lot of families are like that, and it's the mums and dads have all had their own, whether it's like my family, dad was sort of rugby and tennis, for example, mum loved her netball. And I think a lot of us this generation grew up around that sort of stuff. It was all about, everything was around sport, I think, whether we were sitting there or watching it. I think it gets too expensive now to take the kids, but my boys, even when they were younger, but we'd go as a family. We'd be watching the Black Caps or the New Zealand team in those days, watching the All Blacks. We'd go to Ranfurly Shield rugby games. We'd be, you could take your lunch in, it was a family day out.
True.
Yeah, it's part of your life.
9 overs gone in the New Zealand run chase. They're none for 26 with Petrie on 17 and Gary on 9 in response to Australia A's 4 for 218 with, let's have a look. We had a bowl performance by Hardy who got 80 not out and Gab got 48. Are you Sri Lankan bound in your own mind? Will there be time?
Oh, I'll be fine. Yeah, plenty of time to do that. I've just got to go and keep proving myself.
How many will they take?
I believe the squad's going to be 16 for players.
Yep.
And then there's around management scorers. Selector is going as well. So I think just with players and management, there will be probably about 20, 21 of us.
You in the best 16?
I'd like to think so.
And you'll have enough time to get your injury sorted. That's the main one.
Yeah, it's a minor one really. So within 2 or 3 weeks I'm back full storm playing cricket. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Are you going to stay on here? I don't think I've asked you this before, but tomorrow the final, and then of course you've got the draftees who are running around at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Where are you going to be?
I'm going to be back home by then. We fly back on Wednesday night. So I would have loved to have stayed for the first one, but just with work and my boys, it just didn't allow it. But I'd certainly, next time that comes around, I'm certainly going to put my name in the draw.
Yeah, and what about the difference between yourself and your brother? Mm-hmm. I mean, you didn't tell me who was the oldest. That's all right. That's a personal secret for you. But I'll ask you again. Do you know who was the oldest?
We don't.
You don't. You do know, but you don't want to tell me.
Well, we don't actually know. I feel as though my brother is.
How do you feel that your brother is?
Because he always tells me what to do. So.
No, that's
but
fair.
we honestly do not know. We've never been told. So.
Right. Isn't it wonderful, though? But you think about Steve Waugh and you think about Mark Waugh and you think about Dean Waugh and there's all sorts of wars and you think about the Australians who have had brothers in their team and you think about the New Zealanders and you can go through a lot of the teams around the world and you can't pick up too many that have got brothers, but you're a rarity, aren't you?
There's every now and then you get them, like you've got the Marshall twins, obviously.
Yes,
I've played a lot with those boys. They're great cricketers.
Yep.
They were good for New Zealand.
You've got the Marsh brothers, although there's nephews and all sorts of things.
There's all sorts.
Yeah.
They're all semi-related though, aren't they?
Oh, they'd have to be,
You'd
surely.
think so. With a name like that, they've got to. Yeah. Pretty talented though. How good's Mitch going at the moment?
I know.
Yeah, and he's been through some incredibly hard times. Not just form-wise with the Australian public and things like that. And to come out and do what he does now is amazing.
Simon, tell me, if we had a conversation in, say, 3 or 4 years' time, what do you think would be the form of cricket that you would really be enjoying most? If you'd finished playing and I said to you, I've got double passes to any cricket ground in the world and you can see any form of cricket that you want played, what would you want to see?
100% a Boxing Day Test match, New Zealand, Australia.
Really, at the MCG?
100%.
Wow. Have you seen one there before?
I have. Yeah, not with New Zealand, I didn't go, but we're there again in 26, I think, so that's going to be on my bucket list.
Right.
Yeah.
What's so special about the MCG for you?
Well, I think it's not so much the New Zealand side, that's amazing, but we grew up listening to Channel 9 watching Boxing Day Test, so it was always a great, you sat there and you were riveted by it. I can still sit there and watch all 5 days of cricket, no problem whatsoever. I think it's the purest form of the game, and I love it.
No issue at all about Test cricket staying, as far as the people of Australia I'll use as the example, as the pinnacle. That's what people want to go and see. You're not going to say the Big Bash or one-day internationals or 20-over games. You're going to say Test cricket.
100%. It's the absolute peak of cricket.
Yeah. Is it like that in New Zealand too?
Yep, I think even last year as well, but this year we've got England coming over before Christmas. Both tests are already fully sold out. Can't get a ticket anywhere.
Really?
Yep. And it's an amazing... Look, Test cricket has certainly developed a little bit, and I think we get a lot more play within a day that we used to.
Yes.
Which probably draws in another lot of crowd as well. But, we've got some pretty beautiful grounds around the world. Like I've been to, your Lords and your Edgbastons, Adelaide Oval, how stunning is that? And everything caters, so you can go and you can have a good time there. You don't have to technically be in love with cricket.
Yep.
But there's lots of people you go, there's drinking, there's, socialising, meeting lots of different people, and it's quite an event to go to these test matches now. I mean, you guys still pretty sell out. Pretty
that's
well,
true.
don't you?
True.
Yeah.
Just a couple of quick ones before we close. It's number 36 in the 11th over New Zealand. Petrie 25 and Gary is 11. Australia got to 4 for 218 with a bold performance by Hardy getting 80 not out. You've got a dinner party going and it's a ripper, and you can invite whoever you want, but they have to be cricket associated people, and you've got 5 spare seats.
Right.
Who would you ask to your dinner party?
First,
5 spare seats.
First up, Sir Richard Hadley.
Okay.
Yep, straight away. Shane Warne.
Yeah.
Wazim Akram. I'd love to talk to Don Bradman.
Now, what you've done so far is you've named 3 bowlers. Now you've gone to the man who's got the 99.94 batting average. That's Sir Donald Bradman. You've got 1 table left.
My brother.
Your brother?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, he'd love it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would you serve them?
A steak.
A steak, yeah.
Steak off the barbie, a few cold beers or a wine, whatever they want.
Yeah.
And just cricket. Amazing.
And that's the beauty of the sport we love so much. And as I'm talking to you with relish, Simon, we are talking about something that you throw a name in. I threw Danny Morrison in early on today, and then Daniel Vittori, and then Jeremy Coney, and I was just thinking of the players that I had been associated with as a broadcaster. They've all got stories to tell.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's such a rich history of the game. And sometimes you can sort of date back particular things that happened in your life, and it was around a cricket game, or it was around a test match of some sort, or rugby. It's like sport it's a giving sort of a giving thing in everyone's life, to be honest.
Yeah, well, you've spoken brilliantly, my friend. And
Thank you.
What a thrill as we see a big shout from
Just
Gab, the
going down, I
keeper.
think.
No, it's hard to tell from where we are. The bird that came through last night, it's been a magnificent performance by this bird. We think it might have been the best bird of all times at this venue because what it's done on the window.
Yeah.
We won't put a photo up on our Facebook page, but
can
it's
just
been a big
describe it.
performance.
It's a very impressive.
Yeah.
Nearly as well as Hardy batted today. He's impressive, isn't he? He's a very good player.
Okay.
We saw him a couple of times. He played very well again today. Great in the field. Yeah, some good cricketers out there. It's good to see.
Well, we'll see you in action too when you're back too. Simon Murphy, thank you so much for calling in and saying hello, and travel safely, my friend.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for your time.
No, thank you very much. What a thrill to be involved with people that love the game so much, and one of those who fits into that category is the injured New Zealand over 50s man, Simon Murphy, who ducks out. And I'll stay with you. Oh, that's just me falling over. Peter Walsh with you as we continue with our coverage of this match here from the Sarah Oval. And as we watch, we're seeing, a bit of strong and busy scores that are being run down now by Petrie, who's doing very well indeed. And I'll just give the scores to you before I can welcome Pat back in. Let me have a look. This ball just outside the off stump, and it's cut by Petrie down to the fence for 4. So let's give you the score. It's none for 46. Petrie on 30. Gary on the 16 after 11 overs. Really good to have Simon Murphy in the system, and Pat also equally as good, my friend, Pat Silcox, to be back for commentary.
Thanks, Walshy, as you get a chance to enjoy some of the fresh breezes up on the balcony there, which I was doing over the last 20 or so minutes. Very refreshing, it must be said, as Anthony Telfer's due to step in for a bit of a chat. Been busy behind the scenes getting all the nuts and bolts lined up for our T20 transition, which comes into play, of course, on Friday, the AFL Public Holiday Grand Final. As we come back again to Chris Lanigan, who's into his 6th over now, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. How goes it, Telf?
Very well, thanks, Patrick. Did you like that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
Patrick.
It's quite a nice...
it's better than Timothy, isn't it?
It's quite a nice little breeze that's come into effect, hasn't it, over the last half an hour?
It's been welcome relief, not just from the commentary team and the scorers up here, but the players are enjoying... could we call it the Fremantle Doctor?
Well, we could. We could take poetic licence, I guess.
Maybe we call it the Colour Rain Cooling.
Yeah, there you go. Trademark that.
Yeah.
So a steady start from New Zealand here.
Yeah, you can see a little bit more intent in their game from previous games, but they've still missed a few singles. But obviously Petrie's going extremely well. Gary's looks like he's starting to now open up, and that's a magnificent shot there. As I speak, commentators curse, smashed the ball out to the deep point boundary, and they picked up a couple of easy runs there. But yeah, John Gary's obviously going to be the rock, and I think they'll build the innings around him, and he'll look to bat right through the 45 overs and get the Kiwis as close as they can, and I think they'll attack from the other end.
Has taken a liking to that offside. He likes to give himself a bit of room and open up through the offside.
Yeah, he does indeed. And I think isn't there a run competition between John Gary and
there is.
Richard Petrie? I think that before the start of the game there was 1 run difference, and I think Petrie was 1 behind.
That's right. So at the moment, Richard has got the handle on that title, but all the while that Gary's still there, he's chipping away at his heels as he picks up another 2 out to the covers.
He's obviously starting to open up a little bit now. You can see a little bit more aggression in his shots, but Lanigan bowled another great spell, didn't he?
Yeah, no, he's been extremely impressive with the new ball for the A-team, and will have another big role to play tomorrow at the MSC, won't he?
He will indeed. It's I'm looking forward to tomorrow. It's preparations and plans are going exceptionally well, and I've been in contact with Lee Penner, the local curator there, and he's got a choice of 3 wickets that are all ready to go. How good's that?
It is pretty good, as this time Gary's opening up behind point down to the third man. There's no one down on the boundary, so they'll get through for a couple.
And it's buys.
Oh, in fact, he didn't. Okay.
No, he didn't get a...
Must have been off the wicket. Not sure if we got a replay on that one, but looked like it was off the bat to me. Need to polish the glasses up a bit more.
Yes. And look, actually, I'll tell you what I'd like to do is I'd like to send a massive shout out to the curator, Kel Little, here at Sarah Oval, who worked extremely hard this morning in getting this pitch up for today's game.
Scary again, steering away to the offside. Picks up another 2.
He went through a period where he top dressed and scarified the oval, and it didn't quite come up, but he's done a power of work over the last 2 weeks to ensure that we get to play at this magnificent ground here at Sarah Oval. And we delayed the start today because we decided we needed to get a little bit more water in the wicket, and Kel's done an amazing job and spent probably 4 hours this morning when he probably could have been sleeping, Pat. I think he's at home now sleeping, but I'm sure he'll play this back later on, and just want to say thanks, Kel, for all the work that you've done, and we've got more work to do in the upcoming week.
There's another single there for Gary. Continues to tick it over nicely. That'll be the end of 12, and the score is none for 56. Petrie 33, and Gary is 20. Lanigan 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25, and Woods 6 overs, none for 28. So no change in this bowling rotation as of yet, but that Kiwi worm is heading rather northwards, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? They're on target. Obviously, their required run rate has now dropped below 5 for the first time for a while. So there's a big spike there from the Kiwis, and that's been evident, just looking at the last 3 or 4 overs.
So we're looking at a change, I reckon, from that 11th Street, San Mateo Avenue end. It might be Mark Little that's coming in.
It does look like Mark, yes. He's taken his cap off, so big chance that Mark Little will have a bowl. He bowls right arm off spin.
Take a little bit of pace off, see if they can ring the field up a little and restrict that Kiwi run weight a little bit. It's at 4.67.
It's probably suggesting there could be a double change.
Okay.
I'm thinking that potentially...
Brad Perdue comes into the attack.
I was going to say Brad Perdue would be coming on, and he's done a job for Australia A all week through the previous games. So, and the wicket will take more spin as the day goes on, as you'd expect in a wicket. Just on the wicket, the 2 umpires gave the curator a 7.8 and an 8 rating at the halfway mark. So. It's a nice feather to put in your cap, Kel.
We saw a little worm spray, just on a few loose edges, and got the roller out there as well. So it's got the surface playing well, and it's been good for runs today, with the A-team obviously knocking up 218 off their 45 overs, and the Kiwis on track to potentially chase them down here.
I
Wickets in the
actually
shed.
had a couple of phone calls I had to take, and I think I saw the Aussie A team at 38 overs. I think they might have been about 158, I think. And then I saw the score at the end of it, and I went, wow, they really piled the runs on. So I missed the latter half of that innings.
Yeah, they showed a lot of intent after that second drinks break, going at eights pretty comfortably without any risk.
Hey, here's a question for you, Pat.
Okay.
Well, he's in the room, of course. What's it like working with the legend?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I can remember.
And we're talking Andrew Knight. No, sorry. We're talking Peter Walsh.
It's been a great thrill, Telf. As a young bloke, I remember listening to Grandstand and some of the great voices like the Dave Morrows and the Walshies and the Neville Olivers and those sort of guys, Drew Morfitt. So, no, it's been great.
That would have been your heroes as a...
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I was a bit
Would
of a
you like a
sports nut.
photo? I can organise a photo with you and Walshy if you like.
We've had a few taken today, don't you worry about that.
Yeah, no, he's a great man, and it's super special to have both of you here. I've been receiving comments from all around the world. In fact, there's a guy over in Wales that's been watching every day, and he's saying that the commentary team we put together is exceptionally good and professional, and making it worth staying up during the wee hours of the Wales mornings.
This little gets underway.
Or is that the Welsh mornings? Probably the Welsh mornings.
Gary knocks down towards mid-on for a single. It's always great to hear some positive feedback, Telf. Always happy to hear that.
Yeah.
I think it's just been fun. At the end of the day, that's what it's been all about.
Stephen Betts is the person. He's been... Actually, it's not Wales, it's Swansea. Sorry,
Okay.
Stephen. Don't know why I thought you were from Wales.
Well, Swansea is in Wales, I think, is it not? Welshie, have you got a handle on that? Swansea?
In Tasmania.
Swansea's in Tassie, says Welshie. Yeah, okay.
That shows you the extent of Walshy's geography skills.
It's on the coast.
Petrie is moving down and elevating straight down towards
Lovely
long on.
shot.
Beautiful
Four.
shot. Yep. So he really has got himself set up beautifully here. None for 61, halfway through the 13th. So we get another chance to have a look at that one on the MV Play replay. Advances and just the forearms, the strength, just to be able to punch it down the ground.
Mark Little's not afraid to throw the ball up and gets a lot of off spin, so it's going to be a great challenge here for him against a quality bat in Richard Petrie.
Get the feeling that man down at long off on the boundary will be in the game a fair bit here.
I think they will, and at long on and long off, I guess. Wonder who they are down there. It's outside my eyesight.
Great effort in the field there. Guess who? Ash Hardy.
On fire.
He's had a great try through his tournament, hasn't he? Not only with the bat, but he's been one of the best in the field as well.
He's probably the best fielder in world over 50s cricket right now, I think.
Yeah.
He'd be right up there.
Variation there from Little as it's pushed back along the square there by Gary into the 13th over. None for 62. Gary's 25, Petrie 34. It's partnership 62 from 78. So this has been one of their best partnerships of the tournament so far.
Yeah, it definitely has. It's been an important part of the New Zealand makeup in their over 50s team for a long time, that they do get away to a good start, and Petrie's been an important cog in that innings.
Looks like we've got a potential injury concern, have we, for one of the batsmen, as we can see a runner coming out, is it?
Do you know what? I saw
Is it John Gary that's looking a little bit...
I actually think it was... I thought I saw Richard Petrie stretching a groin or a calf or a hamstring or something like that about 2 or 3 overs earlier. And look, Richard has had bad calves, etc. And I think I might be right here because he's going out to square leg at Richard's end, so he's going to run for Richard.
Yeah, Bert Horner's the man.
Which could be ominous for Australia, because Richard doesn't like running at the best of times.
That's right.
And he's just going to stand and deliver now.
Gives himself a bit of a licence in a way, doesn't he?
Does indeed. But it's important that he doesn't throw his hand away now.
True.
He's set. We've seen all week the batsmen that are set have the ability to score those runs a lot easier than guys that are coming in new. So
they almost go back into a rebuilding phase, don't they, if they lose one here?
Of course, yeah.
So it's going to be Jared Wyeth into the attack. He looks like he's going to be taking a little bit of pace off here. Has also bowled some seam up through this tri-series so far. To shorten his approach, Gabbers standing up to the stumps. Petrie confidently out onto the offside. So there's a man, short third man, also a backward pointer cover. Petrie is muscling that one through the onside. There's no one out there, and it will go for 4. So just dragging that one down a fraction, Wyeth. And that'll be a mistake that he probably won't want to make too many times.
Not to this man.
No. Brings up his 4th boundary of the innings. 34 from 29. So he just stands on his haunches over his bat at the striker's end. So on the onside, they've just a pause there as Wyeth just has to go back to the top of his mane. I don't think Richard was quite ready on that occasion.
Looking at the scores between Petrie and Gary, it's 5 runs. So that means that King Richard's got him by 4, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. As there's 2 bowlers added to the tally. One for 68.
It's going to be interesting also to see how these players come up that are staying for that second week of the tournament.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of sore bodies here, having played 3 45-over games in 7 days.
Petrie is opening up again through the offside. And looks like he's going to pick up another 2. Horner's doing the job there on that outer edge of the square as his runner. Looks like we've got another warm day tomorrow in Prospect Health. Top around 27, 28, I think. Yeah.
Fantastic. How good has the weather been, Pat?
It's lucky, haven't we?
Yeah. I like the way now Richards, I can hear him out on the ground now. Yes, 2. He doesn't have to run them now.
No. What a luxury.
Whereas previously he was probably going 1.
Yeah.
He's a funny man, that Richard Petrie. I bet we hear a call of 3.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Guaranteed. And then he'll be telling everyone tonight that he ran 3.
Gary turns around the corner. Horner's out of the box quickly. Gets through for the single. So that is the completion of 14 overs. And I reckon that will see us score of none for 72. Just waiting for the scoreboard to update. Petrie 34, Gary 32. So far, Woods has bowled 6 overs, none for 28. Chris Lanigan 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. Little 1 over for 6, and Jared Wyeth just into the attack, 8 from his opening over.
So looking at next week, Pat, we've had lots of movement in grounds and draws and everything, and I guess Mildura, as you know it too well, that I think there's 22 turf wickets in the region, so we've got a lot of flexibility, and we have now gained access to the Mildura West Cricket Club and their ground, and that's your home club.
Yes, it is.
And I know that you're a very proud Westie. Maybe you could share what the players that are probably listening in today are going to experience down at Mildura West.
Well, as you know, Telf, the ground has come a long way over the years, hasn't it? And obviously
definitely.
the vision of the great John Hall from many years ago.
This ground here was their home ground when I used to play at West.
Yep.
And we used to train on the hard wickets out the back here.
Yeah.
That's before your time.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But no, it's a real spectacle to take in down there at the Aeros. They've got the picket fence, the big light towers, the scoreboard. It's really well set up these days.
Great club rooms.
Oh, and that one is being uppishly played into the covers. Catch taken.
Oh, and that is that man.
Ash Hardy again.
It's that man, Ash Hardy, down low.
Can't keep him out of the game as, unfortunately, just prior to drinks, John Gary will have to depart with his score on 32. And the score is...
We're just getting an update here.
Yeah.
Waiting for it to catch up. But, he'd be disappointed with that. It obviously set a very strong foundation. And then to get out to a ball, it was probably a little bit short. May have jumped a little bit on him. Couldn't get over the top of it. And obviously a great catch there by Ash Hardy at... I guess we could call it just a short cover, maybe?
Yeah, he was just in off the ring, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
It was a really good effort too, because it was sort of just dropping on him a little as he was moving towards the ball, but managed to get underneath it safely. So I reckon, with that in mind, we might take a little bit of an earlier drinks break. We're normally due for one at 15, but with the fall of wicket, we'll leave it there as it stands. We're still readdressing the scorecard to freshen up. I think you'll find it'll be 1 for 72 when it does resume, as we get a chance to look at this replay. No, we won't. What we'll do, Telfers, will take a short break and we'll be back to live action shortly. So it's Richard Frew, the new man in after the drinks break. Score is 1 for 72. Our NV play system is now updated and caught up to where we need to be. Frew is getting underway immediately, pushing to the covers for a single. Peter Walsh is back with us. Walshy, that breeze is quite refreshing out on the balcony, isn't it?
It is, yes, absolutely. And not as refreshing as our hamstring from Mr. Niche, Simon Niche. Well, I just had a quick look at him as he wandered away from where the Gabmobile was, talking to all his troops. And I don't want to be exaggerating too much, but he certainly is favouring one of the legs, and the word is that he's got a bit of a tweak.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if he can get himself up for the final tomorrow.
Oh, no, when people talk about hamstrings, and I know that I go back to football and you talk about 3 weeks, and then the older you get, the more difficult that you reckon it would be to get it sorted.
As we see Petrie hitting, he's almost taken off for the single there, forgetting that he has got the man doing the running for him. Picks up 2 runs.
And because of your knowledge of the game, I'd just like this question from myself to be thrown to you now. He's obviously now impaired by the fact that he's got an injury. Who makes the call about whether or not he can be over where the umpire is and we can get a runner for him?
That's a very, very good question, Pete. You might have to leave that with me, but I guess as far as the whole spirit of cricket is concerned, it's always about participation, having fun. Well, there was a period of time in cricket there where runners weren't permitted, which seemed to be kind of ridiculous to me, but certainly at this level, I think we want to see the best players continue to play on as much as they can, and if it means he needs to have a run, then so be it.
Yeah, well, look, I agree with you entirely.
Yeah.
And the last thing that you want to happen is you don't want him to be marching out to now as he's going to at the end of the over, but when he's going to be impeded in some way with playing any sort of a stroke, that's not really the way we want it to happen because he's such a good player.
Yeah. So we're getting to see the best of him so far in this second session at Sarah Oval in Mildura today. He's moved on to 44 from 36. Score is 1 for 77. So they're certainly going ahead of the rate at the moment, 5.13. Partnerships, as we've seen through this Tri-Series tournament, have been the key, so they'll want to get something going again here.
Still want that 100-run partnership, though. We got close earlier on. We got to
so close,
96, didn't we?
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's Wyeth, who's in operation from the club room's end here at Sarah Oval. As far as men on the boundary are concerned, new man Frew on strike. Looks like they're going to pretty much ring it up. The man who was out at deep mid-on is just going to come up on the ring. They've got them right deep on the 30-yard circle, though. So one angles down the leg side and is called wide by umpire Charlesworth.
And just on the discussions that we've been able to have, even though we haven't been on air all the time, tomorrow, importantly for those that are listening to or watching our coverage, the venue for tomorrow for the final?
We're at the Mildura Senior College tomorrow, which is home of the Mildura Settlers Cricket Club locally. One of our showpiece grounds in town.
Best venue in town?
It's a good cricket ground. It's not a massive oval as far as boundary lengths is concerned, but the outfield is always in good condition, and the pitch does offer a little bit. Good carry through to the keeper. As Frew's pushing in towards mid-off to pick up the single. Does give you a little bit of that, as we now call our branding for tourism, tropical northwest, with all the palm trees that align it along the Deakin Avenue there. So it's it's a good setup.
Easy to find from here for someone who gets lost quite easily.
Yeah, I think you'll be right, Pete.
You okay? No dramas?
Just look for the school near the traffic lights on the corner of 14th and Deakin. You can't go wrong.
Never was good at getting to school. I always found ways to not be able to find school when I was supposed to be, so it could take some time. I'll do my best.
Quicker ball from Wyeth as Petrie's looking to Try and muscle it through that offside field. Nice work from Kratzman, who's just on the ring there.
I'm sure at the end of this particular match, the New Zealanders will have their eyes on who was their best player in the tournament, in a tournament where they might still get a win in this game. Don't get me wrong, I'm not being in any way undermining their talents, but I haven't had anyone who's dominated many of the games.
Well, they've had contributors that have popped in and out, haven't they, over their 3 or 4 contests. I think their highest scorer is now probably Richard Petrie with 44. I think John Gary had 41 in the opening game, but
he did.
Petrie picks up a single off the last ball, so 16 gone, 1 for 81. As Wyeth gets through 2 overs, and the score is, or his bowling figure, should I say, none for 11.
Now, I was aware of the fact that I got some socks from Telth.
There you go.
There's the hole in one of them. Can you see that big hole?
Yeah,
there?
well, I can see that.
No, there's some super stuff that you can get. And it's all about taking away some supporters' gear. It's like when the Olympians returned from Paris and they had all of the clobber that was given to them by the AOC.
Yep.
And then the Paralympians came back and it was the same. It was just extraordinary. And I've got another story I want to share with you. It was to do with the Beijing Olympic Games in 2008. As the score here is 1 for 84. I think that's a boundary. The first ball of the next over, it is. 1 for 84 with Petrie going to 49 and Frew on 2. Having a bite to eat in where the media was, and a gentleman came over and sat down next to me, and I thought, I know who he is. It was Norman May. And I shook hands with him and he said, how are you going? You enjoying the basketball? And I said, yeah, it's been good. And he said, look, I've got a bit of clobber. I don't want it. I've been given it. But do you want it? And I said, oh, all right. So he gave me 2 baggy pairs of shorts with the Olympic motto on them. And look, I was just so excited. But then where do you wear them? Where do you wear them to? Princess Park where Hawthorn play Carlton?
Yeah, probably not.
No, but I just reckon that that's part of the deal when you wear with pride your clobber for the sport that you've been able to be selected from, and even our scorers to our left here.
Looking resplendent in their green and gold as Richard Petrie brings up his half-century.
Well batted too. 47 deliveries, that's pretty bold, isn't it?
Yep, he's just kept the momentum rolling right from the outset, really.
Yeah, considering that he's injured, well, he's done very well indeed. 1 for 85, 17 overs we are into. Strike rate is 1.19. The run rate required is 5, and the run rate at the moment is required is 4.6, and at the moment is 5.2. So wickets in hand.
Got themselves into a good spot, haven't they? Almost ahead of the contest at this point of time.
Yeah, very true. Who's going to help Petrie? Can Petrie stay out there? That's the big question, given that he is hampered with an injury.
That one just stays down a little, but it's not nicely tucked around the corner by Frew for another single. 1 for 86, 17th over.
Now, Brad Perdue got 4 for 21 in a previous game. We're going to see him soon?
Yeah, well, you would have thought so, unless they're going to bring him in after the next drinks break. Always like him when there's a bit more shine on the ball, because that arm ball does really swing. Ball's a little newer. Petrie just hitting the ball out towards long on. Oh, some confusion. They wanted 2. And Frew sent back by on-striker Horner there.
It just gets a little confusing, does it not, with players in the green and players in the black and umpires in the black, and they're all going in different directions. The ball comes in, a good strong throw from the outfield. You've got to have about 3 or 4 different sets of eyes.
Yeah, I think if you look back over history with runners in operation, there's always quite a few run-outs in that situation. Just the confusion reigns, as you said.
No, very true. I know you're allowed to call for a head count in football. I don't think I've ever seen a head count call for in cricket.
No. So we complete the 17th over. Score is 1 for 86. Petrie 50 from 44. And Frew already got it ticking over nicely, 3 from 6.
Be a tinge of sadness I always talk to people about when they've finished a campaign where they go back to, in inverted commas, normality, and all of a sudden you're not getting up early, you're not going down to have breakfast with your mates, you're not afterwards having an ice bath, or we heard earlier on from one of the Murphys, that was Simon, talking about having the 3 teams together last night. How good was that for his birthday party?
Yep.
And that's gone then. That's a slice of your life where you've got to move back to normal living.
So Richard Gabb just stands midships there, just trying to get his field set. Making sure he gives Wyeth the protection he needs on that offside. 2 out in the deep on the onside at the moment. Long on and deep mid-wicket. And here at mid-off just beneath us in the broadcast position. Wyeth continues to hustle through from the change room's end. Trying to sweep that one across from outside the line.
I hope Petrie's not doing any further damage out there with his injury.
I was just going to say that would have been a bit of a challenge for him physically to try and play that stroke. Really get the sense that Wyeth is just trying to hustle through here. They're trying to sneak a couple of overs past the Kiwis and try and bring that run rate back.
And when it's tossed up, it's you need the feet to be moving, and it's a restriction that he's safing at the moment, that's for sure.
Almost a return catch there to Wyeth as he follows through. Petrie, no, that one just held up in the pitch a little, and he was through the shot early.
Another dot ball, and it's a maiden over.
Yeah, it's been a good set this from Jared Wyeth. And completes a fantastic over. 18 overs, 1 for 87 New Zealand. With Richard Petrie on 51. Robbie Frew is on 3. So we look at that worm, it's just slowly starting to be pulled back by the Australian A team.
What do you think the discussion would be about right now? The 3 of them having a yarn. 2, of course, can wave the bat. The other one's just doing the running. But 1 for 87. The target is 218, and they've scored those runs in 18 overs. So they've been pretty bold and brash, and only a few maidens have been in the situation, haven't they?
Yeah, back to your point earlier, I think Richard would have just been telling the other 2, don't run me out, fellas. That'd have been his clear message, I'd reckon.
Yeah, that's true.
So Mark Little, the commencement of his 4th over now. And again, obviously played. Out to mid-off, no run. As the flies become a little bit friendly upstairs in the media box here.
Yeah, very friendly.
So Robbie Frew this time is elevating out into the onside, and he will pick up full reward there. Looks like it might just get over the line for 4. Umpire now signals. So Frew goes to 7. Petrie 51, 1 for 91.
Good shot, wasn't it?
Yeah. I saw him when you were talking to Simon Murphy earlier. He was down in one of the old footy coaches' dugouts there, just memory batting himself in, getting himself settled.
Yep.
Little gets back onto his line and length, and Frew pushes that into the offside.
Richard Petrie having a talk to the umpire. I wonder what they're talking about out there.
And this one's cut backward a point. And the catch, I think, is taken by Kratzmann, is it there? Who gets back to his feet. So, once again, another breakthrough for Australia, Ray, and disappointment for Robbie Frew, who looked like he was just starting to build nicely. He's on his way for 7. Caught Kratzmann bowled little. And the score is now 2 for 91 in this, the 19th over. And that's not really what the Grey Caps were looking for, Walshy.
No. And you feel frustrated because the guy that I'm looking to continue on is Petrie, who's got his half century. He's batting well, but he's batting under sufferance. He's batting now with some issues with injury, so much so that if you just enjoyed and just jumped on board our coverage, he has a runner working for him because he's been injured. And so that being the case, all of a sudden, from none for 72, it's now 2 for 91.
Now, we might need to check with the scorers as to what's actually happening here, because Free looks like he's still at the crease. Was it actually potentially unclaimed by Kratzmann as not being on the 4? I'm not sure. That's an interesting one. So it looks like Free will resume, maybe. Kratzmann, in the true spirit of cricket, suggested he was unsure whether he got underneath it there. An interesting turn of events.
I'll see if I can get some information for you.
Yeah, see what we can find out on the balcony, Walshy. But that can be the only thing I can think of, because there was no signal of no ball. This time Frew leans back into the offside. Gets over the top of that one. And controls it nicely into the ground.
The spirit of cricket, the catch was not claimed, it fell shy of the mark, it was not claimed, and of course the decision not out.
There you go. Peter Walsh right on the money for us there. As Frew's pushing the ball out towards man at mid-wicket, into the over. So 19 gone, 1 for 91. So all of a sudden things are back on even standings for the Kiwis. Petrie is 51, Frew is 7.
Well, one thing too, Pat, and let's not get over the top with this. I mean, it's the spirit of cricket, we know that. And I'm not sure who the fieldsman was, whether it was Kratzmann or not. But no one would have known. Kratzmann would have known, and he obviously has said, no, it didn't come to me, I didn't catch it. But that's what the spirit is all about of any sport. And, let's move on, no dramas. And I'd reckon he'd be feeling good because, of course, he's going to say, no, I didn't catch it if he didn't. And well done.
Yeah, didn't seem to be any disputing the decision either by the A-boys in the field. So they just move on now and continue to look towards that second breakthrough. As Wyeth angles down the leg side, Petrie turns it for a single to short fine leg. 1 for 92, and this is the 20th over. Petrie just has slowed his rate down a little, hasn't he, since he's had the runner come into play. As we can see, Wyeth just moving some of his fieldsmen up and inside the ring here to try and keep the fresher man on the strike. Nice probing line of length from Wyeth just outside the off stump. Frew unable to pierce the gap in that offside field. Again looking. It's backward a point.
Well, pretty well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's really hustling them through, isn't he? Giving the batsman a chance to really get set. And this time he's going past the outside edge of the bat. Keeper Richard Gabbers right in the contest here.
Good over. He's almost finished his 4th and he's bowled well. It's a none for 12 at the moment. It's exactly what would be required, and perhaps a wicket.
This time Frew is swinging away out into the onside. Picks up a single, so Wyeth has none for 13 from his 4. Petrie is 52, Frew was 8, and it's 1 for 93 after 20.
Earlier today, Widebird was out for 10, Mansforth for 12, Kratzman for 38. Hardy was good, making 80, being not out. Gabb was out for 48. Niche was not out 11 and suffered a slight hamstring twinge. It's 4 for 218. In reply, after 20, it's 1 for 93. Plenty of wickets in the shed. And a good tight contest that is unfolding here. Patrick, I'm telling you that it's a bit hard to say that one side or the other is in domination.
You feel like the A team have just brought it back a little in their favour here with some good tight bowling after the drinks break. There's Little outside the off stump, and Frew just getting bogged down a little here, having to restart the innings after thinking he was on his way back. Gets a second bite of the cherry, as it were. This time Frew is taking it all the way out to the long on boundary where there was a real chance for Mitch Woods to get his hands around it, but I think he might have tipped it over the boundary line. And it's gone for 6. It was a clean strike from Frew. You could hear it from our position. Sounded nice off the bat. And Woods barely had to move. It was almost going straight to him, wasn't it, Walshy? But unfortunately, just couldn't quite stick to it in the end and goes over for 6.
No, he's disappointed too. He's standing right there where the witches' hats are, and from where we are, he's about 10 metres out from the goals to the city end, and he couldn't quite hang on to it. And that's something he'd be disappointed about, because the next ball's been whacked behind square on the onside for a boundary.
A couple of good shots, starting to build a little confidence now, Robbie Frew. Goes to 18, score is 1 for 103 on the 21st. 10 runs from the overs so far, so this has been a really good one for the Grey Caps. So we get to watch this one again in replay. Beautifully positioned there, got down low, and times it nicely. Was a man down on that fine leg boundary, but he managed to find the gap. This time he's squeezing way down into the offside.
Very tense out there at the moment too.
Yeah, it's got a little quiet, hasn't it? Pressure's certainly right on now. As Frew plays it out to point where Ashley Hardy once again gets his hands around the ball. Frew advancing, hitting it uppishly out towards mid-wicket. Purdue turns and chases. New Zealand get through for 2. And at the end of 21, Kiwis are 1 for 105. Frew is 20, Petrie 52. And Little is now 1 for 34 from 5 overs.
And we are right above where the New Zealand gathering is. And there's a bit of noise now. There's quite a few followers that have come across to have a look at these matches, and there's a reason now for them to become a bit effusive and a bit more positive about how their beloved team is performing, because they've pushed themselves into a position now where there's no real favourites. 21 down, so 24 overs to go, and the target is 219. It's 1 for 105. It's a teasing situation here, Patrick.
It is, and you can see the differential is now back in favour of the batting side with the current rate above the rate required for victory.
And let's call another meeting as the way out there with Frew having a chat. And the man who's been occupying the position as runner, he's been up and down, that's Bert Horner. And the man who is on strike at the moment, Robbie Frew, And the man who's on strike at the moment to take this first ball is Petrie, but maybe it's just Petrie who could be the man who could swing the game.
Gets forward and pushes out towards Hardy. He's coming off the fence at long on. Just the single.
It's really amazing because we're watching something that we don't see all that often, and that is someone with a runner. And you tend to think at some stage, like Petrie plays the ball straight down the ground, and you think, is he going to run?
Yeah.
Is he going to? Oh, whoa, hang on, I don't want to run.
I reckon he got caught out there about 10 or 15 minutes ago where he did strike one nicely and got a bit carried away.
Yep.
You can see that he's taking up his position now on the offside because the sun is in direct view there if you're standing at square leg.
Traffic continues to whistle by. Some slow down, some drive in and have a look, which is good.
There's Robbie Frew. He's working nicely out towards backward square. Flanagan gets across and retrieves. They'll get 3 for 3. So Frew is really starting to get things motoring along nicely now. 23 off 26. Score is 1 for 109, and this is the 22nd over.
We should make mention of the fact too, with the score at 91, it did appear as if Frew was out caught by Kratzmann off the bowling of Little, but Kratzmann, no, he said, I didn't take that catch. It fell before my fingers got under the ball, and the batsman was recalled, which is what you see, and well done too, because we haven't got the abilities of having the slow-mo replay and all that sort of thing. It's all about being honest, and that was the case with Kratzmann. Well done.
Yep. As Petrie is hitting out towards the cover boundary, picks up another run. So you feel now that maybe Richard's just going to play that anchor roll where he's going to turn the strike over, and Frew's going to really start to look for the boundaries. Tidy piece away from Gab down the leg side, but that's going to be called as a wide. So 7 runs off this over. Frew hits out into the offside, can't find a gap. Throw coming back into the keeper. Almost a chance of an overthrow there, but the Aussies are good enough to tidy up their work.
Gap wasn't all that happy with the return then. He did the big glare, which is fair enough too. He wants the ball in the gloves.
That one is wide-ish outside the off stump. Didn't really get up too much. Goes into the gloves of Gab, and that's the end of 22. 1 for 112. Petrie 54. Frew is 23. You wonder, Walshy, whether the captain might look to make a change in his bowling rotation here, just to see if they can't make the breakthrough.
Well, it's been a while. The only wicket falling with the score at 72. It's now 112, so 72 from 100 is 28, 38, 40 runs. The partnership now, and no real issues. Gab, the captain, having a few things to say. We can't lip read, particularly if he's got his back to us, so we don't know what he's saying, but he's doing some waving. And it does appear as if he is, let's see, he's doing some sending of Jed Mensforth out to the boundary, I'd suggest, heading away from where we are. And he'll be out now on, well, what's he doing out there? He's going to be on the boundary on the offside at deep cover.
Looks like we do have the change, though. Looks like Guy Randell is getting to the top of his mark now. As they'll straighten Mensforth up to a more regulation long off.
Well, this is an important part of the game, and still I'm confused about the fact that the guy who took forfeit, Brad Perdue. Anyway, ours is not to reason why, ours is just a call, can we see it? Beautiful afternoon for cricket now. What's the time locally? 10 past 4. And it's a bit of time now for the field to be set.
So looks like they've got some protection in the ring on the offside. There's a short third. And at point also cover and mid-off. And then, of course, the man Mensforth back out on the boundary, 11th Street side there. Randell is still going to make a little bit of a change on the onside now. They're going to now switch those two up once again, where they're almost in line with each other, aren't they? The short cover
They are.
and the man at long off.
Yeah. If they pierce the field on the offside, there's one and perhaps two, but there's still a fair bit going on. There's a bit of consternation and dissatisfaction in the camp as Randall gets ready to bowl.
Bit of a case of bowler's wishes over the captain's wishes, I think, as far as the field posies are going. Righto, so here we go. Guy Randell ready to go. No. Starts with a shortish length delivery outside the off. There's a big build-up, Walshy. Didn't quite get the
No.
result that he might have been hoping for.
Yeah. What is also causing some consternation is there are players down there with Australian tops on. They might be Australians who've come in. So could this game now, 1 for 112.
Petrie is going to pick runs. There's a shout of the bowl. Umpire move in with runner in play there. Certainly will end. And Horner here upstairs, the umpire, if you vision, didn't probably have himself in the right position on that. So maybe a tune for the Kiwis there.
Bit hard to sort it all. So many things have to happen. There's a couple to the next ball that's just pushed deep down the ground on the onside, and they get back to complete 2, 1 for 100. Ask an umpire what they have to put in there before they go out to a test match or a one-day international or a minute.
Ooh. Haven't able to take it cleanly in the end. Actually hurry back to make ground. By these as we get through the end of 23, it's 15 New Zealand. Petrie 55 for 20. Randall's the 3 runs from his opening up.
I wonder what the thought process of the captain Gab is at the moment. He loves to be throwing around, and I'm being very careful about what I say. He loves to be throwing around directions, and because he's the boss, and he's looking for a run. He's searching desperately for the possibility of a run to bring this back to an even keel as we're watching Brad Purdue having a chat with Gab. Are we going to see a change?
Yeah, I think we are. Looks like Purdue is going to come into the attack.
Looks like the change we thought might be happening, and has removed his cap, taken the ball and given the cap to the umpire. So there is a change with the score at 115 for 1 in 23 overs, 45 overs to be bowled. Petrie 55 through 25. The man out, Gary, caught by Hardy off the bowling of Little for 25. It was 1 for 72. It's now 1 for 115. Earlier, the Australians 4 for 218. With the well 89 out, Ashley Hardy. Could this be the turn boom or what? What's going to happen now?
Yeah, I think there'll certainly be plenty of activity here. Brad Purdue, there's always something he's in the game. Going to start off bowling left arm around to Petrie. And would you believe it?
Would you believe it?
His first ball, which is a little bit wide side off stump, as Petrie tries to bring it across to the leg, and he's in there, short fine leg, wide bird. And I reckon if that's not the second game, the third game that Brad Purdue's taken a wicket within his first 2 or 3 deliveries.
Extraordinary. We're talking to one of the players of the match because he's such a good guy, Simon Murphy, who got a wicket with his first ball on his 50th birthday. And that one there, as soon as he top edged, we're just waiting and looking and through the bird poo that's on the window, and the catch has taken it.
Didn't have to move to him, did it really?
Did, and that's disappointing because it's as if he could be out when they were getting near that.
Yeah. 55 from 57 as you'll get a great round of applause from his teammates beneath us. He just felt they were being hampered by that injury, Pete. He just couldn't really continue that free-flowing style that saw him race to 50 in better than a run of ball.
Yep, no, very good call. And we've got our 5 players in this competition, and Petrie's the one that we want to be able to continue runs because he's a man who gives the ball a real tonk. When he gets involved, he hits the ball hard. There's no doubt about that. And Ajul Samani, what's he going to do? What's his philosophy going to be, Pat, with 2 for 115, 24th over being bowled, run required 4.7, the run rate at the moment is 4.9, the target is 219. Bring it on.
He's still got enough time just to get him here. He doesn't need to panic straight from that. So we can see the field come in circle, just the man out at deep in wicket. Offside is well protected. And it should then. Forward pull. There's also a cover. Smani is back in defence and pushing back to the bowler. Ball's still new enough, Pete, that I think Purdue will still be able to get a little bit of swing out of that quicker arm ball of his. Just drops them straight onto a 10-cent piece, doesn't he, from ball one?
Yeah, there's confidence in it. You know, to get the ball on. I want the ball. It's as if he's saying, hey, I need it. Give it to me, give it to me, and I'll do the job.
Guess when you bowled as many overs as he would have done in his career, it's almost automatic for him, really.
Yep.
Having a little Samani just got himself off balance there, so he couldn't cash in with some runs there on the offside. 2 for 115 in the 24th over. Samani at crease. Petrie being dismissed recently. Has struck Pat out on to up after over. All contest game.
They were pretty confident with the shout, weren't they?
Yeah. Oh, scorers are saying it was caught behind. Let's have a look. Or was it caught down the leg side? Oh, it's caught. Yes, caught down the leg side. I thought it might have been LBW myself, but I think there's probably more chance that it has been down the leg side. Has made good position. And all of a sudden, the Keys have got some work.
Yeah. 1 for 115 for 115.
Caught ball.
When he walked over and gave his cap to Gab, Gab a few words, who would have thought? With one ball left in his over, he had 2 to duck egg.
Well, he may well have. He
might have too.
He backs himself in.
$219 looks a long way.
This one has worked out in the onside and end of a remarkable Bradley Purdue over. 2 for. Score is 3 for 115 in the 24th. Robbie Frew is 25. And Scott McCuddy reaches. Bowling change works a treat for Captain Richard Gabb.
And he took his time before he decided on the change. They know what they're doing. Yep. Now, just confirm for me, please, the performance with the bat of Richard Petrie for dismissal and...
He was out caught wide bird ball Purdue, 55 from 57.
55. Thank you very much. 3 for 115. And it takes place, and all of a sudden, 2 wicket, no runs. 3 for 115. Frew was looking aggressive.
Managed to get himself back on track after that moment where he thought his day was over.
Yeah.
Managed to play with freedom. Just unable to find gaps in that offside field at the moment, but you sense now, Pete, that he is the real key. If the Great Caps manage to chase this target of 219 down.
Amazing when you see a wicket or two fall, all of a sudden it looks like the fieldsmen and the bowlers have got an extra spring in their step. They're bounding around now with a bit of extra enthusiasm. That's what's evident at the moment.
And all of a sudden that differential has changed up, hasn't it? The required is starting to skip a little bit away from the current rate.
Yep.
5.11 needed to target 219 through. It's through this time. We'll push it down the ground and pick up a single.
Scott McCarty going through for that single, and I just, for a moment, thought that he was doing a bit of wobbling, but it's okay. He's just flicking the glove on his left hand, getting himself organised and waiting for a fieldsman to come in close on the offside. That short mid-off with the last ball of this second over from Randall, who was taken none for 5. And he's waiting with Gab standing up over the stumps. And it's punched away on the outside. End of the 3 for 116 for those who came in late. If you went out and had a cup of tea, good on you. If you made a cup of coffee or some jam and cream, beautiful scones. Well, 2 wickets have fallen in a hurry. 2 for 115 now, 3 for 115. 3 for 116 now is the score after 25.
So once again, Brad Perdue gets another chance of adding to his wicket tally in this Global Spirit of Cricket Festival Tri-Series tournament. Has a best of 4 for 21, but who's to say he might not go one better than that today. He's made a great start here.
Well, he said in the interview we did with him during the last couple of days, he said, under 5, 1 of 5, that's like 100 for a batsman. Well, 4 for 21, that is it.
That's an interest, isn't it? Because the batsmen will always say that 100 way better than 5 wickets. It's almost that the bowler needs to take 6 or 7 to. So, yes.
It's a very awkward one too. That's one that's pulled away for square on the onside all the way for 120. And just on that, if you're close to say being where the batsman and the fieldsman walk off the ground, he holds the ball in the air. I don't know whether everybody is aware as to what's going on. If he's taken 5 for, whereas it makes 100 and lifts the bat in the air when they're walking off, everybody knows.
Yes, it's probably that little bit more iconic, but it's been a part of the game for a lot longer too, I guess.
Yep.
The raising the ball only probably coming in the last 10 or 15 years or so.
Yep.
I think Glenn McGrath was one of the champions of that, wasn't he?
He was. Yeah. Yep. 3 for 120 through 30. McCarty yet to score. This ball outside the off stump and it's dabbed away down behind where Gab is the keeper to short third man, and there's no run. Run rate nearly 5 now.
Nicely bowled in by Perdue. So you might have heard another week saying that he's one of those bowlers that just has to have the ball.
Yeah.
And I know at local clubs that he's played at over the years, it's a bit of a game just to throw it around the ring for as long as you can, so he's got to wait for that bit longer.
Yeah.
That one's outside the off stump there, and Frew's playing. And
He's run up too for a spinner.
yeah. Really dropped onto a Frew stump. Frew working it into the offside. He goes to 31. McCarty yet to score. It's 3 for 1 to 196. Perdue 2 for 5 from 2 overs.
Yeah, couldn't get much better than that. Ball, wicket, and then unfortunately we wanted to see a bit of him because it was delightful here as he joined us myself at Big Telf, and we had a long chat on one of our programs on the spirit of cricket, and just so giving all of his answers. And when you get to know someone, albeit the other side of a computer, and then you person, you want him to do well because he's a real character. Four for 218, pretty good ball now, 115 in the chase, 26.
Frew's short third, another single. Ticks along the 82. Of course, is the fresh man at the crease, so just needs to yet. Just adjust to the field and towards the onside, playing in that short 45 position there. McCarty defends towards short cover. Randell also has dropped onto a nice line and length from this 11th Street or San Mateo Avenue end here at Sarah Oval. Bit of a fumble there in the field. Hannigan a little bit disappointed with his effort there. And McCarty is underway.
New Zealand's highest score in the tournament, 177. And from the Australians' point of view, 211. That's Australia A. And Australia 6 for 7. The Crossman gives Andrew in the Australia A score. He got 48. Mark got 88. So the Kratzmans have done pretty well, haven't they?
They have. Just looking back at some of those earlier games, Walshy. Scott McCarty picked up 45 in the Kiwis' first outing over in Wentworth. That score of 177. So he has some runs under his belt across this Tri-Series tournament.
We're being visited by the Australian captain very shortly. Pat Silcox, and joining you, Peter Walsh, having gone. We've got Horner and Ross Hill and Mark Horsfall. We're a gathering of troops, country box. And Tony Clark pops in and to say hello. Good to see you, my friend, as you pop those cans on. And you can start talking just about now as we the right buttons. Technical guru Palks, this before. And as we say, Tony, welcome to you. It's been a game of substance, a bit of an interesting game out there. There's been a bit happening all the way through.
It has, Walshy. I have field to the end of 45 hours. As tired as they can be.
Well, let's be serious because I'm really appreciative of you coming in and saying hi. How many of your blokes are actually here today?
As in...
Just watching.
Watching, probably 6 or 7.
Yeah.
I think everybody on their day off decides how they want to go about before a final. Some just love being at cricket. It's probably why we're still playing, no matter who's playing.
Yeah, we've noticed a few wandering around, and there were times when we thought, hang on, the Australians have got 4 extra players on the field. It's good that they're to your team. They're very...
Yeah, I think, as I've said a few times, end of games, no matter what the result, we all play games. So far have been so nobody ever gives up when we play for Australia. So the A's and the Australians have been really competitive, and tomorrow will be anything different.
Is it ages of a move into a shadow where tomorrow is tight as to what has happened so far in the competition?
I don't think it's going to be different. I think both sides, and I think both sides have wanted to win and show what they can do. In the end, these games are for a prestigious, situation, winning the week and winning the carnival the week. But I think the underlining for everyone is that everyone's got an eye on Sri Lanka in next year, and everybody that's here has an opportunity, as well as guys at home that played in New Zealand and played in England, who aren't here. We've got a squad of about 34, 35. So tomorrow's game is just another opportunity for sides to win, but also to show their skills on to the selectors that are here.
Discovered more about some players you didn't know? Have you been surprised who've been able to put up their hands and say, hey, pick me, call me, I can do the right thing?
Absolutely.
Who? Tell me.
Well, in my team,
yes,
in our team, in the Australian side, I think have played their first year on. Timmy Hensman, who had played, I call him Hazeman, sorry.
That's all right.
I'm going to wear it. Tim played in New Zealand, and when he came in and was promoted up, the thing he said to me was that I think I'll be better than I was in the first trip. So I thought a lot of guys that are playing their first trip would be better for another trip. And I think in our side, there's guys that definitely been up this week and played at a different level than they may have previously, and and I think the New Zealand side is a little bit the same. They're playing a bunch of new guys as well, and I think coming to a foreign place on different wickets that are totally different to what they play on, they're finding their way as well. So that's the exciting part. I think Australia have excelled in what they've done.
Yes.
And they've come together very quickly. Gabby's done a great job, and they've got some real guys in there that have shown why been outstanding. Mark Kratzman's done well, Gabby's done well, and the bowling unit has all been. Brad Padu's been outstanding. He's taken another 2 for today, and really leading the way. Guys bowled well, I think, as a team, and they've been a typical Australian team that's sort of a green and gold colouring on them. They rise to the occasion.
Yeah, good call. Give us your thoughts and explain to us the cricket Simon Waddington's become.
I think Simon was a fast bowler by trade, and I played against him back in the day at Eagle, and he years ago made the move to bowl left arm orthodox, and I think from the first time I saw him bowl, and has a nice shape from what he used to as a medium pacer, a quick, good positive transit for him. But it's been one player I think has gone playing in England to playing in this series and really benefited second series. And and selectors are the ones that will make that Sri Lanka on those sort of. I think the fact up night high and with his bowling, it gives us the variation of what we're doing. Bats extremely well
down the order.
He's a little inventive, which I think it's as important, and he's an outstanding fielder. So. As a cricketer, he's got 3 good strings to his bow.
Taking a catch, doesn't he?
He's taken some, in England. I think he took a couple of great catches. There was 3 or 4 run-outs in that tournament. And I think if you're 2 or 3 dimensional in what you're doing, you've got to have a good chance of being selected.
You were put on a fair bit of pressure yesterday, 5 down, and it looked as if, well, it could be close, and it's silly just to look and say, WWW, you've won 3 games, you want to win them all, of course you do. What have you found out of being the strength of the team when, I'm not saying you suffered adversity, you haven't, but pressure? What did you like about what you saw?
I think the whole week I've liked about the fact of how quickly everybody has come together. And, I think that we've been really working hard on, that we've learnt from to the last World Cup. No matter, that prep can come together if you've had work before. If you've got players who have done it, you can come together very quickly. So that in the team, that everyone play for each other. And I think with that together quickly, we're down yesterday. There was no panic. It was just about going about another job. And I thought Andrew batted extremely well. Kratzy batted extremely well. Again, wickets for him suit him because he's a little bit multifaceted in how he goes about his game. So I was, I'm not perturbed about what position we're in. I think we've got quality down the career.
I'm interested too, after the game finishes each day, I noted Gabby and yourself spent some time with the troops. It wasn't 5 minutes, it was long. What's the message that you can get across as soon as the game's finished? Is it right to be able to, is it the way one thinks is to talk to them straight away, or give them a bit of time to settle down? What's the go?
I've been someone that's to analyse the game after it. If we're in a dressing room, it'll tend to be to sit down and get pads off and do what you do and just listen and talk about what each player has done. Without some dressing rooms here, we tended to do it probably outside. But I think you've got to there's always good points of the day's cricket. So I've always liked to get it done, get that analysed, and then just try and have a beer with the other team or have a drink with the other team.
It's a tough gig. You play. There's 5 out of the way. And you've got to have that luck too, that smidgen of luck without injuries. And if you do cop an injury, that's where the testing of the depth of the squad comes into vogue.
Yeah, I think the Sackers have got some really hard choices coming up.
Tell me what they are.
I put together my head, and when people think you then tend to more and beauty and what we've looked at lots of players, and the players are at another level.
Yeah, just hold that 1 sec, my friend. They're having drinks, and I want to give the score to our viewers and our listeners by Tony Clark, who's the Australian over 50s captain, with the score moment 3 for 130. That New Zealand. Purdue has done very well indeed. He's picked up wickets. Frew's not out 38. McCarty not out 2. Earlier today, the Australians. A bold performance by Hardy, who got, let's have a look, 80 not out. He looks to be the goods. And the score was 4 for 218. In the chase, 3 for 130 after 30 overs. Sorry to cut you off, Tony. I just wanted to give that score over. But the depth of the squad, Gee, it's going to be tough when you've got to pick out who's going to Sri Lanka.
I think, well, I'm not a selector, so it's not something I've got to worry about. I've got to
Yeah,
worry.
but you'd still be thinking about it.
Oh, look, obviously, and, you know, I mean, my first role is to be selected myself. So we'll see how that goes, but I think the beauty in having so many players, what I'm looking forward to is I think it will improve our nationals.
Yep.
You know, I think we'll go to the nationals in November, and hopefully all these guys that have been thrust into these games and take experience at a higher level and take those back to their states and pass that on. And even at 50, I think you can always learn what from a player that played at a higher level.
Absolutely. Look, it's a very because I was just doing some scratching around last night, and in the Australian team, New South Wales have 4, Western Australia 1, Queensland 4, Tasmania 1, South Australia 2, and in the Australian combination, South Australia 3, New South Wales 3, Queensland, the ACT, Queensland 3, ACT, WA and Victoria all 1 each. That's wonderful, but you got to get them from all over the place into the one place for a while, and that's not easy.
I think once we get past the nationals and the selectors of their squad, and I think it will be a shortened squad. Then,
yep.
And I think hopefully there'll be a camp that we can work towards moving to February for the people that are selected. And I think it's really important that it's 4 months between now and then.
Yeah.
And everybody's going into it like we're actually just starting a season. So there's a lot that can happen form-wise, injury-wise, health-wise. Being all over 50, lots happens in 4 months.
Yeah, once you get that little tickle, and, I felt for Owen Gilchrist, who, of course, he's bang goes the Achilles, and he said it was like being shot by a shotgun. He's here with the moon. He would get up for being over and diabetic until doing it hard. But the thing that I liked about people were around him, nice and crap. This was genuine friendship. You're going to be okay. We're with you. You're going back to Queensland. Don't forget. You're a member of this team, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've missed the last 12 months of cricket. I think I played a couple of games last year. So I had, in my whole career, I think I'd missed 6 games of cricket. So one's going up at the moment, but he has a photo taken last night and went until he put a photo. He's going to be good out and he's worked in the group and now he's 50. And there is an age group always doing, so time will come and he'll be playing this for a lot longer to come, and I've got no doubt about that.
Tell me about your assessment of your form. Tell us about the way you've played the game, but also as a leader of men. Have you been happy with what's happened?
I've really enjoyed the break. I think having not playing last year after playing 43 seasons consecutively.
Was it a hard decision to make?
Oh, well, I was injured.
Yeah, well, so it was under the injury, but up top as well?
It was a hard decision. It was a hard process trying to get fit and understanding that I may never do it again. And I think once I started coming good with that and things started going, I was feeling better, it was a realising that I've got to enjoy every time, every moment that I've got left doing it. So captaincy-wise, I've got a lot clearer mind in what I want to do. I'm not tired, but I've still got a big program with New South Wales, and I've got some coaching work to do up at Bankstown, and we next Saturday, so I get home and we train Wednesday, Thursday, and hopefully play Saturday, and we're very excited about what we are doing at New South Wales level for the Nationals, and then hopefully we look forward to what may lie ahead in February. It's been already. I've needed to be on every tour, and my form I think is improving. I feel like I should have been closer to bowling, which is looking forward to. I wasn't sure I'd ever do that again. I'm getting closer to bowling. So I'm hoping that the back end of my career here and back end of my career at home, I can enjoy and get the most out of before they tell me that I'm too old.
Have you got your own time? Can you escape from cricket, from the vigours of what happens because you're such a professional person? Do you have time?
I love spending time with life, and I love spending time with children. One of my sons come back from England, away for 6 months. I've got a 16-year-old that's in the middle of starting. He's done his first year as a mechanic. Yep. 2 other children, one in Queensland, and one that works really hard 5 and 6 days a week. What he does, I love spending time with him. I'm on his side to a family, my wife, and what's your away? My years better than him.
Why is that? Did you work hard at rehabilitation?
Was never a big gym person, and I've had to probably do a bit more, not a lot, but a bit more. I feel a bit stronger. with my shoulder going meant that I was hanging on for probably 4 or 5 years with injections.
That wouldn't have been pleasant.
Well, once it went, it meant that I could finally get some strength back into it. My foot is probably about 80% from a plantar fascia. I did some big injuries and go over a period. I'm looking at what I was saying how long, but towards the end of what I'm here.
And what we're doing here is we're entertaining people in Mildura around the world because of what is happening. It's a concept that just seems to continue from cricket.
I think players just love it so much. I mean, it may for people to understand it, love getting together and doing what we're doing, and there's starting to be injuries and being a bit tougher out there, and this is 4 games in 5 or 6 days. But if they didn't love it, they wouldn't do it. I think cricket snuffs in the end, and we all love being involved with it. And we've got some people who are organising these things that really love the game as well and love being able to put these on for us. People like yourself, Walshy, and Telf and Nighty, and the board that the Australian board that's agreed to us doing all these things. And I think the T20 will be an exciting time for everybody next week. Some people are playing, some people aren't. I think that's an individual decision on what you see. I know I wasn't going to be able to get through 2 weeks of what we're doing, so my focus responsibility back home. But wonderful 4 days for everyone to enjoy. I
want to ask you one question. If you leave us, I'll give the score 3 for 105. That's the score for New Zealand as they chase to win this game, a total of 219. The game itself is evolving. Everyone's having a good time. There are lots of good stories. One of the best stories that I had to be able to speak to the man who celebrated birthday, Simon Mark Murphy, also runs but twin said to me after, of course, then it's he's out of contention for them, but he said he was overwhelmed by the 3 got together last night at his birthday party.
Yeah.
And they sang songs, jumped into a pool, and out in a cake. They made a mess of a bottle of rum. I wasn't too sure of that. But he said the spirit of cricket was exactly what took place. And he had too much on his mind to worry about, oh, look, I'm not going to play cricket for a while. I've got to go back. My kids are waiting for me. But that, to me, typifies what's been happening in all the matches we've seen so far.
I think it's very easy to forget it's a men shed when we're at the end of the day. We feel it's a men shed situation. It started that way. And I think it's very important that we keep remembering that good and bad.
Yep.
What happened to Owen earlier in the week, or what's happened with debuts, and there's been lots of debuts with it all coming on. The Murphy with one of the more Murphy too, he couldn't believe the level of cricket that was played this week. But it's something I think I say to the guys all the time that no matter whether you win, lose or draw, there's lots of worse places you could be than 28 degrees in Mildura playing a game of cricket and being around people that you love being around.
You've been very open and honest, as you always are, with your life away from and involved with cricket. Is this one of the best things that you've done in cricket? You're captaining Australia. You're going into a final tomorrow against Australia A. I'm still trying to get around that, Australia versus Australia A. But what's the thrill going to be when... well, I've got to ask you this one. What happens with the national anthem? Do they play it once or twice?
No, we play it once.
Just once? And will you sing it?
We always do.
Good.
I mean, I think you have to sing the national anthem like it's the last time you're ever going to do it, because that's what it means to everybody. Be no different tomorrow. It's a little bit... It will always be a bit bittersweet playing your own country, whether you win or you lose. But I think it'll be a really interesting game of cricket. They're very determined. We want to be very determined to finish off the week we've had. I think it'd be for us disappointing to not finish off what we've done for the week. So we'll be prepared as much as we can be, and it'll be a good game of cricket.
Keep talking while I take a photo. Say something soft, warm and caring.
I love my wife.
Oh, okay, we've got that one there. Right. Now, just on that too, and I'm not talking about how much you love your wife, of course you do, but the fact is, there have to be personal sacrifices when you play at the game that you want to play at and at the level you want to play at. How tough has that been for you? And I'd ask us of any cricketer, particularly someone who's elevated his status to being a Australian team.
I'm very lucky. My wife and family are supportive of what I do. My sister came to England with me. It was a great experience. My wife was a 16-year-old had to be work every day.
Of course, yep.
So we did get a couple of weeks after that, which was my thank you to my wife. So there's a bit of a trade-off either.
Yep.
And it's a really fine balance between not doing too much, making sure everybody's happy and we've got enough what we're doing. But I've been married for nearly 30 years and my wife has put up with a lot of me being away. And without being paid for that as well. I think when you're fully in one of the big players and you're getting paid to do that, then there's a reward for being away. My wife has to put up with me being away and us having to pay for the money. So I'm very appreciative of what my family let me do. I'm sure it's going to come back on me somewhere. Well, I'll be doing duties that I do. I'll be ready when I'm finished.
Well, I'll be so proud to see you walk out, toss the coin tomorrow, and the final itself will be right down to the wire, I hope. And thank you so much, Tony Clark, for coming over in our commentary box, and all the very best, not till tomorrow, but for the remaining months and down the track with Sri Lanka.
Ian, thanks for all your support, mate. You've been a great servant to what we're doing here with, and the word is so important for what we do. So thank you very much to you.
Pleasure. Tony Clark joining us. Coverage of the cricket here from the Sarah Oval. Thanks, Tony, for joining us as off into the distance, and does so superbly. Really good to speak to a quality man who's got a quality message to pass on, and I'll make sure his wife gets the message too, that he loves her very much, which is very, very important. Isn't it, as I welcome back Pat?
Oh, the women in our life are very important. And also, absolutely, if you want to play cricket in 50s and this family and the kids to get right behind you. I was just listening from afar on the balcony that Tony was certainly pretty happy with his balance in life, that he's got the time to focus on his family and his friends, but he can spend time with his cricket family at the same time.
Yeah, good call. 32.4 overs in bowl, 4 for 141, with McCarty on 9 and Sears yet to score. And of course, whilst I was chatting with Tony, a wicket has fallen, but I'll welcome back to the commentary box Pat Silcox, because at the 78 runs to win with 74 balls remaining and 6 wickets, have 12 minutes to just slurp on some.
I like it. Well, she can do that. We're just unfortunate. I thought they were just putting some non-momentum yet. Fortunately, probably through just hitting the ball upishly there and at short cover. So now they'll fall Hardy's shoulders to try and push them through the mid part of this third power play. And Darren Sears, who's just made his way to the crease, starts confidently as he pushed a point for a sill. So it goes to 4 for 142, and Randell, nice reward from him. 6 over, 1 for 23. Been a good partnership between he and Brad Perdue. So they've been able to just keep run rate. They've been able to bring things up a little in the last 20 minutes, and the breakthrough of Frog. Bring that to friend as we complete 34-4-2. McCallum Sears is 1. And the wickets to fall today. John Gary was out, caught Hardy bowled 6. Richard Petrie caught third bowl Perdue 55. Frew caught little bowl Randall 42. Samani was out, caught Gab bowl Perdue for no score.
Things settling out of. Good to see Tony playing hello and making mention to half a dozen of the players from the senior team wandering around, and I said we got a listen because they looked as if they were extra players on the field. They weren't. So a very imposing man, and free to tell, getting through some adversity with some ease, and yet still having that insatiable appetite. And tomorrow we of course will hear the national anthem sung by both teams.
Yeah, yep. Big occasion at the Mildura Senior College, the final Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Series Tournament.
Yeah, it's off 14th Avenue, isn't it? I'm just writing down so I don't get lost.
Street Deacon Avenue, yep.
14th Street, okay, thank you. Good.
So Perdue into his 6th over. Look at those figures again. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7. Has been an outstanding contributor for him. So he's outside the off stump, allowed to pass through, saved by Sears.
Who'll win?
From here?
Yep.
I feel like it's back in the 18's favour again with that wicket of Frew. I think he was the real king. So certainly it's evenly poised, isn't it? 77 to win from 70. Still 6 wickets in hand, which is certainly a plus for the Grey Caps. Sears will hit that one out through the offside. Felt that Perdue bowled that one from a little bit back behind the crease there, just to vary his length. So the left-hand, right-hand combination in operation at the moment. McCarty and Sears. Sears at Aldo Field. Bit of extra on the off. Swept up behind square and spear around the corner. Get back. It's Paul Wide does the fielding down there. 4 for 1 5. McCarty advances to 11. Sears is 2.
Tell me how many Frew got, if you don't mind, and scratch that in.
Robbie Frew finished with 42 from C.
Caught by...
Caught Little, bowled Randell.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. I love the story too that Tony told about Owen Gilchrist making sure that he was there for the team photo last night. There was no way known that he was going to be left out. Not the spirit of cricket is so important. That was a good thing.
And there's a big shout. And nothing doing. Purdue was celebrating almost after the fact there that he'd taken another scalp, but albeit the slick work from Richard Gabb behind the stump, Sears was good enough to get back and make his ground. And that sees us through 34 completed overs now. 4 for 146 New Zealand. With McCarty on 12, Sears on 2. And that equation now 73 runs to win from 66 balls remaining. Randell and 12 overs, taking 3 for 34. So it's been quite the combo, hasn't it? Skipper Gabb still has the Lanigan Little to call upon. Jared Wall has 4 overs that he can still bowl. So plenty of options, as we can see a bit of a conference there between the leadership group.
Yeah, there's a bit of chin wagging going on for most of the day. Bit of jogging around and getting ready for another day too, as we can. So adequately spoken about by Tony Clark is just play, and keep the fingers crossed for a good body.
It's taken down towards long off there by McCarty. They'll get through for a single. Now, was Tony a part of the T20s, or was he choosing to rest up ahead of the Nationals?
He was caught in safety. He used to get involved and play as possible. Went through a stage with injuries that he wasn't too sure where he was at. But he said once you stand, he was thrilled with what has been. The side itself was very even, the side that he's got control of. There's no give me, yes, deserve it, yes, you've got to be good enough to be considered, and a squad that will bounce.
Rafa got so good to choose from there.
Yep. I think we'll see a few of them that get themselves sorted out as the draftees in the next couple of days, or a few days anyway.
Nicely worked through the offside there by Sears. Got up and over the top of it. Picks up another single. About 140. Beautiful spring here in Mildura. Bit of cloud covered. Bit of freshness probably just after lunchtime. There's pretty comfortable players there. So McCarty is hitting out towards long on. They'll look for a couple. The throw comes into the keeper's end.
Level that we've got from our right below where the bird poo is a lot of gathering of momentum from the New Zealanders, with the players that are there, and also with the they're pretty keen.
They feel about themselves at the moment. They've really got themselves into a really good position.
Yeah, I can hear some of them yelling it out, and yep. I'll tell you what, if they win, wouldn't the Jandals fly high in the sky?
You would think they would, yeah.
Massive celebration. And that stuff key, that's a game that could fly out the window. Has it got a name?
Oh, Richard is there for our beloved just
Kiwi. How boring is that? You can do that. Kiwi, if you squeeze its head. Hang on. Let's do it and see if it makes a noise.
There we go, in the back play there.
Pretty ordinary noise. They make a pretty ordinary noise, I've just been told.
Okay.
No, beautiful looking animal, Kiwis. It's like I used in Tassie for ages, and the Tassie Devils. Not exactly the most attractive looking animal, and they bite with sharp teeth, but a little different. You don't see them very often.
No.
What's the time? Is it brown?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Maybe the red carpet has, but
Oh, isn't that exciting? Not.
5 o'clock local time here in Mildura, so
Yeah.
we'll probably get through till nearly 6 here if the game goes the full distance.
Mm-hmm.
Brad Perdue sets himself once again. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 11. That one's taken down towards short third man. They'll tick over another run.
There's no surnames now. It's all nicknames. That's what this. That's the call. It's not about Scott Mason, Maso, and Matt Everest ever. That's all right.
Yeah.
As long as the people that are being hailed know who's hailing them.
Goes like
67 off 50. If you were sought out, I'm talking about a book that would be winning this game, I'd say New Zealand at this particular stage certainly be in the driver's.
wide bowl by Perdue there. As we said, the wickets in the hand column is going to be paramount to their success here, you feel.
Yep.
If this partnership can stay the course here for another half a dozen overs.
Yep.
Reversed around the corner there by Sears.
Mm-hmm.
Picks up another single. So 4 from this over so far without any risk whatsoever.
Now I've got an assignment for Richard Horner and for Mark Horswell, and that is, and I know fellas you're doing a million things at once, but can you do 1,000,001 things at once after this ball is to be bowled by Perdue now? And the attempt to drag away on the onside, they might run through for a wide, it is. 1 + 1, 4 for 156. Could you tell us, fellas, it's not urgent, but I'd be really interested to know how many wides altogether in the games that have been played. I know the only reason I saw that was on one occasion someone bowled 20 in one game in the early days. And I'd be interested to know just how many wides. That's a lot of wides, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of wides.
So have you got that answer yet?
I'll have to dash back through the books.
Ask the Kiwi. Kiwi will squawk at you or do something. No, I'm just keen to know because extras, and that'd be good. Fellas?
It's a work in progress, I reckon, Rolchie.
Yeah, I just the stats because they could win those games, That's a good shot down the drive down the onside to the man who's feeling in the deep, and the batsman will get through for just a couple now. I'm just working out who that is down there. That's Hardy, who does the fielding. 4 for 159 with Hardy fielding. It was McCarty who was 16 and Sears 8. 4 for 159 at the completion of the over. 60 to win, 55.
Right, the balance, isn't it? They finished this 7. But they'll have 2 overs, should I say, to go. So whether Captain Richard Gabb will elect to keep him rolling here or maybe just give him a brief spell just to make a change from this club room's end. Just look at the worm. They're starting to close in, aren't they? As Kiwis really got things going through that 10 to 15 over mark. A couple of wickets back to back has just made them reset the situation a little here, but this partnership now is up to 18 from 20 deliveries.
And looking pretty good, aren't they?
They're turning over the strike nicely.
Mm-hmm. The 7 off the previous over. If you can keep getting your 5s and your 6s and not losing wickets, 60 to win off 54 deliveries.
Nice placement once again from the left-handed Sears. Push the ball down towards short third man. Nicely tidied up there by Mark Kratzman. They just love one good over here, wouldn't they? A good 8, 10 or 12 run over, which would really just tilt the scales well and truly in their favour.
Yeah, and field change too, because the man who fields pretty well and does everything pretty well, Ashley Hardy, has gone back to behind point on the offside.
Still McCarty's held by a nice piece of fielding there at mid-wicket by Perdue.
Tense situation now. Even though we know who the finalists will be tomorrow, it doesn't matter. New Zealand playing for a win in this competition. And the Australian A team getting to a pretty competitive 4 for 218. And that now, I'm not significantly threatened. It's getting close to a now. The field ball has run a reasonable over. We've had 3 balls and just the 1 run.
Looks like I'll make a little change out there to the man deep on the onside. He's just going to come around to more of a mid-wicket position. And then we might have a tally. This is the complete amount of wides. Would that be correct? Are we happy to, as it sits currently?
Oh, thank you. 106. Yeah. Thank you, fellas, as usual, for being on song. So you think about 106 extras, or wide. I'm not talking about no balls or anything. 1-8. And this... that's amazing.
12 innings. Okay.
12-8. So yes. As the ball's played down the ground. I've gone through 2 and very well run. That's
about 9 innings.
That's a lot, isn't it? An over and a half.
Yeah. Yes, the one-day format, and they're so strict. Anything down the leg side. Yeah.
McCarty 18, Sears 9, 4 for 162. 37 overs have been bowled. We have 57 off 48 with 6 wickets in hand. And just going to have a slurp out there. The 2 batsmen being looked after by some of the Kiwis and themselves ready to go. Talking to our New Zealand scorer Richard Horner about coming from Auckland, and you know how things jump back into your mind in the Commonwealth Games in Auckland in 1990. One of the best races I've ever seen was Yobes Ondieki, who was Lisa Ondieki's husband, being run down by Andrew Lloyd, in the last lap of the men's 5,000 metres. And that's a good shot to start off the new over, and I'll finish that story because it was fairly boring, but at the time it wasn't. And the New Zealand crowd, they were absolutely gobsmacked.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant performance by the Australian runner, a champion himself, and so little memories of sport come jumping back into you of grey matter, because there's nothing else to fill up my grey matter at the moment. 4 for 163, Peter Walsh and Pat Silcox. And Pat, I just get the feeling you're becoming a bit toey. The old Roman sandal settling in for you too. It's a good finish.
It is. We've seen a couple of those, haven't we?
We have.
As that is beautifully struck by McCarty, a boundary they've been searching for in the last couple of overs, as Purdue just angled down the leg side. And he looms to be the man that could see them through to victory here.
He does. And just so remembering too, and I do thank Richard and Mark for accumulating the number of wides. 106 wide being bowled in this competition. That's quite a few.
So 52 to win from 46. 5 runs from the first 2 deliveries. So Purdue's just going to do some more work with his fielding. Another man back on the onside, which means someone offside will probably have to come in up inside the ring.
And I see too, just looking away, where Gerard Wyeth doing some warm-ups just away to your left, Pat. I think you might be concealed by one of those big light towers there, but I reckon that's him doing the warm-up.
Once again, you see the McCarty comfortable. Turns it around the corner down towards the man at fine leg on the boundary. Interesting that Purdue stays around the wicket to the right, because that seems to be Ashley's pads. Whether he be berserker and trying to angle across. That's all the left-handed steers to do with now, though.
They both look pretty dangerous, don't they? These two.
Taken down towards long on. Fielder is Ash Hardy. Another single to the tally.
And the point about it too, Pat, is they don't have to do anything out of the ordinary. It's not like jumping down and trying to smash the ball out of the park into Deakin Avenue. The fact is, 1s and 2s, picking up 5s and 6s in the over. So far in this over, 7 runs.
It's the quicker ball from Purdue. Lots of interest from the field. Umpire had a good hard look at that, I reckon. Maybe it was a fraction high, might have been his thinking there, but gee, wasn't a lot in that.
They were pretty confident, weren't they?
They were. Haven't seen him really bowl that quicker arm ball as much today as what he has done in previous days.
The Kiwi to our left shook its beak as if to say, no, that wasn't out. There's a bit of animation out there.
Again, McCarty trying to take him across to the onside. Swings and misses. So Purdue through 8 overs now, 2 for 27. And New Zealand 4 for 169 after 38. McCarty is 23. And Sears is 11 partnership now is 28-32.
Just what the doctor from Kiwi country would have wanted to happen. McCarty and Sears. And how important is it now that they can hang around, stay there and enjoy the spoils of the last game that they've played in this competition and maybe their only win. They haven't there yet. It's a contest now, not too sure as what to happen. And it's like when you watch a football game, or the next try will win or the next goal will win. Well, the next wicket won't win, but it could change the game completely.
Put some pressure on, won't it? It's remarkable the transformation in the conditions today. Batting was so hard to deal with yesterday, but almost in this one today.
Yep, very true.
Flashes past the outside. Sears as bad as he tries to run it down fine past the man at short end. A little bit of extra pace from Randell. If he can find the gap there, potentially going to run away for 4.
Good bit of glove work there. Ball just outside the off stump. The bails flicked in the air. Grabbed the keeper. Looks like he's got the inners on, not the big gloves. But he's okay there. And I tell you what, it's a long day in the office. It's a long day at the office for these wicket keepers who do a wonderful job.
Of course, he spent a lot of time out in the middle with the bat as well,
yes,
so he's had a big day. Turn around the batsman with the underarm return. So I think it's McCarty back strike.
There's revising of stroke play from players when they're out there now doing something a little just to be. The fieldsmen have to be on their toes. Nothing is predictable now with the score 4 for 170. 49 off 39. 49 runs, 39 balls. And 6 wickets.
Man out there at mid-off has just been pushed a little deeper, right onto the edge of the ring. Cardi's finding space on that offside. There's why they couldn't quite collect it cleanly, so they get through for another single. So 2 off the over so far. Not a bad one from Randell. 4 for 171. Almost through 39. Again, Pete, you still feel like there needs to be another good 8, 10, 12 run over come up here just to really keep them in track with that equation.
Hardy's gone on the offside, change of the field. Going away well, side for a single. At length, Pat, about just the amount of mental notes that have to be made by the skippers of the two teams to move the fieldsman a little bit this way, a little bit that way, and the two batsmen, as we now look, they're working out where the fielder is, looking around and make sure they take them all out.
You kept having to calculate the number of us by each, but exceed their maximum 9. There's McCarty turning around, and he might the boundary there, has it? That's much needed for the Kiwis at the end of the 9th over. McCarty now 20, 4 for 176. 43 to win, 36 remaining. It's going to go right down to the wire, Walshy.
Yeah, and I've got the hardest question that I will ask you in the duration of our time together behind the microphone. Where is this wire? When it's going down to the wire, I want to know where it is. Oftentimes my horses that lead right up until the wire. It's look, I think it's an amazing expression, but I never ever will know where this wire belongs.
It's like the Bermuda Triangle, in a way, isn't it?
I don't know.
Talked about so often, but seen so rarely.
Yes.
So Purdue now later into his 9th and final. 8 overs, 3 maidens today than he has been, but still has got numbers on, which is just as important, really.
Of course it is, and considering he took a wicket with his ball, that's happened a few times. Competition.
Took 2 to a great start.
Oh, tense finish.
Sears is hitting straight the man at long on. Except the single.
We should have an orchestra leader down there with our New Zealand support. The count of three, it'll be clap, and you'll know that the ball hit the infield and the run. So one run will be met with a modicum of support, but the two, perhaps the four, an almighty roar that seep across as far as the Gol Caravan Park.
So Purdue's going to stay around Wicket to the right-handed McCarty. Oh, it's a tight single, but the pressure on the field means they get through safely. As Mensforth was trying to cut it off inside the ring there, just couldn't quite handle it. So 2 off the first 2 deliveries. 44.
Yeah, umpire still standing well for the spin bowler.
He's almost boundary line here, isn't he, step back? Sears is flashing one away there, but run it behind point. A single. He was looking for a second. I think that's Chris House, the local himself stationed on the 30-yard ring there, just trying to keep off out of the action. Hope he's got good peepers from there to pick up any stumpings or run out opportunities.
He's got his binoculars, I think.
Yeah. Goes out on the bounce to the man, deep on the mid-wicket berry. So just the one run. So picket fence of singles so far on the over, 4 from it, 4 for 180. Can they find the boundary to really narrow that differential? Sears gets down low and swings it out towards the fine leg boundary. Will it have the legs to get there? It's going to be close. I think the 18 will just reel it in. And they'll get back for 2. Gee, I thought that was going to go to the boundary. That was a nice strike from Sears, wasn't it?
We could see the witch's hats, but we don't know whether or not there was any lime in between witch's hats. But I'm sure the lads out there would have known exactly where the ball was. And, yeah, good call.
4 for 182. Last ball for Purdue. And he's cleaned him up. The reverse coming unstuck. Probably didn't need to go down that path. And they seem to have things reasonably well in check. And Sears will go, bowled by Purdue for 17. And that is the 5th wicket down now for with the score at 8-2.
And they've won the competition too. They've scored 177 earlier on. And they've tried to creep to do it and invade this pitch here, Sarah Oval. There could be he's running all over the place. Keevy might be thrown out of the window to greet the troops if they can win the game.
Purdue finishing with 3 for 33 from his 9 overs. So just continuing his great tournament. We'll see in action tomorrow. Grand final live stream underway on Sobel from 10 a.m. local time.
Now, what's the boss saying? Gabs is all clustered around. 37 to win off 30 deliveries. 5 for 182. McCarty is not out 30. And the new batsman is, I think it's Horner, the wicket keeper. Birdie boy going out there. He's been out there a bit too. He was one who was out there.
Yeah, he's quite familiar with the surroundings out there at Sarah Oval.
That's, you know, it's another one that I shouldn't throw these questions in at this time of the... You'd pick out your fastest, wouldn't you? We're coming at it now, so the things the umpires to take into consideration. Oh, this is a good scrap. This is a game of where you're not too sure who will win, and it will go down to the wire.
Yes, absolutely. So Mark Littlelook is coming back into the attack. Opening spell, 5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 34. So he's got a job to do here.
There's a good discussion going in. I obviously was miles away from it, but we saw Ashley Hardy. He was having a chat, and he was having a chat out there too. Let's have a look and see. That might have been number 29. That's Osamani, the captain. They were just having a chat. There was nothing in it, but I'm sure... What's going to happen now? What do you reckon? 7 win, 30 balls from 5 wickets in there. Maybe they'll appeal into the lot.
Oh, who's to say? It looks like having the big red truck back into the facility here, so he's going to be able to catch the last couple of overs. Looks to be...
Right. Driving a fire engine here, doesn't he? Oh, it's a good fish. Here we go.
McCarty. Straight down the ground towards pick up the sim. Fresh Van Horner now needs to get there quickly. Success here, of course, will be to try and turn this over.
He's got 39 in this tournament.
Yep.
He's made it cool.
Yeah, no one's gone on to that really big one yet.
What's happening?
Is here? Is there concerns? McCarty's body here. Maybe another runner try.
No.
So we might play through on that.
Another chapter is written in this book regarding a diet.
Nice bit of work by Kratzman back with a point as Horner gets underway.
I've just discovered something too, but it's taken me all day. If you stand up and stretch and you look out the window, you actually look out above where the bird had some fun last night and you can see. So how good's that?
Yeah, it's only taken 5 or 6 hours, but you got there in the end, Walshy. That's the main thing, is that is turned around the corner by McCarty. And it is going to get there. You don't need a runner when it hits the boundary like that, so that's going to really narrow things up now, won't it? 51 from 27, 5 for 188 to 5. And he certainly has shown a liking to that onside. If you looked at his wagon wheel, attacking strokes and boundaries have all come wide.
He knew that was a boundary as soon as he hit it too. That was a good shot. Right down to where the New Zealanders were.
Down the ground. Oh, and the fieldsman's made an error in judgment there, just overran it. Somehow goes back and retrieves before it gets to the line. So a few nerves starting to creep in.
Awkward bounce because it looked at one moment it possibly might have carried there as a catch, but then took the bounce away it went and they were able to get back for an extra. So the score now, look, is 5 for 100. McCarty is 1. 29 to win off 26 deliveries. Well, thank you very much. One of the New Zealand batters getting across and picking up the ball and throwing it back, which was good stuff.
Bit of gamesmanship there from Mark Little, attempting to maybe seem short of his ground, but of course that's not what Ruta cricket. Just a bit of
off this with good over.
Yeah.
Now, just not sure whether there was any requirement to play what looked like a reverse sweep at one stage, but it hit the bat and then bounced away and concludes the over with the score at, let's just see it, we're going through the motions here as we see the Sarah Oval Mildura score.
5 for 190 I reckon we've got there, Walshy.
McCarty 37, Horner 1. 24 balls remaining, 29 runs required, 5 for 190. The best score so far in this tournament for New Zealand was 177, but let's not forget about where they're at now. They've passed that score and they're heading for their first score of over 200 and perhaps heading for a W.
Yes, indeed. It looks like it's going to be Jared Wyeth who will be called into the attack from this clubroom's end of Sarah Oval. 29 from 24. Wyeth in his opening spell, 5 overs, 1 made, none for 20.
No, you've been in the business long enough to get a feel for what may happen. What is your feel for what may happen?
I get the feeling that as long as McCarty's there, New Zealand can get the job done, but if they haven't...
And the man that is out there to render assistance has only faced one ball and has a run. So let's repeat the equation. 29 to win off 24 deliveries. This is a win for New Zealand that won't take them into the final, but will give them a W if they can get across the line. And there's what's going on here? Bit of what's happening?
Wyeth is...
Oh, there's a plane going over.
Yeah. Gab's still just trying to get that field position. He's got the man now at a deep backward square on the line. It's also long on. He's got a man on the off and the onside trying to protect the ball down the ground.
Wyeth in. Double run out, could be a big chance. The throw back to the bowler's end is a little wayward. The effort there to jump across and grab the ball wasn't quite clean. And Wyeth on the follow through. It was, well, see, they were going from all over the shop and no run.
Warner was almost off his feet there as he tried to turn and quickly get...
Bowlers.
So a nice lusty stroke this time from Horner. As out towards that backward square boundary. They'll pick up another single. So what have we got? 5 for 191.
Just waiting to make sure the score is... It was a confusing 9-1. 28 to win off 22 delivery. Clapping on grounds. 10.
Big shout as Horner tried to swing to leg. They'll get through for the leg bye. So 5 for 192. 27 from 21. Another boundary here would make things really interesting, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes.
Or a wide. In fact, a no ball call by the umpire there.
Well, there's an extra. 5 for 192 now. McCarty 38, Horner 1.
Do we have a free hit for him? Should be free hit.
Well, let's see what does happen. Ball is hit down the ground. Hardy's needs to be picked up. An awkward one to get is gathered effectively finished down there by Little. And the score moves, let's have a look, to 190 before that run change over. McCarty 38, Horner 1.
Jared Wyeth has made the breakthrough.
He has.
Going straight through Horner's defences. So just what the A-team were looking for. Another wicket, bring another fresh man to the crease. Horner makes his way for one. Clean bowl by Jared Wyeth. And as we just wait for this scoreboard to be refreshed, I think we'll find it'll be 6 for 192.
I think we have to change that over there because there's a bit of confusion in the previous delivery. So let's make sure we can, because we're next to the scorers here, and thank goodness we are, Pat, because sometimes it gets a little bit confusing as we see the new batsman coming out for New Zealand, and it is Kelvin Scott. Now, can we get that confirmation of the score, please, fellas?
Looks like we've just got a refresh now, Walshy.
5 for 194. Thank you. 5 for 125 to win off 23 deliveries. This is a D.
We've got no over, so extra ball will be bowled here. As Scott will get out there to take his guard. Cardi still the key man here if he can maintain his line here and get bat through the full journey. That New Zealand can get the victory.
Getting interrogated by New Zealand cricket. They want to know what to tell you. Of course I can, fella. 194.
Scott down the ground. They'll pick up another. So that should take us to 5 for 195.
5 or 6? 5 over, 5 down or 6 down? 6 down.
Our NV players just having a little snooze late in the afternoon.
So let's score ticking over in front of our video. It's like being in a bingo parlour or a casino. Let's just work out how many wickets are down. That's the key issue.
So yeah, definitely 6 now adjusted. 198, I think we're now back on track.
6 for 198.
Still fusion upstairs here at the moment, so we'll just have to stay with it.
.21 runs to win, 17 balls remaining. The target was 4 for 218. Our scoreboard tells us that Cardi is third and Scott to score 109 is what we've got.
Might be 95 here. We're just going to get that brought back again. So it's going to be Chris Lanigan to resume from that 11th Street Avenue end of the ground. Get the field set.
There she is. They're spread far and wide, aren't they?
Well, they can have a maximum of 5 outside the circle. He's got them in the key posts. As Brad Perdue will just make his way back inside the ring, behind the screen umpire.
And all parts of the well protected, as many as can be, of course. So there are singles all over the place, but the risk would be, if you ran first, you'd have to take that risk for the second. 23 runs to win of 6-6.
Still a bit of communication on this here, so we'll keep an eye on what they're going to do for us there on the NV Play scoreboard. As Lanigan. McCarty takes him out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, picks up the single.
The 1 run off the first ball. Wyeth sending down now. Let's have a look and see where we're at with McCarty on 40 and Scott yet to score. Next ball pushed straight back down round 1. Think about the second. That's never going to be a chance. The ball back to Gab, takes it. And Gab now the skipper does the flicking on, and we'll confirm. We've got a couple of balls left in this over and then 3 overs left with 25 runs required, 119. It's 6 for 194. And again, punched with authority out into the onside for 1. The field set for just 1 run. It's like they put away the 1 and say if you want to win this game, you're going to have to hit more than 1. This ball hit back down the ground on the offside. They run 1. They start for the second. There's hesitation. Return back on the bounce. Then is one of the players for the number 13 down there. That's Kratzman down there, and there's no extra run. So we'll confirm that score. This ball hit down the ground. They go 1. That's all they'll be able to take. So it was fairly predictable. The runs were taken almost every delivery. They were able to push and run. No issues with getting through for that. And importantly, the climb.
I think we've actually 200, albeit that the NV players just was momentarily. I'll try and keep it in. He's physically scoring.
Okay.
So he's on the money. So I'll try as we continue through. So that should make us 201. Scott picks up a single, and that will be the end. 201 from 42 completed, 43 finished. Okay, so 201 from 43, 6 wickets down.
Okay, thanks, fellas.
We're working our way through
Working under duress here. It's not easy, I'll tell you. You're doing a wonderful job. Things are happening, and everyone's rushing over and asking for 201. Tense. Look, it's not cheap stuff, but I tell you that it's very tense, and we're doing our best to try and get the score into them. 6-2-0-1, and the overs left.
Should be 2 to 43 gone.
43, 44, 4. 2 overs left, we think. 18 required off 2 overs.
So it's going to be Jared Wyeth. Scott is going to be on his way. So Wyeth getting another wicket, an important one here, right at the death. As the score goes to 7 for 201. And it's 18 to win now from 11 deliveries. And all of a sudden, the 8 tilted back in their favour.
Well, it's just been a horror last 10 minutes because of not being 100% sure on where we're at. And that's no one's fault. The whole deal is that we get our technical work under control, and we were getting towards where it was almost a ball and a run. But they've got to 7 down now for 201. The target is 219. And we've got, well, I work it out, we've got 11 balls left. We're going to have now to come in and bowl. I'm reckoning that is Jared Wyeth, who picked up that wicket. 7 for 100, and we're happy with that. I reckon that's what we've got.
I'll try and live screw it on the laptop in front of us here, so we haven't got the individual batsman. Everest hasn't scored, but we've got the car moment. Everest is working that one out onto the inside. Into a couple there, they'll just pick up the single. So 7 for 202. 17 to win from 10 deliveries.
Well, we've got another score that's just jumped up and looked at us. We might be able to pick that up off the big screen here after the replay. There's a big swing and There were a run, so that was an earlier replay. 7 for 205. With 14 to go and 4 balls remaining. Well, that's not right because we've got another overgo.
Yes, I don't think we take too much attention to that. So I've got 17 from 9.
Homan is the batsman who is down to our right, who's ready to go out if necessary. This ball wide of stump attempt, or there was an attempt to play all the way, but it's through to Gab. Next ball, hit down and hit very well indeed. They've got to go for 2. They just have to run for 2. They won't. Doesn't matter. We've got to go. I think we're looking now at just the 1 run. Target 219. They fall shy because we've just got an overload. Hit square on the offside behind point for 1. So the 1s won't be enough for them to get across the line, Pat. And we've got an over to go. Yeah. Well, our score says 207 with 1 over to go. Questions being asked by...
There's a challenge when the game revolves around the number that it's based upon. Kiwis are anxious down below us there, hoping that they're still in the mix.
I think they're aware of the fact that things jumped around a little and we're not sure, we're not 100% sure. Go on what we've got.
So we've got 7 for 204. I think we make that 7 for 204 or 44 overs. So that means 15 runs to win from the final 6 deliveries here.
Yeah, and it's confusing to me because at one stage it was less than 1 per ball, although we're getting towards a real good...
Boundaries have just dried up a little the past couple of overs.
Get runs. Everest is the player, and they've gone through 1 off the first ball. Week is the last over.
14 from 5 equation. Chris Lanigan entrusted with the duties of this final over of the Tri-Series preliminaries. Of course, we're off to the Mildura Senior College tomorrow for the grand final, which will see Australia A taking on the Australians. That live stream on the Soc TV Global YouTube channel, kicking off from 10 a.m. local Mildura time, is wide to make things a little interesting.
Yeah, Scott McCarty, that was well wide down the leg side, and the disappointment and the frustration there being experienced by the Australian Chris Lanigan. And he turns and goes the wander back.
So
4 balls left. And the run task, they need a boundary, about that simple. Once hit down the ground for 1, they should run on the second. They need to run on the second, and they are running on the second, and they get back. Had to happen, and they've got back for a couple.
11 to win.
11 to win off how many balls?
4 balls.
4 balls and still a chance.
Yeah. Boundary would make things really, really tight here.
Over the 200 for the first time. So far in the competition for New Zealand. And 11 to win off 4 balls.
Here we go with Lanigan. McCarty opens up and tries to hit out into the onside. They'll hustle for 2. Everest will need to be quick, and he is. So 7 for 210.
It's 9 off 3.
Yeah.
That's a big chance. Is it?
I would have thought one good hit and get them right.
Gee, look at some of the English of the to my right. They're all there on the edge of their plastic sheets. Plastic seats, maybe. 9 off 3. This ball wide of the off stump and through it goes to the keeper. Ooh. Just wide enough.
Yeah.
Umpire had a look. And through it went to the keeper. So 9 to win. 2 balls remaining. A big 6 would be nice now, wouldn't it?
Well, they're going to need one in the next 2 deliveries, that's for sure.
Okay.
What can McCarty do? Landing in again. Swung around the corner. I'll get back for... No, they won't get back. Just the single. So great fielding by the A team out in the deep. 7 for 211. Unless we have a no ball with a free hit, 8 runs off at 1 delivery would seem insurmountable, Walshy.
Yes, it does. Going to have Flanagan with ball in hand, and he's going to be on the march now. Ball hit down the ground to short wicket. The batsman goes for a single, and that's the game of 44 here at the Sarah Open. And the Australians scored a win. Very tight contest. It looked as if at one stage New Zealand had booked itself and might win the game, but finish on Australia A and score a victory. Match forfeit in 18, and in the chase we had New Zealand getting 2.
7 for 212 I had
7
after
for
40.
12, falling agonised after batting over the 200 mark of the first, scoring their highest innings in series. Not quite in a very tight finish. All the players now taking hands, and they'll walk towards where we are. And I'm sure all of the New Zealanders who are looking pretty disappointed down there will get across and shake hands. That's this spirit of cricket has worked, and that's all about it too. Now, we won't go through the specifics on the scoreboard yet because we've got to confirm what's going on, but we can confirm as Gab moves in with the Australian players and says, right, tomorrow we've got a grand final to play. And New Zealand, I reckon, in all honesty, Pat, they'd be walking off disappointed. They were so close to pushing hard and grabbing a win, and it was only in about the last 8 overs when they lost 212 I should say, and Australia A got 4 for 218, and now the players get across and do the handshakes, which are always the way with the spirit of cricket. A win to Australia. What did you think? Australia A there, Pat, with a victory, and a hard-fought victory.
Yeah, it was a close finish, no question. Just trying to get a few stats to get our analysis tidied up at the back end. If possible, we might see how much Scott McCarty finished on there.
I've got 51, but I think there was a 2-run between him and Sears between us.
Right, so we might have McCarty on 49 or 51. They're just trying to analyse a bit of a differential between he and Darren Sears, but we'll put him in for 49 at this stage as the players come from the ground. So, of course, earlier in the day, the A team finished at 4 for 218 from their 40 overs. Ash Hardy, 80 not out. Richard Gabb, 48. Mark Kratzman, 38. And the best of the Kiwi bowlers was Scotty Mason with 2 for 34. And then in reply, New Zealand falling 6 runs short at the end, 7 for 212 with Richard Petrie, 55. Robbie Frew, 42. As we said, McCarty, 49/51. We're going to get those bugs ironed out shortly on the NV play system. Brad Perdue, another stellar performance with the ball for Australia A, finishing with 3 for 33. So high drama, Walsh, at the end. Not only was it a tight run chase, but the scoring system had a few moments of madness there for us in the end, but finished out to be a really great day's cricket here at the Sarah Oval.
Yeah, it did, and the interesting thing about it is that the Australians weren't actually cock-a-hoop when they won the game, when they realised that they had won the game. Very flat, the New Zealand. 15 minutes earlier on, they looked like they weren't too sure. They kept asking us what the scores were. We were doing our try and get information. But put it this way, I won't say the game was stolen from them, but they positioned authority at one stage. They were 7 for 201 and had enough balls left, but they pushed the advantage. So Australia gets ready tomorrow, Australia A, and again they have to get themselves civilised, blow all the cobwebs away and go in there. The Australian A team, I've got to get this right, the Australian main team going in with the hope of winning every game in the series and the grand final.
They've been pretty evenly matched so far across the tournament. They've played twice, of course, Walshy. They come up against each other in the opening game of the Tri-Series over at McLeod Oval in Wentworth, and it was a 12-run victory for the Aussies on that. And of course, second time out at Chafee Park, it was narrow at the end, wasn't it? Australia A finishing on 157 and Australians 40 over, managing to get to 159 rate. So based on what we've seen, we can expect a pretty exciting and close encounter tomorrow.
Let's hope so. Let's hope that it is what we always expect and hope for in final, and that is a tight game. Listening to the dulcet tones of Tony, captain of the Australian over 50s team. Hey, look, they're a good side, and he mentioned the players from the Australia A over 50s. He said they're on the way. Should be a tight game to bring you. It won't be at this venue. Just go for me again. It's straight down
Deakin Avenue
to
corner
14th.
of 14th, where the traffic light intersection is there. So Mildura Senior College will be the host for our final, so we hope you can join us tomorrow morning from 10 a.m. The live stream will get underway on the Sock Global TV YouTube channel. Thanks for your company.
Thank you very much indeed. Pat Silcox for your assistance. Peter Walsh reporting in from the Oval in downtown Mildura. Australia winning the game. Australia A4 for 218. New Zealand 7 for 212. Good night.